Good morning, Balatro people. You're listening to Don Palombi Funk Fusion cover of Balatro OST 30-minute extended version, only on Zeno TV. Oh! I feel like such a disappointment. I do not have a suit. I'm sorry. Honestly, wasn't feeling too well this morning regardless. I don't think I would have suited up. But, welcome. Welcome to the, Minor League Balatro Open Tournament. Phantom and I will be your casters for today. At the same time, we are also running it, so bear with me. I do want to say a warm welcome. Chat, today and most casting days, I not only have three monitors, I also have a laptop out. Thank you, Angry Burger and Rage Tazzle, for the follows. And welcome to the stream. Serena, 4+, Austin, Perry, Andy, Cup of Coffee, Melon, Ezri, Anish on the YouTube side of things, Beard. Also, Beard, did we get you the Mega Wheel Spin for your 5 gifted? I think I totally missed that last time. Thank you so much. And Barnacles. Barnacles, you asked what goes on the production. It's a lot. I think there's going to be a way. I'm going to practice to make it more efficient. I think I can I don't know. We'll see. Exclamation mark players does not work, unfortunately. I will try and get a scene set up to show you the bracket and such. In fact, that actually shouldn't be too hard. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Documentary when? Only if it's an ESPN 30 for 30. Or you can join Discord for more info. Yes, you can definitely join the Discord, exclamation mark Discord, for more info. Pedia, welcome. I'll send this over on the YouTube side of things. But you are enjoying some smooth jazz from the one, the only, the Don Palombi. Hello, Alex in quotes. Don't forget to check in. Do not forget to check in. You guys have 20 minutes left. I think we got 27 checked in so far out of like 32. I think we have actually 33. So we're doing pretty well. I'm guessing the bracket game looks a lot like the weeklies. Yes, Melon. It should. I'm using the same exact bot they use, so hopefully. Austin, hello. I forgot my water chat. I'll be right back. Smile, you're on stream. All right. Hyperclap, good luck. Technicians, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see a moderator in the chat. Heck yeah. Let's ban everybody. I mean, don't do that. It's so good. Oh, I haven't done I gotta go add the YouTube thumbnail and change the description and all that. Let me go do that. Yeah, we're just gonna chill until it starts. Yeah, anyone got any questions? Are you excited? Yes. I just wish. So last night I went out with some friends I haven't seen in a while. Had a blast, but I was driving, so I didn't drink. I had like a beer basically, and I woke up and I feel like I'm hungover. I have, I guess I just have like a sinus headache or something. I just don't know why. It's really annoying. I also ate really late. Maybe that's why. Secondhand hangover. That's period. Like, I'm not even kidding. That's what it feels like. Yeah, I'm dehydrated. I just don't know why I'm dehydrated. So I would really love for this headache to go away. But I'm really excited. It's just like, you know. Damn, cup of coffee hit me right in the truth. Is that a Nandre? Is that a Nandre? What is that emote? Now I gotta blow this up on my other monitor. What? Is he laughing at me? Yeah, I used to never get hungover. I unfortunately blacked out one time. Well, I didn't black out. It was like on the verge. At a party in high school. And I woke up and I didn't have a hangover. I never experienced a hangover until I was like 2 years ago. Actually, recently, like a month ago, my fiance and I, we went out with friends, drank a little bit, you know, had a gummy, and I woke up and I remembered asking her, I was like, I don't feel good. What the hell? Am I sick? And Nicole goes like, you're hungover, Matt. And I was like, oh fuck. I haven't had this happen before. I don't know what this feels like. Will BMP ranked MMR be displayed in the tournament chat thread to easily figure out who picks the deck and stake first? You'll know who the higher seed. There is, Alex. That's not how you pick the deck stake first. You just flip a coin with the person. Can't drink or I feel terrible next night. I can still cipher some plasma gameplay. Andre, I would be shocked if we see a plasma today. Oh, Andy. Did I wrote? Wait. Oh, for the best of once we flip a coin. That's what I put. I put that in the tournament rules. I need to add that. Sorry, I need to add that. That is a great name. Ugh. Nandre, we will definitely get you on some casting for some minor league Balatro once the season starts. Nandre, though, the whole time when we play the 14 other decks is just going to be asking why the score isn't balanced. But you know. Sorry, my audio dropped. What's up? I said we're gonna get you on some casting for some minor league Balatro, I'm sure. But then I said the only issues you're gonna be asking when we play the 14 other decks why the score doesn't balance out. But Cam, look. I'm just gonna say this once chat. There's a thing. This is it scored way too low. On my dad's side of the family, we all have extremely large butts. I have a very large butt. I would have a great butt cam. That is something I'm confident in. But I'm not gonna be using my butt cam because I think I don't need to stoop to that. I think there's enough reasons to watch Zano TV. You don't need to see my giant junk in my giant trunk. It could be a tier 3 sub perk. Oh yeah. I got this for my fiance for actually I think I just got for a gift, not specific occasion. But this is I think the website's called Lunchbox. Lunchbox is pretty fantastic. They also sell the really cute backpacks. She has, my fiance, the most beautiful Avatar The Last Airbender backpack in the history of backpacks. I don't think I'll ever see anything. Yes, Ezri. It is. Box lunch. Thank you, Rom Tom. It's called box lunch. Well, the thing is, like, I don't live in San Francisco. I live a little bit south of it, but, you know. Kiki, like, watching that take, again, it's not technically San Francisco, but you know what I mean, inspired by. It, I don't know, it just always makes me so warm and fuzzy. South Bay rip, East Bay forever. Alright, Alex. That's fine. Trying to think all of Studio Ghibli. You want it? Man, if someone does a gifted sub right now, or subs, I will give you a free, the hottest take you guys will hear as we get ready for Minor League Balatro, and I continue to try and entertain you. I may have said it before, but I think most people weren't around if I did. But this take, I think I am alone in the world on, which is fine. It's fine to be alone on your hot takes. All right, how many checked in? We got 28 out of like 33. I'm gonna post again. Hello, Shadow. Oh, Brosman, thank you for the tier 1. All right, here we go. I guess I don't have like my alerts aren't on. That's so funny. Leaflu, thank you for the follow. All right. You guys ready for this one? Okay, chat. I believe this one hurts to say, just because I know I've lost friendships over this. I've lost sponsorship opportunities. Heck, I think I got disowned by several family members for this take. I think Spirited Away is a very overrated movie, and I don't enjoy it that much. I also think it's kind of creepy. I enjoy a lot of the other Studio Ghibli works. I don't know why. I just never understood why Spirited Away is by far the most popular. I don't understand. Unfollowed. Yeah, this one's gonna hurt. This one's gonna hurt the branding. That's rough, buddy. It is rough. But, you know, that's my take. If I ever get on Subway Takes with that annoying guy in the subway in New York, I know what I'm going to say. Porco Rosso? I have still never seen Porco Rosso in full. I've watched like almost all of it, and then my brother broke his foot and I had to go to the hospital with him. I was watching it and then I never finished it. I have never gone back and finished it. So I need to sit down and watch Porco Rosso. I've watched House Moving Castle, The Cat Returns, obviously, Grave of Fireflies, Castle in the Sky, Kiki's Delivery Service, Spirited Away, because you have to watch Spirited Away. You're forced to every fucking year of your life. This is gonna ruin the tour. Overrated for sure, since it's most people in the movies. It's good, but I do agree that's overhyped. Yeah, I mean, I go a little bit farther, but I think the whole it's overrated isn't like the hottest thing. Better a pig than a fascist is. Dude, the amount of signs during the No Kings rallies that had the like better pig than a fascist was so cool. Firefly is sad AF. Correct. Do we have to use SMods 506A? Use SMods 506A. It will make it a lot better. Please. I will put out a thing. That's really cool coffee. I'm on a laptop on my girlfriend's makeup table. We love this. We love the dedication, K Fury. Oh, let's get this straight. 506A or 614B fine? Ideally, I'm almost positive, right? Everyone should be on the same SMods. Otherwise, you may get different Joker tags on higher stakes. Alright. 8 minutes until it begins. That is technically true. You can use our launcher to make the installation of the correct version of SMods on multiplayer easier. Thank you, Andy, for posting that link. You have to stream for the tournament. You do have to stream for the tournament. If you are not streaming, you are disqualified. Hey, Beard. How are you? Beard, I think I was asking. I don't know if you saw. Did we do a wheel spin for you? I think I missed your 5 gifted on Thursday because I had the alerts off for the tournament. Thank you so much for that. That's very, very kind and generous of you. Well, maybe we acknowledged it. I truly just can't remember. Kirsten, welcome. No worries, we didn't, but I knew you were doing the rival stuff. Well, thank you so much, Beard. We will find a good time maybe if we have some downtime tomorrow or something, my internet can't handle streaming, then you can't participate in the league. Unfortunately, Brosman. Again, maybe to clear some things up for everybody watching. Maybe someone can clip this. We created Minor League Balatro to give smaller creators, specifically, a platform and a chance to participate in a associated league to Major League Balatro. But emphasis on creators. This is not meant, if you are just a multiplayer player and you want to show off your multiplayer skills, but you don't stream, you don't do YouTube and such, there's weekly tournaments for you. A big part of this is these are multiplayer players and just creators of Balatro in general that want a platform to reach more people, to play in a league that's competitive and whatnot. With Minor League Balatro, just like with Major League Balatro, I need to emphasize the creation, the content comes before the competitiveness. Like, there are ways maybe to make the game a little bit more competitive, but we're about trying to make it as accessible to the user as possible, making it as fun for the creators as possible. It's supposed to be a fun event. It's not supposed. It's competitive. It's sweaty, but more than anything, it's to make good content for other people. That is why we're here. So I just want to get that out of the way. Yeah, we're all going for the fun world record. But with that said, as I said in the video, if you can't stream, you can't participate in the tournament. If you don't want to stream, if you feel like it's going to be a struggle, like any of these things, please just don't participate in this. You know, we will have other Zano TV. There will be other multiplayer events for you to participate in and have a platform. All right. We are 3 minutes away. Yeah, there's still a lot of the top players because a lot of the top players have chosen to kind of become creators. All right, let's look at the check-in. We're at 28. 3 more minutes. Slated Jokers mod isn't a requirement. It is not a requirement for the open tournament. It will be a requirement for the league. Autism if you get it. The music's so good. How does he do it? Well, he's got fingies third way. So he uses his fingies to hit the instruments. The instruments then produce all different forms of energy technically. But one of the forms of energy that gets outputted is audio waves, sound waves, if you will. When those sound waves and vibrations hit the recording software, they get recorded, they get put down, they then get transferred to a digital file where we can then play it. So when these sound waves eventually hit your ears, they hit them in such a way that your brain then uses sensory to kind of unscramble the code and create the noise in your brain. You have to understand, you're not sensing the actual sound, you are sensing your brain's transcription of the sound. And thank you for following a philosopher on YouTube.
I can't believe it, man.
One of my top 5 courses in college, favorite courses, was philosophy of perception. And like, there's such a huge argument that, do you perceive reality or do you just perceive what your brain is unscrambling? And I think I land on the side of you're not ever actually perceiving reality. You're perceiving a biased version of reality that your brain is making sense of. Anyway, I made a legal binding clip. Wait, now I gotta watch it. Give smaller creators. Oh, thank you. cup of coffee. True. I'm an AI, by the way. Thank you, 4 + 4 = your mama. All right. Time to confirm. Oh, wait. Time to... I clicked the wrong button. All right. Time to start the tournament.
Are you trying to get more done with fewer resources?
Oh, no. Oh, no. There's an ad in below. It is music. Well, actually, that's perfect timing. Did it work? Okay, we have to end the check-in process. Sorry, this is the first time I've done this. How do we end the check-in process? Phantom, if you are around and you want to help me, you totally can jump in whenever. When the tournament ends, clicks the end button. Okay. Well, do you do that here? Where do you click the end button? Yeah, it's TourneyBot Lava. Like, where do you end the check-in process? Like, I don't see kind of a button to do that. Oh, here it is. My bad. Found it. Oh, no. Okay. No. We just want to start the tournament. I accidentally clicked the wrong button. Are you sure you want to start the tournament? Yes. Okay. It is starting. So we can now view the bracket. Let me get that up for you all. Thank you, Lava. So we're going to take a quick look at the bracket. We're going to zoom in here. I know some of these participants. Also, I'm going to call Phantom really quick. And maybe Phantom can choose a game that he wants to watch. But Phantom will be co-running this with me. He'll also be co-commentating. So some familiar faces. Ensu, one of the top Balatro players in multiplayer. Fantastic. This is going to be a heavy game. Cass is on the same side as Ensu. Although they will get a chance if one of them loses to make it farther. Circats is on this side of the bracket as well, which means only 2 out of the 3 of Ensu, Kaz, and Circats can make it. Hello, Phantom. How are you? We're just going over the bracket right now.
Okay. Is it okay if I stream my end as well, or do you want to?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay.
Can you guys hear Phantom okay? Please let me know in the chat down below. We have Melon on the bottom side of the bracket. Alex in quotes. Susino, very good players. Arshan, who I've not heard of actually before, is the 3 seed.
That's
Melon
Andy.
mentioned. Oh, okay. Well, Andy on the bottom side. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's a lot of little tournament things.
Also, Nightmare's asking how they can help.
Can you make Nightmare tournament admin and just like answer questions? I think that's the biggest way.
Okay, let me find out. I will try to do that.
we have a lot of great first round games for you guys. I think I'm debating on whether to watch Cass's game or Circats' game. I think. Okay, Andy. Let's go with
Okay, so I can only add a admin like role.
okay.
Like I can only add admin perms for TourneyBot to an existing role. So do you want to make a new role and then delete it, or?
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Alright, so you go and make a new role. Server settings, roles, create role, tournament admin, and then permissions. Can you edit them, or do I need to edit them?
No, I can. Like, just what's the name of the role?
Tournament admin.
Okay.
All right.
I've done it. Just give it to Nightmare, or I can do that.
Yeah, go ahead if you don't mind, Phantom. Mythical, this is
I
a
got it.
competition to make it into Minor League Balatro. Minor League Balatro is going to have the same structure as Major
Go
League
ahead and
Balatro, but
choose
it's just
whichever
made for
match you
small
want.
creators.
Get the links
I
so we
think
can watch them.
let's go with Circats versus Autism King.
Nice. Yeah, Circats is a strong player, so that'll be a good match.
I'm excited for it. All right, let's get both these streams up. Okay. Let me get MLB. So this first round is a best of one, chat. And gotta control alt. Throw me off by playing on YouTube. I gotta readjust a little bit and change the names. Player 1 is Circats. Player is Autism King. Okay. Okay. I need to ask people not to play copyrighted music on their streams. This is definitely not raw for Edsy. But Phantom, for the people that are just straight up brand new to multiplayer Balatro, you want to give kind of a rundown of how these games work?
Yes. So basically, the way multiplayer Balatro works is it's very similar to single-player Balatro, but after Ante 1, the boss blind is replaced with, it's called a Nemesis blind or a PvP blind. And instead of trying to beat a certain boss and beat a certain score, where it's like, hey, there's a random debuff on your face cards, for example, there's no random debuffs on anything, but your opponent is the boss blind. So you have to beat your opponent's score, use all your hands, try to outscore your opponent. Whoever loses a life. By default, you start out with 4 lives, first one to lose all their lives loses the game. And that's pretty much how multiplayer Balatro works. Anything to add, Zeno?
Yeah. No, I think you got it perfect. It's very much, and this is why I love it, is I think Virtualize the mastermind behind it. And also, by the way, Phantom works very hard on the making of multiplayer Balatro. He's one of the lead kind of designers of updates and whatnot, so I just want to give you a huge shout for that. But one thing Virtualize got really right is it really keeps the essence of Balatro of, like, you still gotta beat this boss blind. It's just your boss blind is now another player, which I love. And of course the lives aspect does change the game quite a bit because you can keep playing after losing one, which I do think if we see some of these players choosing higher stakes, your life, similar to most roguelikes, it's kind of adding a new aspect of Balatro, is a resource. You will see people lose to normal blinds, but because it's multiplayer Balatro and you only lose a life with that, you get to keep playing. I actually really think it affects how people approach gold stake, for example. But let's talk about this game. So Circats, very well known in the multiplayer community, although I have played against Autism King, I believe, before, and definitely not, not a newbie. There's some people in this tournament that I think are a little bit newer to multiplayer Balatro. That's not really the case with either of these players by any stretch, but Circats is one of the top players. We're seeing one of the strongest jokers in multiplayer is Ancient, and Circats went for the double rare skip and got Ancient, which is going to give him quite the advantage. However, on the flip side of things, this is vanilla Balatro, so if you are used to playing normal multiplayer in the ranked queue, you have the order. The queue is game length. The queue in vanilla Balatro is only ante-based, which means Circats is not going to see the blueprint that Autism King saw. So this is a very interesting question, I think, for you, Phantom, with all your experience. Would you rather have a blueprint or an ancient at this point in the game?
I think very first ante, like the very first joker I get in the game, I think I'd rather have blueprint, because blueprint, like ancient joker, it's more scoring, 100%. Like blueprint doesn't score anything on its own. It only really increases your scoring when you have something like an ancient joker. Reason I would have blueprint is because blueprint also works on econ jokers. So if you can, copy your econ joker, then you can reroll more than your opponent. Maybe you can find like another ancient joker or a bloodstone and a sock, because now I have twice as much money as my opponent because I'm blueprinting all my econ jokers. And then when you do find that good scoring joker, like your ancient joker, now you have two of them because you have a blueprint.
Yeah, I go back and forth. I think on white stake red deck, that ancient joker does, it allows you to take an early lead, which means there's just a little bit less pressure, which means you can focus on economy. My big thing is, if Autism King runs into something like a mail-in rebate, and you're just doubling the economy, I feel like the fun choice, like if this was really brought up in like a choice, is like, all right, I have to pick one. Well, Circats found the blueprint and the judgment, so there goes the advantage for Autism King. Now it's going to be a very rough
unless
game.
There's an ancient in the judgment for no.
Exactly,
because they're duplicate blocking the brainstorm, so they won't get another one.
True. That's brutal. Apparently Autism King did get it from a judgment as well, but they just used it earlier on. That's crazy.
Makes sense.
I think I go with the blueprint. It does allow such insane flexibility. Or for example, let's say you have that seance that Circats has. That blueprint allows you to get 2 spectral cards, which means you are doubling your chance at seeing that deja vu to get the red seal, which in vanilla Balatro especially, where glass is going to be the meta for the foreseeable future, at least for this next season of Major and Minor League Balatro, in my opinion, you want a red seal glass. It's insanely powerful.
Like if you're someone who plays more like ranked Balatro, not necessarily vanilla, like how good, for example, loyalty card is. That's an X4. Any red seal glass is now that X4. Like that's how strong getting a red seal is, throwing glass on it is.
just sending a quick message. Andy is already playing this game because the opponent from the previous matchup forfeited. So we're already into round 2 for them. We'll head over there after this game with Circats and Autism King.
Good plan.
But yeah, Glass Joker. I think Glass Joker is somewhat intriguing. I think again, if we play higher stakes, Vanilla Balatro, very more intriguing for me. But when it comes to white stake, I don't think it's going to matter that much. It is a nice slight insurance policy, but obviously getting 0.75 X-Mult is nothing compared to losing a glass card.
Like, you just want to keep the glass cards.
Yeah.
There are just better scaling jokers. I mean, scaling X-Mult's kind of hard to come by in general.
Yeah, and that's why, again, if it's higher stake where it's really, like, economy is a little bit more of a struggle, I definitely am willing to take a Glass Joker because now I feel a little bit better about playing my glass cards if I need to, let's say, beat a small blind, because at least if something breaks, I get a bit out of it. But on white stake, I'm most of the time just don't want to use the glass at all. So Autism King did use the glass here, but due to, I believe, loyalty card helping out there, Circats takes the first PvP. Yes. Eight Ball, we all know how Raffle feels about 8 Ball, Phantom. How do you feel about 8 Ball?
For me personally, I think 8 Ball is the worst Tarot Generation Joker, but it's still a Tarot Generation Joker. So you pick it up.
Oh, how could you? Okay. let me argue with you really quick. I rather have 8 Ball over Hallucination and Cardomancer. Now, let me explain why. And there may be some fallacy in this argument. You are going for re-triggering 99% of the time in multiplayer Balatro. So, 8 Ball works fantastic with that re-triggering. That's true. So my thought process is simply, if you're gonna re-trigger 8 Ball, it becomes much more valuable. Even as soon as you get a Chad, I think it surpasses Hallucination in the amount that you're generating. But it does require that secondary Joker.
Yes. And I guess let me explain what I mean by one is better than the other. The way I'm considering it is like, on an average run, at an average point in time, will I pick up this Joker over that Joker? And I think on average, your Hallucination, your Cardomancer provides more value. But if you have those secondary Jokers, if you have that Hanging Chad, then it synergizes with 8 Ball, and where 8 Ball would be better than those Jokers. I just think on the average run, at an average point in time, you don't have Hanging Chad. Even though it is a common, you'll have runs or points in time without Hanging Chad more often than you'll have Hanging Chad. The other thing is that there's only 2 Jokers in the game that can actually re-trigger 8s. Your Sock and Busk and your Hack don't actually re-trigger 8s. The only ones that do are your Dusk and your Hanging Chad.
That's a good point. That's
and
actually
especially
a
with
great
Dusk,
point.
you have to have the 8s in your winning hand, because if you don't win with the hand, you lose a life.
Alright. That's a fantastic counter argument.
But there are scenarios, I'll admit, where 8 Ball is the best Tarot Generation Joker.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest one, of course, is if you hit an oops.
Yeah, if you hit an oops, you have Hanging Chad, you got a blueprint like this where you can copy the 8 Ball, like, now it can generate, like, 10 tarots every single blind. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's, like, could be even better than, like, Vagabond, which is great.
Yeah. That Vagabond. The streamer or the card or both? It's better than both.
8-ball as a card, better than the Streamer Vagabond, confirmed. No.
we do. There was a discussion earlier, I think in my Discord, but probably other Discords, about players naming themselves after cards in Balatro, causing confusion. Someone's gonna start a petition to make them all change their name.
Hey, you're welcome. I've immolated as the profile picture, but my name's Phantom, so no confusion there.
No, you're good. So Circats
I name
has
myself
this,
Immolate TV, you know.
yeah. Right now, I feel bad for Autism King because again, those rare skips were definitely hurt him. Being an ancient
Very
joker
valuable
behind
for
is,
Circats.
yeah, it is brutal.
It's hard to come back from.
Yeah.
We do see a mail-in rebate on Autism King's side, which is very relevant, especially with that blueprint. Obviously, Circats get it as well. I'd be surprised if either player doesn't pick it up.
And getting that ectoplasm from Seance was extremely good. I think Circats. There's even an argument for, I think you sell it, but if any retriggering comes along now, you'll see Circats probably sell the Seance, sell the loyalty card. I think there's an argument that you could keep the mail-in rebate and risk it, but he will use that ectoplasm once retrigger comes along, and then at that point, in my head, it's pretty much GG's, because Circats will be a Joker head with Ancient Joker, and that becomes just too insurmountable, where not only would King have to roll into a scoring, retriggering Joker, Idol, Ancient, etc., but, to make up for that Joker spot over the course of 80 antes is not an easy task.
Yeah, I think there's definitely still a world where Autism King wins this if Circats does that play, especially if they sell the mail-in rebate. Because if they sell the mail-in rebate and then use the ectoplasm, then they won't have as much econ as Autism King, and they can perhaps roll into an Idol or another Ancient Joker or a Brainstorm, and having the double mail-in rebate is their only, having more money than your opponent is their only out in this scenario.
Exactly, and that's why if I'm Circats, I mean, it's easy for us to know because we're seeing both players and know where they are currently in the game.
Yeah.
But I think you take that risk that Ecto hits the mail-in rebate, and if it does, you say, oh, honestly, you're not even that disappointed, because again, it's not super easy. White stake much more so than others, but to fill out 6 Joker spots with 6 scoring Jokers. So
yeah,
I also feel a little bit better about it for 2 things. Again, this is vanilla Balatro, so the Qs are anti-based. And I got this from a Seance, and it's like my opponent, there is one world where this is a bad play where it hits mail and rebate, and that's my opponent did the exact same thing, also got the ectoplasm, has the exact same Jokers, and they sell it, hit it, and then roll into 3 score. It just has to be so specific, and even then, maybe the mail and rebate's better. So I think you definitely keep it when you use that ecto.
Yeah, I think it's also a world where Circats just holds this ecto, because especially in multiplayer, a lot of times you don't need the ecto. You aren't finding yourself, oh, I really need a 6 Joker slot right now. The extra hand size allows you to use that mail-in rebate better, where having only 7 means it's harder for you to be able to go through your whole deck. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see Circats just holding this ecto until, they find, 3 other really good Jokers, and they're like, okay, now it's time to use
That's
ecto.
true.
But the problem with doing that is now you're putting yourself on Nebula deck where you only have 1 Joker, 1 consumable slot. So.
And I think that is another point. Again, just trying to point out the differences for our ranked multiplayer players, especially with Phantom on the line here. Another difference you were going to see in Minor League Balatro playing vanilla is tarot cards are even more important because of Justice.
Yeah.
So playing quote-unquote Nebula deck by holding this Ecto is really not fun.
So now you have that 1 extra tarot that is so important to get, where now you can't hold a Justice and a Death. You'd have to choose between them if you decide to hold this ectoplasm.
Yeah. So unsurprising, Circats won that PvP, is now up on 2 lives. I guess one way back for King as well is just plays a full 5 glass hand and is able to find a re-triggering Joker that Circats doesn't. If that does happen, and again, anti-base shops, it's a little bit more likely.
Yeah.
You will see the power of glass very quickly.
Yes. And even if it's just to the point where, for example, like if Autism King just does deck manipulation better, maybe gets a Terror Generation Joker that Circats decides to pass on, then they will be able to, like a full hand of Glass outscores an Ancient Joker, because Ancient Joker is only 1.5, Glass is 2x. The difference here is that
Showman coming through with the second mail. I feel like you gotta take it. I would take it over the Showman. No.
Yeah.
I really want to see the
it's
trip.
probably worth taking.
Yeah.
The only problem that you have is that you'd see the PvP blinds you're getting outscored by a lot, right?
Yes.
So you're like, I need something a little better than just, slightly more money right now. I need, a second blueprint,
Fair.
But perhaps Glass Joker isn't doing much. I'm not even sure what it's on, as well as the Lusty Joker.
Yeah.
Might not be doing much, especially if you can get some, like, Flush 5 online, or... It looks like they're going for flushes, so maybe they don't have enough planet levels to just sell their scoring Joker.
Yeah. Is Nightmare all set up for the admin role in the server?
I gave them the role. I don't think they can access the tournament itself, which is weird.
No.
Because they're not in the tournament.
Yeah. I will very quickly try and see if I can.
Okay, yeah, if you could fix it, that'd be nice.
Change anything. But that's a good point, because it also is only. Well, here's the if I'm king, this is
Malin came back again.
Yeah.
Wants to be part of the team.
He went with the double Glass Joker, which I do think this is just showing. Maybe, like, again, I don't think this is a terrible play, but I think it's showing a little bit of inexperience playing multiplayer, where at the end of the day, especially, again, I actually like this play if we're on orange or higher.
Yeah, if you're on higher stakes.
But on white stake,
that base X-Mult's really strong.
Exactly. On white stake, you need the re-triggering X-Mult, not the flat X-Mult at the top.
Yeah.
Well, I can at least probably add I can add Nightmare to specific channels as things arise, I believe. if we get added.
Okay, well, we appreciate Nightmare for the help, even though it's been kind of hard.
I think as we're waiting for the PvP blind right here, maybe and smart play here by Circats. I think you got. I don't know. I guess up 2 lives, I'm probably willing to do. Oh, all right. He used the Ecto, hit the family, finally got out of that. I kind of see the logic there, but I may have been tempted to keep the Seance over Loyalty card, or. I don't know, maybe it's a bad play to use the Ecto with everything there, just because he hasn't gone a red seal out of the Seance yet. What are your thoughts there?
Can you repeat what you were saying real quick?
So basically, yeah, sorry. We saw Circats sell Seance, and then pop the Ecto with Loyalty in the family. Totally understandable. I was arguing that because I don't have a red seal, I'm tempted to just pop the Ecto with the Seance in my Joker slots and then add the family.
I don't know. I think the thing with Ectoplasm is that you don't want it to hit something you don't want in your final Joker slot. And
yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. And you're already
some kind
taking
of generator, like a Seance or like a mail-in rebate or something. Those are just, they're never going to be in your final Joker slot. Like, you want the very last hand. Like, if you get down to 1 life, you want every single slot to be filled with scoring Jokers, and you just don't have the option to, for example, sell out of Seance if the Ectoplasm were to hit it.
Yeah. No, funny enough, the thing, Phantom, is like, Circats definitely, he did the one play I don't think I would have done at all, which I don't think is the bad play. I think it's actually teaching me that might have been the right plays. I would have either kept all of them or sold Seance and Loyalty Card, and then Family and Ectoed. But I have to remember, Loyalty Card is just a family. You just have to time it up right. And on White Stake, again, it's a little bit easier to do that.
Yeah, it can be a lot easier, especially if you already have it lined up. Then you just get down your last hand every time, and it'll work out if you have the default 4 hands, which it looks like both players have at this point.
Yeah. Also, an interesting note is Ancient is a little bit less powerful in vanilla, where Glass is the meta, because something you really want to do with Ancient Joker is just make everything wild, right? You want to build towards one card and have 18 wild jacks, for example. You can't do that. You have to somehow... Either you build towards one specific suit with Glass, and then you just skip if you get that suit, which I think is the common play in Major League Balatro right now. Or if it's white staking, you can really do enough deck manipulation. Sometimes I'll see players try and go for 3 Glass of each suit, and then maybe a suit changer going into the PvP rounds, type of thing.
Yeah, and I think that would be like the best play, and maybe one that. For example, Circats, who's a big multiplayer player, might not have the experience or might not be thinking about going that route. Just because they don't have experience playing with the Justice card that maybe some of these Major League Balatro players have more experience in. I think there's also a world where perhaps you make some wilds and then have some glass cards and you change those.
True.
If you can't get a full 5 glass, then you can here's 2 wilds and 3 glass, and we'll also change it to whatever in the PvP. Because you still need to be able to beat the blinds. It shouldn't be too hard. You can get just a random flush of whatever that suit is, especially on white stake. But perhaps on higher stakes, you might need those wild cards to be able to make it out. We do see that Autism King did skip. I'm not sure what they skipped for. There's no tag sitting there, so.
Yeah, it must have been a pack, I would think. We might be able to see when Circats. Probably. They are on YouTube, so I could go back and check.
You could.
Let's see.
Chat, does anyone know what they did?
Yes, it was a spectral pack, and it was a medium or an Ankh, unfortunately for
medium or an Ankh. Yeah, and
I think that's the
of course you want to Ankh the blueprint, but when you're on 1 life, not a chance. You can't win with just 2 blueprints. So that's the biggest problem there. Did they go for the medium then, I assume?
I assume so, yes. I think that was kind of a Hail Mary of, I hope there's a red seal in here. And maybe that could start being enough, but...
Yeah, especially with the Justice in hand.
At this point, it is probably over. As soon as Circats puts his deck down here. Yeah, he does have the Ancient on Hearts, which he did make a couple
and loyalty cards lined up.
Yeah.
You can run 4 of kind with some hearts in it, then that's it. Even maybe without the 4 of a kind. I think just the copied Ancient Joker will outscore.
Yes.
Unless Autumn King has 5 glass I didn't know about.
Timer is not banned in this tournament, chat, because we can't have it lasting too long.
Yeah, it already will last quite a bit, especially with best of 3, so we can't have it being any longer.
Even in our League Balatro, there are discussions. Now that we can customize the timer, I think the timer will likely be in Major and Minor League Balatro in some capacity. Just, again, it's not really going to be meant for gameplay. It's just going to be meant to make sure the games stay within an hour of total time.
I think that's what timer was meant to do in the first place, especially when tournaments.
All right, well, everything's lined up for Circats. This is going to be...
Yep. They did the 4 of a kind. They are not all hearts, but 2 of them are glass.
We have the math. I will say the one thing that's interesting about Joker Display, it does make the math for what the Brainstorm or Blueprint much simpler. You just move it around. And then you don't have to calculate score 17 times. So, honestly, probably a benefit.
Yep, and I think it's interesting that in this case, because they only have 2 hearts, normally you'd copy Ancient Joker. But
Yeah, but it's actually less than a times
in this
4.
case, it's better to copy, your family or your loyalty card.
I will say, in the end, if King was able to get that red seal on a glass / get one more piece of glass, well, it would have been close.
Yeah, they were able to get these glass jokers up to 3.25, which is almost as much as this loyalty card and family from Circats.
You shake it around the negative family. All right, so Circats will be moving on. Let's take a quick look at
GG's to Circats.
Our bracket. Refresh the page. So we do have Andy currently playing his game, as well as Disco and Insu. I think we will move over to Andy's stream.
It also appears that Nightmare can't type in the channels. They can see them.
Oh,
Can't say
how
it.
exciting. Permissions. Oh my gosh, that's... Oh, they can see all the different channels, but they can... Yeah, that's weird.
So we're gonna watch Andy, see who he's playing.
Yes.
Unseen
gotta
Explosion.
Get their streams up.
Grab them. Do we have their stream somewhere? It's not in this chat.
I don't think they put their streams in the chat like we asked, but if you have their streams, you can send them over to me.
I at least have Andy's.
Unseen Explosion. See if we can find Unseen Explosion on the Twitch. Unseen Explosion. Oh, okay. Wait, that actually wasn't too bad. And then Andy's is Andy Balatro.
Andy, yeah, Andy underscore Balatro, I think. Is it just Unseen Explosion? Like all one word?
Yes, the Unseen Explosion.
Oh, the. Okay.
All right. Well, let's get you back to the good screen. All right, and let me change the names really quick. Player 1. Oops. Yep. Player 2. Apologize, chat. Again, this is going to be a little bit more funky with the tournament where we're flipping around to different players all the time. Andy Balatro. And then let me just fix this for you all. There we go. All right. So I don't know. I assume this is still their first game, but I'm not positive.
So we are in round 2, so it would be best of 3. We see that
Yes.
Unseen Explosion's on 4 lives and Andy is on 2 in whatever game we are in.
We are in... This is the first game. So Andy just took a life, and I mean, if you look at the Joker slots, you would think despite Andy being down 2 and now 1 life, is in a really good position with double dusk blueprint in a Chad over Unseen's singular Bloodstone.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to make Andy lose the first 2 lives. Perhaps Andy just went for Econ, and that's how they were able to find these powerful Jokers.
That would
Maybe
be
they
my
just had Dusk,
guess.
and then Bloodstone came up, and now they're in a good spot.
Yeah, it could be some skips as well.
Perhaps a rare skip for the blueprint.
Yeah, and
Or
I think-
or an invisible Joker that was able to get the Dusk.
very true. Could also been terrible Bloodstone luck combined with all these factors.
Could've There's hack as well for Andy.
Oh, you might be slightly ahead of me.
No. Refresh.
Let me refresh this stream. Yeah, I'm seeing him still in the small blind.
Oh, there was a hack before the small blind.
Oh,
He decided not to pick it up.
Okay. I'm like, dang.
Maybe I was behind.
All right. And yeah, now here's so. Am I crazy to call that an interesting play by Andy to glass the club blue seal? Like maybe he wants to copy the blue seal, but I would be more interested in just not having to find a sun card and just copy and just make a heart a glass now. What's your
I'm
take
behind.
on
I didn't
that?
see that. I gotta refresh now.
Oh, okay.
Let's get synced up.
You can stream my stream of me streaming them. If
I
you
could.
need.
But there might still be delay though.
Yes.
There's delay now on your side as well. I do see the glass jack as well now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in general, like, it'd be nice to copy the blue seal. I think the only reason I would glass something that wasn't a heart would be if it was a red seal. Like if it was a red seal jack of clubs, I'm glassing that one every time. We'll find the sun, but the red seal you can't get an extra one of. It's harder to get an extra one of besides a death. And if you want a death, you want to get death to glass.
Well, he does have a sun here
think-
and a fool, so this is where I would do it. Like the thing is, I have had several games, especially on White Stake, where the blue seal has been the difference. So I kind of get where Andy's coming from.
Mhm.
However, my counterpoint would be is I'm down a life. I feel like I'm not able to afford to do it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
and
yeah.
of course, from Andy's perspective, he doesn't know that, I have this double dusk in the blueprint over my opponent. Like
Yeah.
I think in general, you always just assume that, like, well, my opponent's got something similar to what I've got. So I just have to
Always
do it
assume
better.
that, which I have started changing my gameplay up a little bit playing ranked, and it has benefited me of being like, you know what? Instead of making this risky play because I'm assuming they're doing the exact same thing as me, maybe I just assume I am slightly ahead. Like, I think there's times where you over-optimize because in your head, you always picture your opponent making zero mistakes, playing perfectly, which in certain aspects you have to play that way, but sometimes it can get you into trouble by being like, for me it would be maybe like risking a life on a big blind to get the little ounce of extra value out of something instead of being like, let me just not lose a life or not play that risk.
Yeah, and I think like you should assume your opponent has what you have, but don't necessarily like assume they went for every risk, It's like maybe they did that Wraith, maybe they didn't. If you have $50 and you think it's just not worth it to Wraith in general, then just don't do it. And if the other person it hits for them, then it hits. I think especially now that we're in the best of 3 format, you can afford to play more conservatively because a single risk, if they're a player who takes every risk, like if they're a player who takes every Wraith, then it's not gonna, like, they have to get extremely lucky for it to beat you 2 games. Whereas playing the more consistent way will get you the 2 out of 3, at least, in my opinion.
Yes. Just to confirm that everybody, if you're watching the stream, we were playing best of 3 technically in round 2 because prior we had over 32 players, so it would have been round 1 and 2 that were best of 1s, but we don't have over 32, so now it's round 2 is best of 3. The easy way of thinking about this is the round of 16 and round of 8, and then the final 4 are all going to be best of 3s.
And of course, once a player makes it to that final 4, if you make it top 4, you're automatically in the Minor League Balatro, and then it will come down to whoever loses in that round of 8. They will have to fight each other to see who gets those last 2 spots, since only 6 will make it from this tournament.
Yeah, those are going to be some intense games, but the one going back a second here of like Andy assuming your opponent has the same thing as you. There's also that, and you also saw a hack, right? So you're like, well, even if they didn't, they now have retriggering. I'm now probably not as ahead as I once was.
Yeah, and NA choosing not to pick up that hack, I think it's just because they've been building a lot towards these jacks, and
Yes, of course.
it would take quite a bit of deck manipulation, especially now that they've used glass on some of these jacks, to be able to, get a flush 5 like 5s or something, or 2s, something that's
Yeah.
hackable.
In vanilla Balatro, where the chat's normal, and you have glass, arguably like you're not missing out on almost anything. Like it's like 3
Losing
triggers.
chat is just 2 more Bloodstone triggers. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like once you get a full 5 glass hand, yeah, you can argue blah blah blah. But by then, I assume Andy's hoping he sees a Brainstorm, an Idol, maybe even an Ancient Choker to replace Chad with.
Yeah, and I think, in my opinion, the thing that pushes it over the edge, the reason that you wouldn't go hack there is because the jacks on Andy's side are lucky. And so those are the ones you want to be playing. Those are your money
Yes.
generation with these retriggers, since you don't have like a mail-in rebate or anything.
No, exactly.
You need to stick with these jacks, because if you pivot into 5s, then you'd have to find like 2 magicians to be able to get your money back online. And money is how you win games in multiplayer Balatro.
Excuse me.
And here we see they're both in the PvP. Andy's playing to get down to that last hand. Unseen doesn't have Dusk, so they can play their hand whenever they want, but in general, you kind of want to save your best hand as your last hand, just to hide the information for your opponent, not
Yep.
allow them to, see, okay, now I can just go for full econ, as an example.
Yeah, it is very. I have also been doing this recently in ranked of trying to actually play handset score stuff instead of just simply throwing away, so you get that crazy advantage of making your opponent play first.
Yes.
Not going to matter here.
I definitely
but
agree with that. Where if you have the ability to play like a flush or a full house, just to force your opponent to have to play first, then that can give you the advantage of knowledge. I think, especially with glass being as important as they are, having that knowledge of, do I need to play this glass or not, is very huge for in this setting.
Yeah, I think Andy got I don't want to say a little lucky there. I think he wins regardless, but that 200 million was definitely on the high end. I think he got the initial first lucky hit, which is obviously the best you can get. And then I think his Bloodstone went kind of crazy.
I mean, to be fair, he has 2 Dusks and the regular triggers, so that's like 15
Yeah,
triggers.
no,
of it,
he
and
has a lot of
2
triggers.
Bloodstones, so
He did the calculate score though, and I think the range was 7,000 to E10, and he hit. Well, okay, I guess that's not that crazy. That was around hundreds of millions is E8. Sorry for caps lock in chat. Getting some results in here, so just gonna shout out some of the games being played now. Perry, one of our biggest chatters here in Zano TV, we're all big fans, is actually going to be taking on Circats now. So it's going to be quite the test for Perry. They are a little bit newer to multiplayer Balatro, but they did win their first game.
and
I am
we did
obviously
see
not.
Circats put up a strong
Yes.
front, so that'll be an interesting game between both players.
We got Alex and Quotes versus Sixino is going to be another the round of 16. Orange Aces versus Cass is going to be a fantastic game. And Master versus Able versus Corn Dog. I know Corn Dog's been practicing quite a bit. And of course, our top seeded player Ensu versus Disco. So already I had a feeling as soon as we got to the round of 16, all the games are going to start being very intense.
Yes, definitely. Like for example, Corn Dog, I actually was able to coach him last night, so
Oh, nice. I will
hopefully
say
a little better than before.
no shots fired at Hungry Box, but your coaching didn't really work there if you watch Twitch Rivals chat. So
Hey,
I don't know
you
if
can
I
only absorb
trust
so much information.
super fun time.
I'm happy didn't get last place, you know.
Unseen did not take the sun. Ooh, yeah, not.
I think I might just restream your stream, because I keep getting behind on one thing or the other.
Oh yeah. My stream is normally not very delayed at all. I have very fast internet, and I put zero
No
input
delay.
delay. So
Yeah.
But let me know.
Okay.
Hi, Phantom chat. And there we go. Andy copying
loading.
the blue seal glass. That's now a heart. He has the world here, and we're not talking about the tarot card.
And of course, the reason that you would copy the blue seal glass is because you don't want to play the glass until it's PvP. If you can afford to not do so, and not playing it is also what you want to do with the blue seal. So there's some synergy in that.
Yeah. So I was gonna say Andy there's a little bit worried about his 4 of a kind winning, which I'm sure it would, but he had the ability to strength a 10, and looks like he figured that part out. So now he feels a little.
But there's always a world where Bloodstone betrays.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. I think this is a play where I totally get it from Andy's point of view, especially scoring that much more than your opponent, where you're like, I'm probably okay, and I just don't want to lose a life and be on 1. But I still probably copy dust there and just risk it. There's a world there where Andy clears that blind with 0 bloodstone hits if he copies dust, just because he needed like probably 4 or 5 plus 20s to clear 20k. Is there a command for us to see the bracket? I don't know if the bracket link would work for you all, chat, but I can attempt to send
It should work. Like a tourney bot link, it's just online.
Okay.
You don't have to be in the tournament to see it.
All of a sudden I can't. Oh, there it is. View brackets.
Can I turn up the quality?
I will create a.
Oh, that's better.
Invis
I don't know why you
Joker
defaulted to
now.
like 720p for me, but I just fixed it.
We should be able to go up to 1440p now.
Yeah, no, I clicked that. It just
okay.
for some reason defaulted to like low quality, and I was like, "What is happening? Why is it so blurry?"
Stream elements. We're going to bracket command, new bracket, save, and we will add it to the title. Again, want to give a shout out to Phantom_Balatro, who's currently co-commentating with us. There's only so many characters in the title, Phantom. I will try and get your name in there.
I appreciate it.
Oh, Circats and Perry may be having an issue. Wait, Zano, is it higher ranked player chooses first and best of 3?
So we can see on the screen that Unseen is waiting for PP. They do have an Ancient Joker, or not an Ancient Joker, an Invisible Joker, and Andy as well has the same Joker.
That is a play. I'm glad Andy made that play. Well, I just think it makes sense for Andy to make that play because you just match whatever your opponent's doing.
Yeah, like if you don't take it and you don't win right here, then your opponent could have an extra brainstorm, not a brainstorm, a blueprint or an bloodstone or something like that. I think if the opponent is on 1 life, then there's more consideration to keeping that Chad around, because that Chad is now an X, like an X4 or something like that.
Ooh, yeah, it is. And again, the Chad is with the glass card. It's X4. And then you consider you probably get a bloodstone hit, so it's more like X6. It's a lot of scoring that he's going to be missing here, and that's like guaranteed scoring too. But he does have a red seal 10 now.
Yes, just get a strength. He has a justice in hand. If you can find a strength, Chad's trying to come back. If you get a strength with that justice, because it was a red seal 10 of hearts, right? I believe.
Yes, I think he may have just sunned it at the beginning of that round.
Okay. And there is, he does end up using the justice on that. So perhaps going to play a flush house of Jackson 10s just to get that red seal. Or maybe you just save the red seal glass just to make sure you don't
If
You
it
don't lose
was again with my opponent on 2 lives, I think I save it. With
Yeah,
them,
you don't play it.
yeah.
But if you're on 1, then you go full force. You gotta win.
Yeah, if they're on 1, it's like I have learned very roughly during the regular season of Major League Balatro, you finish the opponent.
Yes. I think either way, if either you're on 1, you gotta do full force, and if your opponent's on 1, you go full force.
Yeah, and if it breaks and you lose, like there is a chance it was the wrong play, but I have found that just about every single time it would have been the right play.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, I used to play back when there was glass. I played back when vanilla was the rule set for multiplayer. You either play all your glass or none of your glass. Like half measures, you're just risking for a chance to not even win.
Which Andy is going to go for a half measure here. You could say the argument is he wants to get some blue seal value or something like that. But
yes, and perhaps he knows he's quite a bit ahead because he saw how much he scored in the last PvP compared to his opponent. But we'll see what they score.
All right. We saw Andy there moving his glass all around because he I feel like he naturally thought he still had Chad, moved it to the back, and then he brought it back to the front. Was like, wait,
no more
in
Chad.
there. So yeah, in this case, Andy's definitely gonna get away with playing the 1 glass, but I definitely agree with Phantom that, in my opinion, I'm either just gonna play 0 or play all. The blue seal does add a slightly different aspect, not enough of an aspect for me to care.
Yeah, and I think especially with like retriggers being the thing, your Slush 5 is already level 3. It doesn't need to be too much more than that. Like the difference is not really going to come down to plant levels after that, because the X3 makes it so that it's almost twice as strong, and then every single one after that is just diminishing returns. So in this case it worked out, but I think in general I would agree with not going for the blue seals and just playing all your glass.
Thank you so much.
The
Awoken
Joker
pop up
is ready to pop on
sub.
Andy's side. We'll see if they decide to use it right now or if they're going to look for something better. You don't necessarily need it to beat these blinds. The only reason you would decide to use it now is if it hits a blueprint or dusk, then you can be able to get more money, which could potentially get you something better. But there's also a world where, for example, if you find an ancient on hearts, then or a negative loyalty card. I think Andy finds a natural negative loyalty card, so probably gonna pop this invis now and then pick that up.
Interesting. Unseen saw dusk and passed it up. I don't know if he just didn't register that it was dusk, or he's thinking that he has to hit a blueprint bloodstone to have a chance. I don't know. Also, fun fact, they rolled into, was that 3 Barons? At least on Unseen side. Slightly different blockers when it comes to Jokers.
Baron to Baron to Baron.
Yeah.
I remember I saw the very first Baron, but
He definitely had a second. Well, this one you gotta pop, I think you gotta sell show. What? I think the play there, you sell Showman, you pop Invis, you hit the loyalty, negative loyalty, but it kind of feels like, if I'm being honest, that Unseen, I don't want to say it's like giving up, but it is just going for like some ultimate Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Pray here.
And to be fair, with the kind of scores you've seen your opponent put up,
yeah,
then you might just have to be going for a Hail Mary.
But in a way, he kind of had a way back into this game. At least, again, he doesn't have the blueprint. That is the big difference. And we know that Andy has the glass. But my thought process there was like, if there's a chance here, it's probably with the no showman, with the invis, hitting the dusk, and maybe gain some glass. Oh my god! If he would have taken it. If he would have taken the dusk, I think, does he outscore Andy with the... Well, it comes down to Bloodstone luck, right? Like, technically, a blueprint on a Bloodstone should be equal to an Oops. Oh, wait, but he...
depends on luck.
Yeah. Oh, man. The super interesting thing, I actually love this aspect about vanilla, is Bloodstone games, because the Oops is terrible for glass, but of course you have to take it for the extra. You have to take it for
Bloodstone, yeah.
The aspect always becomes the speculative Oops is hard to play around. Is streamer luck coming into play? Well, they all technically should have streamer luck, right, Nightmare?
Everyone's streaming.
Everyone is streaming. Man, what a judgment play. Like, I mean, talk about Hail Mary. I think the only thing there is, like, now it becomes... again, I think even if you're going for the Hail Mary, you have to grab that Dusk. And now... To be fair, we don't know if the Invis would have hit Bloodstone in that aspect, but let's just play in the magical world where it did. He would have a chance in this game. Again, I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it a good chance, but there would be a chance that he outscores Andy with Dusk, Hack, Oops, and Double Bloodstone.
Yeah, and I think it would come down to who has glass cards, and I think right now Andy has
got more. Yeah, Andy's got the red seal glass. So
especially with triple Dusk on Andy's side.
Yeah,
the glass just it outscores 100%.
And this is where we kind of talked about, you finish your opponent. You know your opponent's on 1 life. I think I've had this happen to me where I've been tempted to be like, well, do I play all my glass or do I try and get the really, really big hand next time? It's like, no, you just go for it.
To win the game. If they break, you can find deaths, find more justice. I think because justice exists, you're more likely to be able to risk it. Simply because you can find more tarot cards. Like, you can find another justice and you can make another glass.
Yep.
The only thing that would be the biggest thing is if both red seals break. I think Andy only has 2 at this point. If they use both of them and both of them break, or it looks like they have another death, so they can get a 3rd one. If all of the red seals break, then you're, in a really bad spot. But that's just at this point when they have 3 of them, it's such an unlikely scenario that you don't even think about that.
Yeah. This turn, I mean, with that crate, like, I mean, really, when you have Bloodstone, that judgment, you're hoping for 3 cards. You're hoping for an Oops, you're hoping for a Blueprint or Brainstorm, and he hit his 3 in 145 or whatever shot, so always fun to see those plays. Even though it's funny because it's like, it is luck based, but that's Balatro. Do you like that play from Andy of saying, I don't even care about the Bloodstone, I just want to re-trigger the glass? I don't. Because I think the math tells you that you want the Bloodstone even at the 1 in 2 chance of 1.5. I think it's more than just an extra 5 triggers of 2. Because
basically,
go ahead.
Yeah. What it comes down to with setups such as this, where you have a bunch of retriggers and you have something to retrigger, you want to have those things spread out.
Exactly.
Just as an example, like 3 times 3 is better than 5 times 1, even though both of them add up to 6.
Exactly. So I do think that was a misplay by Andy, because we can actually do the math right now. Again, let's assume he has terrible Bloodstone luck. But with red
average.
Yeah. If you assume average, with red seals, he's got in 3 dusts, and then the normal triggering, he's got 25 triggers already. So if he hits half those Bloodstones, that is... I am gonna do the math for our audience really quick. We got 1.5 to the 12th is 129 versus 2 to the 5th is 32. You're talking about a massive difference in multiplication there.
Yes, it's definitely Bloodstone there. You want to be able to even it out. I think even copying Bloodstone over that,
Oh, yeah. No, 100%. That is the play there.
like even if you have the 3 Dusks and everything's glass, like you still copy Bloodstone.
Yeah. I simply would have
It's only
just
an
sold...
X32.
Actually, yeah, I would have just sold a Dusk for Sock to get some more lucky card value before the final hand.
I don't think you even pick up Sock here because half of your glass is on Red Seal 10s.
True. He did have this... Did he have double strength or single strength?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I
But
see what
either
you're
way, if
saying,
you have
though.
10
I think that there's an argument to that. You could
Like,
go...
Dusk is just more strong. You're only going
Yeah.
for one big hand anyway.
Yeah, no. 100%. Dusk is better than Sock. Except for, again, the case of re-triggering lucky cards for money value in the blinds.
Mhm.
But we're
Yes.
late into the game. I'm with you.
But you're trying to win the game now. We're
Yeah.
not worrying about lucky cards and blinds. You keep the Bloodstone there, you copy it, and then you win the game.
I think Andy still wins this.
'Cause I think they just have so much glass
Yeah.
that Unseen doesn't have. Even though
it-
they have the 2 Bloodstones, I think Andy still takes it. But definitely some
Unseen-
misplays on their part.
Also didn't have a full low card set. But definitely close. He would have beat Andy's last score.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I think also that Andy has this negative loyalty
GG.
card. And an X4 after all of this doesn't do too much, but it's always nice to have.
So, first game here is going to go to Andy. Thank you for GG's in the chat. And welcome, Raffle. We have your champion of Season 1 Major League Balatro right here in chat. Also, our champion of commentating Twitch Rivals. But I think, again, it's always funny. And I want to make this very clear, especially when people are watching VODs back, if you're a competitor. We're always going to be hypercritical here in the booth, but we also have perfect information. And we also,
Yes.
Phantom and I have made plenty of mistakes, even while not streaming playing multiplayer. That was all to say, like, Andy made, I think that was actually like a decent sized misplay. In the end, did not matter. And
Yes.
Unseen, I think, just weighted the risks of everything a little weird, or let's say not correctly there by not picking up the Dusk. But I have to go back in Andy's VOD after this tournament and see how the beginning shaked out, because those were very, very,
Yeah,
very
exactly.
different
Like,
Joker
I think
setups.
the main divergence happened before we even showed
Yeah,
up on the
got
stream,
here.
where it was like, oh, now double Dusk with the blueprint difference. Like,
That's quite a few. I mean, I imagined maybe it's hard because I think Unseen would have taken the Dusk, but I was thinking maybe like Dusk into an Ankh and then a rare skip is probably what happened, but I don't know. Maybe even a judgment happened in there somewhere along the way.
yeah, I'm not sure, but GG's to Andy. They'll be moving on to the round of 8, I believe.
I think that's only the first game.
Oh, that was game 1.
That was
Andy
game
will moving on to game 2.
Andy is moving on to game 2 with a twist. He
Unseen
will be-
also moving on to game 2.
Yeah, you know, I think they're gonna take a slight break here. I could maybe pull up Circats and Perry while we wait.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab some water real quick, so
Yeah.
you figure out what we're watching.
We're gonna stay on this game, but I'm just gonna see if we can pull up a couple other streams. Go get your water. We have Perry will be on this one, and Circats on this one. So again, here, this is not Unseen and Andy. We're just watching Circats and Perry battle it out a little bit here while we wait for Andy and Unseen to begin their matches. Oh, okay. They already started. But we'll see here. Perry is down a little bit, but they have the exact same Joker setup. So you can go check out Circats Zero stream, and you can go check out Perry MXR if you want to continue watching these games. We will go back to Andy and Unseen as they are going to be taking on Black Deck Gold Stake. We love it. We're so excited. ultimate chaos. C-dubs, how's
I
it
have
going? It's
returned.
going well. You have returned just in time for what I consider peak Balatro. The most beautiful game. If
I'm
you're
behind, so I'm gonna refresh my stream.
if you are a soccer fan, you've heard "Can you do it on a rainy night in Stoke?" And for Balatro, it's "Can you do it on Black Deck Gold Stake?" So we'll see how this turns out.
As someone who I believe has more gold stake experience than a lot of players, what do you think is the main difference in gold stake PvP?
Versus normal gold stake, or are you talking about gold stake PvP versus white stake? Or both?
Talk about gold stake PvP as compared to white stake, and then compare it. Do both. Do both.
Okay, yeah. So
viewers want both.
the difference between the quick answer is the difference between gold stake and white stake multiplayer. You are trying to survive. Right here, for example, an early rental idle. You are not getting that online because that rental will kill you. You are not going to even see. You may not even see the PvP if you take that. And then the difference between, I think the more interesting aspect is, because I do, this kind of plays into both aspects here. Gold stake multiplayer is much closer to gold stake single player than white stake multiplayer is to white stake single player, if that makes sense. However,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, the one difference is simply you have the 4 lives, so you can lose to a blind. You can take that sacrifice.
Yes.
And number 2 is I use more justice than I normally do on a gold stake run. Like where I may use a different tarot card or something, I still will make that glass card because at the end of the day in the PvP round, I can take a life away from my opponent. Which I think is really important because, you know, if you gave me the choice of surviving the small blind or surviving a big blind and then losing PvP or just dying to a big blind but winning the PvP, I actually think I take the losing the big blind but winning the PvP. Because now we're on an even playing field, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because then, like, I'd rather have both of us lose a life than just me lose a life.
Just me. I mean, and again, that I actually think I may differ player to player, because maybe someone like Dr. Spectred would say, well, I'd rather actually just be on 3. Well, no, actually, no, wait. There's no way to justify this at all. that is reality.
Don't disrespect Dr. Spectred like that.
Yeah. It's 1 life to a blind. Yeah, it feels really hard here not to just drop at least 1 life to a blind. Absolutely. They're both debating on whether to take this stencil. Which, stencil Joker on its own...
gets you out, but the problem is that it's rental, and you're at $7.
And it's not going to get you out for that long without planet levels at all.
Yes.
It actually goes with the smeared
Considering the smeared, yeah.
I don't hate it. It's going to be brutal on the boss blind.
Yeah, and that's something else to consider about gold stake PvP as opposed to gold stake like single player, is that there are no boss lines. Like after the very first one.
True.
After the very first blind, which we're seeing that Andy's about to hop into right now, there are no boss lines. So for example, let's say a photograph build where you're playing some red seal face cards is a lot more viable in that PvP setting where the plant doesn't exist. You're never going to die to the plant. You're never going to... You can go everything into one suit because you're never going to come up with that boss that debuffs that one suit. So that can slightly change the strategy in the gold stake PvP, but I do agree with you when you said that the gold stake PvP experience is a lot more similar to the single player gold stake experience than white stake is.
Exactly.
PvP to single player.
It's
good deciding to take.
Unseen's taking the stencil. I agree with Raffle in our chat where it's going to kill you long term because of that rental and because it's really not that many points without the plant levels. You can't level up your planets because you don't have money because of the rental. Yeah. Yes. What I found really interesting is I have never seen so many eternal rentals in my life. And the reason for that is when you're playing single player, if you see this many eternal rentals, you're already dead. But because you can continue playing in multiplayer, you have a chance to see even more.
You get to keep seeing deeper into the horrible seed.
Andy, if I'm Andy here, I'm playing for a straight flush, and then a flush maybe can win it, but it's... I don't know.
It's hard when you spend all your money on this... basically a utility joker.
Yes. It is a little bit of scoring in that you're going to play an extra 2 flushes maybe because of it, but that judgment could be
but
huge.
You only have 3
unseen.
hands, so...
I don't know what you're hoping for. Maybe a blueprint? I don't know. Hiker.
Yeah, I mean, judgment, like, honestly, just anything unstickered at this point, because everything's been rental eternal.
Yes. Did they have different jokers in the shop? They're seeing the same stuff right now? Okay, yeah. They should be. They should be. For the most part. Again, we're not on the order, but it's pretty soon. Losing life gets the money up. That's so true. There have been... I have played a gold stake match. I think it might have been against Nandre in a scrim where I died 3 times early on. And it allowed me to roll into something he didn't see and take the game.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a strategy, but if it happens, it happens, and you'll take the money along the way. You do see a rental green joker on Unseen. The green joker, a very strong joker in gold stake.
Take the 2 rentals.
2 rentals? You'll be... That's it. Those are your 2 jokers the rest of the game.
Well, yeah, I think he's just got to solve the green here and take the loss of life. There is I guess the one thing Unseen can do here is... No, this is just going to win instantly. You should sell the green joker. I was going to say is like you can use it for scoring and then sell it before you win so you can get the -$3. I mean, Andy took it too, but Andy doesn't have stencil.
Yes. So Andy can actually build it up.
Yeah.
Because they only have 1 rental. 1 rental, you can afford that payment if it's a good enough joker like the green joker. Whereas 2 rentals, like, unless you already have some kind of econ generation, it'll just drain all your money and you'll die.
Mm-hmm. We may run into the part here too where maybe in Ante 3 neither of them can beat blinds, or Ante 4, and it's like this is a part we're still trying to decide for all leagues on how to handle, where people just try to wait out to see if you die to a blind, but obviously I would want to wait out too. The rule we're probably going to go with for Major League and Minor League is if you're both on 1 life heading into a blind, you just agree to go into it together and ideally play the final hand together over comms.
Yeah. Or so you both skip to the boss line and then go fight there.
No, exactly. You both have to agree, or just say what you're doing.
Yeah. Or if one person's like, I want to risk it, then let them risk it.
No, exactly. We just want to avoid. So it's like that happens, that person skips, and you play. There's not, they're going to wait to see if you beat it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, what a shop. Is there there's no way to afford the obelisk. The obelisk could be... Andy already played like 8
Show me the obelisk
flushes. Yeah, I think if I'm Andy, I'd go with the ob. So Unseen did, I believe, gold stake, and Andy said, sure, black deck, have fun. Pretty savage response.
That is savage.
Yeah, no money for it. You would have, I mean, I think Andy could have sold Hiker for obelisk, right?
I think Hiker sells for not enough.
Oh, he only has $3. I was looking at Unseen's total money and Andy's jokers.
Yeah,
I combined the 2.
I think it sells for 2 or 3.
Yeah,
the Hiker does. So that's
we all know
because obelisk costs 8.
We all know there was a Wraith blueprint with an Ankh in that Mega Spectral too. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Too bad 2 blueprints would do nothing.
The problem
right
is, yes. The problem is neither of them can Ankh it. I mean, you could, but it'd be 50-50.
Exactly.
Even if there was,
that too. They both have Eternals. Even worse.
No, so just get the Mega Spectral, get the Wraith Blueprint, hit a 50-50 Ankh, and then you have triple stencil for Unseen. And then you win the game.
Andy
Just
knows he's not going to win here. I think if I'm Andy and I see that score, I immediately know my opponent took the stencil, which I immediately know, okay, they have no money, and it's going to be really hard to scale that scoring for them. So,
yes,
you know, they're just Andy's just building the green joker right now.
Yeah, I think that's the plan here, is just get the green joker up, make sure you can survive the blinds, especially because Hiker isn't the best chip scaling by any means, but it at least is some kind of chips.
It's
and
something.
You do have chips and mold.
It's something.
And the ability to play flushes.
Also,
so every hand can be a flush, even without the discards, because you can find either a bunch of black cards or a bunch of red cards.
Yeah. This is gold stake multiplayer for you. Obviously, you'd want the trio or bloodstone, but with it being perishable and then eternal rental, I'm just taking the smiley face. I think if you're unseen, this is actually really good for you. You get the 10 flat molt plus the smiley face to go with your stencil. There's a chance here, depending on what happens to Andy, that you can finish this in this PvP or next, before Andy is able to kind of scale things up. A real Joker? Unseen is thinking about the trio. I'm almost positive smiley face is literally more points for him until he levels it up, which if you take that, you have 2 rentals, you're not leveling anything up. Okay. I'm kind of glad he went with that play because I want to see. Now I really want to see how this turns out.
Yeah, I think in that pack that Andy was considering, it's definitely the smiley face there.
Yeah.
Just because it has that plus 10 base mold to be able to make sure you survive for now, and then you can play face cards to get even more mold. Selling the green, I don't love it, but it is rental, so it allows you to actually get money back. And hopefully this smiley face is enough to get you to score up until the point where you find something that's more stable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I know it's $3 every round. I think I just keep the extra, whatever flat. Well, I guess Andy's thinking, especially when you have Hiker and smiley face, maybe he's like, I'm gonna use the discards to get to my face jokers to make sure that they're getting hikered, but again, it's all about survival.
Yes. I think personally I also keep the green joker, but I don't hate the play that Andy made.
Yeah. That definitely not a mistake by any means. Oh, there you go. Nice full house. Get those upgraded. A couple of those kings now, and the jacks are on like 25 chips. The kings are on 20. Makes a difference for sure. When we're talking about the margins this thin. Oh, he's on a high card to-do list? Are they both on high card? Andy's on 2 pairs. The problem is they are headed to the PvP.
Yes, and that is a second to-do list, I believe. I believe there was one earlier in the ante that Andy saw, but it was I think it might have been Eternal Rental as well.
Yeah.
So the unstickered one, definitely much more of a take. You finally have an Econ Joker, which is very helpful. The interesting thing with Unseen as the consideration is you want the money because you have the rental, but you also need the empty Joker slots for the stencil to do what it needs to do.
Why is Unseen
so
only
perhaps
have...
you play...
Go ahead.
Perhaps you play like 2 high cards, then you sell it to get the maximum value out of that Joker stencil, because I don't think it can hit a higher card twice in a row. I mean, maybe it can. I don't think it has the Ancient Joker code where it can't hit the same one twice in a row.
So, Andy took the handy voucher, which is a big difference also.
Yes. An extra hand, especially on black deck where -1 hand is the detriment, puts you back into playing regular gold stake.
I think if I'm unseen here, I take it's only going to be plus $4 over, or plus 10 or $6. Maybe you play a couple and then you sell it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that could be the play where you play 2 high cards, discard to find your best hand, you sell it, and then that would give you $8. You'd only lose 2 from buying and selling, so...
I mean, You
That's
might.
$6.
I think Unseen's really contemplating the path I kind of talked about, where his way to win this game with that eternal stencil, because it's going to become less powerful over time, is I got to win basically this ante or next ante. I can't afford to take this. I'm just going to score as many points if I beat him here, and then I hope Andy loses to a blind. And the to-do list ends up not making a difference.
I think it's literally a free $6. Like, there's no reason not to take it. If you really want to go for that kill shot and go for the scoring, then sell it before that final hand.
I see what you're saying. Because the chances of you drawing enough face cards to play 2 good hands is very...
With only 2 discards.
Yeah, you're right.
And an unfixed deck. I think it's completely vanilla for both of them.
If you all want to watch... I don't know if the VOD is still up somewhere. It might be on Bear's YouTube channel, but there was a seed of Raffle versus Balenos Bear that was the ugliest, disgusting, grossest seed you will ever see.
What happened? Just nothing showed up.
It was this on steroids, and then every time someone would make a move, it would the exact opposite of what you want would happen, if that makes sense.
That's brutal.
I remember that one. God, that was...
Okay. It looks like Unseen did decide to take that to-do list, so we'll see if they decide to sell it or if they're going to keep it for future value.
Well, you definitely discard this hand. I don't quite know what Unseen is thinking about.
There's a world where you play a 2-pair.
Oh, flush houses are easier for Andy. That's a big point,
that's
too.
True. Especially with a star
That's
card
a huge hand.
And you make a flush house. Which, of course, would be incredible if Unseen was able to get a flush house, because that X, it's an X4 right now, maybe an X5 if they sell the to-do list. That's nail in the coffin right there.
What?
But we'll see this flush house is enough for Andy to win this PvP, because they are able to play it.
I think, again, Unseen can play the ace here. Okay. Kind of unsure of the play that he's going for. Oh, he was going for a straight. He had so many face cards, though. I feel like the 2-pair face cards, if you were going to do that, would have been the play. But...
yeah, and perhaps you could play multiple of those 2-pair face cards.
It was just kind of weird discarding and playing on Unseen's part. I don't quite 100% know what he was going for. And that's definitely the worst case scenario, is not winning the blind and selling the to-do list.
Yeah, because then you got to assume that your opponent would keep to-do list. I mean, of course, like I said, we have the perspective that they don't. We know what the opponent's running, but...
I definitely would not be selling the Hangman here. I'd be going into this round... hang a couple, pop the Emperor, see what happens.
Yep.
But now Andy's in a fantastic spot. I do think, though, in a weird way, both of them were very face up after the first PvP, where if I'm Unseen, I know he took the smeared. Or I have a feeling he took the smeared. And if I'm Andy, you knew based off the score that Unseen definitely took the stencil.
Yeah,
which is always fun.
I think from Andy's perspective, you would think, oh yeah, he took the stencil, but I don't think from Unseen's you in any world think that Andy took the smeared. It's just a weird play. Like, I'm not thinking about, oh, how's he scoring so much? It's smeared Joker. Like,
true, it could have been something
better
else.
with some face cards.
Yeah.
Or he rerolled one more.
I didn't mean from this PvP. I meant from the early one. It just felt like Andy was playing a lot of flushes based off of the score that you maybe would have been able to deduce.
Yeah, perhaps. It's just always hard to tell what your opponent has, especially when you're playing without the order. Like, maybe they rerolled one more time, found something I didn't. Especially if they decided, like, if they didn't take the smeared or they didn't take the Joker stencil, then they would have slightly more money to do an extra reroll, and maybe they found something, and you just don't know.
Well, I think you gotta take the Oh wait, you can't afford it. Can you sell Stuntman for Acrobat? Also, Stuntman actually will... How much... I mean...
Stuntman's perishable.
Yeah.
But it does help you get out of the blinds and perhaps wins you PvP, so... If you could afford it, I think it's worth taking.
Yeah. So far on this seed, I also think it is a viable play, especially on Black Deck, to take a credit card and just go $20 in debt and hope you again can win early. Which
Definitely.
Unseen might be doing.
I think Castle here on the side of both players is definitely really good.
Yeah.
Especially, it's one of the only forms of scaling chips in the game. That and Wii, Joker, and I think Square. Those are the ones that come to mind.
Yeah.
Which in your like white stake, not very good. In gold stake, scaling chips can help you win the games. But here, where the Stuntman is on board for both players, it's might be less of a pick, especially for Unseen, where he wants those heavy Joker slots for that Joker stencil.
I'm kind of interesting play to go into debt for the Arcana pack for Unseen.
I mean, I believe he went in debt to get this Acrobat because it's an X3, and perhaps should open the Arcana pack along the way.
But he didn't grab the Acrobat.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought he
disagree
did too.
with that play.
I agree.
I thought he was gonna grab it.
Yeah, I would have done that too. Because 3 times 3 chat is much more than just times 4. Just a heads up.
That is how math works.
Yep. Supposedly. That's what those teachers want you to think. You can't trust
Allegedly.
them. Allegedly, yeah.
We do see Andy has the full 6 Joker slots using the maximum potential of that black deck. And they do have $27, whereas Unseen has negative $1 and doesn't even have the
A card sharp with the Acrobat. I may sell Stuntman here just to make sure I get my double flush. And maybe even get my double flush with face cards. But, you know, I'm a commentator. Oh, that's like it's always good to see your blue seal right away, but your purple seal. But like, there's nothing. Maybe I glass the king here actually, and then use the purple seal.
Yeah, the purple seals are really good to see right away. I think the blue seals are definitely ones you don't want to see right away, especially in like a PvP.
No, that. Okay, a 2 pair. Maybe Andy's just trying to set up game a 2 pair with face cards. I can see that being. I actually think a flush is actually more likely though than a 2 pair with smeared. I don't know. Someone's gonna have to check the math on that. Maybe a 2 pair specifically with face cards. A flush is much more likely.
Yep, and this game, or at least this PvP, might just come down to that. Just the fact that Unseen still has the stencil, and they're able to get the X molt after that plus molt. Whereas Andy, with the good base chips, the good plus molt, does have 2.
This hand,
so if they can play 2 of the same hand as well as the final X molt from the Acrobat, that could be what wins it for them.
This is gonna be a lot. This is gonna be like 100,000 points for Andy. Whoa. And that just tells you you're always thinking your opponent's going to do a lot. That times 2 is going to do almost nothing. The only thing I think it's going to do is break a face card for him. I'm completely wrong. I forgot Faceless adds the points on the cards. It did a lot for him. Silly Zeno. Look at me. I think, that was definitely the right play by Andy. My apologies. Is Zeno trying to become a caster? I'd love to become a caster.
Just be both. Be a caster and a player. That's what I do.
Yeah. Porque no los dos. Most casters stream on the side. But I mean, what's better than commentating on other people doing the hard work?
Yeah, and it's always harder to do the actual playing, especially when you don't have the knowledge. It's always easy to be like, oh, what an idiot, look at that bad play.
yeah, you look so smart. I even get to tell Docky that
I'm
he made
I
mistakes.
can see everything. But yeah, I'm sure it's been the same for any player. Like, there's been tournaments that I've won, and I go back and look at my play, and I was like, that was a misplay. Like, it's always easier to see them from the outside perspective. Hindsight's 20/20, etc.
I mean, with the amount of times I'm literally in game and realize I made a misplay like 2 seconds later.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let alone all the times if I would go back and actually watch.
Yeah.
And then there's times you don't realize it's a misplay until you go back and watch, and not because of perfect information, because of just like
what could show up or what.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I didn't think about that possibility. If I could have thought about that possibility, there's no way I made this.
Yes. And those are just learning experiences. Where
you know what? I will say this. I think Andy is on his path to winning this one. I think he did a very, very good job. But the fact that both competitors have made it to basically Ante-5, I would have died a long time ago. This
neither of them have died to a blind, by the way.
Brutal. I think Andy died to a blind.
Think Andy did?
Yeah. Because I believe Unseen only actually won one PvP. But like we said,
but only one player dying to one blind on the Lactic Gold Stake with a seed like this, like, it's impressive by both players.
Exactly.
Sure. And I think what's maybe even slightly more impressive, even though Andy lost life to blind, is that he has gotten this econ online. He has $44 right now.
44 buckaroos. Twitch Rivals was fun.
Probably going to be able to find this paintbrush. Got some good value from that Temperance that Unseen will have less of because, of course, because of that rental Joker only giving one, as well as not having a full 6 Joker slots full.
Oh, Phantom, we do have an issue in the chat. There's a dispute because they accidentally closed the game even though it was best of 3.
Okay, I believe we can reopen
it.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Yes. I also think my computer is not necessarily loving the whole restream kind of thing, so I think I might just raid you and just focus on the commentary.
Okay. Well, again, chat, can you guys do me a huge favor? Like, truly, can you go follow Phantom right now? No excuses. Oh, wait, did that work? That didn't work.
Yeah, especially if you want to see more Minor League Balatro things in the future. I'm the head of the Minor League Balatro, similar to how Zeno's the head of the Major League Balatro, so I might not be able to stream every game because that's just too many. But I should be doing a similar thing to this for the Minor League Balatro sets that Xenos does for the Major League Balatro sets. So if you're interested in seeing more gameplay like this from these smaller creators, just seeing some good players, some up-and-coming creators, go ahead, drop me a follow.
I have to wait 10 more minutes to shout you out again, but you were gonna get it.
All right, Phantom_Balatro, Twitch.tv.
There you go.
Hit follow and then come back here.
Okay,
let me look at that dispute. And thank you to all the people who are indeed following me, even without the shout out.
Oh.
Y'all are the best.
A lot of thank yous to go on. Thank you also to Nightmare for hopping on, another player who is already in Minor League Balatro. So just to give you guys a head, well, let's focus on this. It's 2 lives to 2 lives. I think Andy is in a pretty good position. Again, he just wants to get the Card Sharp and the Acrobat online together. If he does that, I don't know if Unseen can even score enough at all. But it's gonna be close. Juicy's just waking up. She's gonna be she wants to get in on the action. So Unseen here, obviously waiting for Andy, although there's not much Unseen can do here in terms of a different play. I think he's just kind of waiting to see what happens on Andy's end. Not give away too much of what his final score is going to be. So Andy not going to use Acrobat on this first 2-pair. A little interesting with... He's got a decent amount of face cards, but not enough that I would be confident in the second one showing up for Acrobat. But I kind of see the vision of you have to play one.
Yep. And I believe I was able to reopen that one match, so we're good to go there.
Thank you.
Let me get back on the commentary.
So Andy here going to... He could just play the 2-pair now if he wanted to. He is going to take this life again.
I think even high card would have done it because we saw his high card before, scored 12k.
Yeah.
Andy putting his opponent on their tournament life. Andy up 1-0 in this best of 3.
And both of them losing the stuntman there.
Stuntman.
Which
is quite relevant because neither of them have any real chips besides whatever the hiker gave them.
I was going to say, I don't think Unseen's going to make it out of these blinds. I would be surprised if he
Need something from the shop. If,
Shinwa, thank you
like,
for
with their current scoring setup, I don't believe they make it out unless they can find a flush house or something. Her Joker a little too late for Unseen.
Well, there's an egg. I don't think you're going to be able to use that egg, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps just for that temperance value. But we'll see if Unseen can even make it out of this blind. You do have some
that's
extra
what I'm
base
thinking.
bolt from that raised fist.
Exactly. I feel like he needs the extra X-Mote from the stencil, though, that even have
Yeah, they may
shot.
sell the egg instead of getting the extra value from temperance, just because if you die here, you die.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Decided to go away from raised fist. Yeah, with the full house, it's definitely the right play. Yeah, Unseen is going to perish to the blind. He hit us with the 07. It was a good try. Was able to win the first round. Got matched up against a really tough opponent in Andy. And we see here, I really think this almost feels like a folk tale about the, slow and steady versus fast with the Eternal Rental Stencil versus just the Eternal Smeared.
No, exactly. I think in general, it's not necessarily the best strategy to try and win fast.
No.
Just in multiplayer Balatro. Because you have to win 4 times in a row. And if you're going for the win instead of going for that long term, that econ, the on a goal stake that's kind of scaling type of scoring, then I think if your opponent finds anything in those 4 lives, then I think you lose, because now they have that momentum to keep going after winning that first blind. And it's not too uncommon to see someone with the reverse, the reverse 4-0, the reverse sweep from down to 1 life, but they built up that scaling, and now they won that whole thing.
The Zano and arguably Doc special. It is, but it happens all the time.
Yeah, happens to me, happens to a ton of players.
Yeah. So we got Perry and Circats on the screen. So Andy will be the first person making it to the round of 8, which is now his first opportunity to make it into Minor League Balatro. He just has to win this game, or if he loses, he would get another chance to win.
Andy now only having to win 1 more set and he has 2 opportunities to do so. So in a very good spot for Andy to have a chance to make it into that minor league Balatro.
So jumping in, let me check if I can see who out of.
Yeah, because it does look like we're at the beginning of a new game. So
Yes.
do we know who won game 1 or is this game 3? While you go ahead and look that up, I will talk a little bit about what I see on the screen. We see that both players have a idol that they probably hexed. That's why it's polychrome on both players' screens. So shop 1 idol for both players because we are on
Nice.
ghost decks. That's why they were able to use the hex. Circats both has more jokers and more money than their opponent, which I think is just a very strong position for Circats to be in. The only difference maybe perhaps for Perry is they might have used their money to get some get some deck manipulation.
Yeah.
Especially with the idle, deck manipulation is very strong, but I like Circat's spot here better than Perry in my opinion.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The golden ticket is really good. The shoot the moon is, however it got here. Circats had more money going tap blind so that shoot the moon was able to do something.
Yes.
Perry does have a red seal. Now I wonder if Circats also has that red seal 4.
Yeah. Perhaps they were able to get a deja vu that Circats wasn't, and that's where the
difference came in. And you see Perry there grabbing the glass 3, I think, with the thought process that I want to strengthen into that 4 and just go for 4s for my idol. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at Circats' deck in a second.
Yep, and I think especially since we're here on White Stake, even just this, was it Wrathful Joker, the Spades one?
Oh yeah, it's enough to
That's
get you there.
enough to make you out of the blinds pretty easily. 1, maybe even 2 flushes, but
Yeah.
pretty easy. On Perry's side, they only have the idol, so they might have to play a full house, for example.
I think,
that idol
or
card to be able to even get out.
The extra 1.5 should be
Extra 1.5 helps a lot.
helpful.
They also have a steel card in hand, but we'll see if they can get out of it. Looks like they're going for a spade flush. They did get it with the extra chips from that ace.
And the extra times 2 from a 4 speed.
1 times 2 from the idol. Yep. So they get out 2,500, but they are needing some scoring. The next one's 3,000. That one they had the steal and the idol card with the X 1.5 from the polychrome. They might just have to take this. What's it, Jewel Joker? But it looks like they're going down to too low money that they might not be able to afford that.
Oh, they drew.
Yeah, they're
Perry-
going into the blind with
Yeah.
only the idol as their scoring joker.
They did draw what the idol's on, which is that glass 3. So maybe Perry was thinking. I mean, I would
With it
not
being
bank on
glass.
drawing it, but
In this case, they did draw it.
yeah, it worked out. And they have 2 of them. Oh wow, that's very good draw.
I think they're making it out of this blind, so
Yeah,
I guess they knew their deck better than we did, which fair enough.
I think Perry's even contemplating not using the glass, but I think you gotta use it. I think you just use it. Well, we do have Phantom's beautiful calculate button here, so taking the guesswork out of it.
It looks like they need both.
They're gonna, just use both. I mean, if you're gonna use the glass, you might as well use both 3s in one
Yeah,
hand.
there's no reason
Get a
to use
higher
just
score.
one. Yeah. Circats was able to get use a devil on the red seal, so that'll be very strong, especially with that golden ticket. That'll be really strong econ for Circats.
Yeah, Circats in the.
Easily to them winning the game. Because if you have more money than your opponent, you see more jokers, and you can win the game easily off econ alone. It's the strongest and most important difference maker in the game, in my opinion.
Of course, the glass breaks on the first use. Maybe that's good. Maybe that means when you glass a red seal later, it doesn't break.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the bright side.
Perhaps Circats would glass something up and it breaks an important moment, whereas Perry already got that break out of the way. But it very well could make it hard to, again, survive this next one. This next one will be a PvP blind, so you can't die the blind except for not scoring enough. Like you can score 10 points and you'll still lose just 1 life. But in that In the PvP, like there's no minimum score requirement, whereas in the future blinds, Perry still only has this one scoring joker, which is the idol. Which would be very hard to win if the idol doesn't hit something good. Perry still only on $2, only 2 jokers, was not able to get that paintbrush voucher, which I believe Circats was able to pick up.
Which is very
like
nice.
we said before, I think Circats is in a very strong position here.
I think Perry's issue here, which I think I had when I first started playing multiplayer, is just not realizing that, especially on White Stake, just some basic plus mult like a raised fist is econ. In the terms that I don't have to stress about the blinds, and now I can use the rest of my stuff on utility. And have
every hand that you don't use is money.
Yeah, it is $1. So I mean, if Perry had raised fist, for example, should be able to, with that polychrome, almost one shot through the first couple antes. It adds up. It ends up being like, you know, $5-6 of econ on top of just having that scoring.
Circats is able to find their ace of spades. Do they have another one? I don't believe so.
Rosen,
jack of spades.
I'm not going to use Minor League Balatro as a guinea pig. We'll use tournaments for that, but I do find that funny. To be fair, Perry didn't have money for raised fist. I'm sure it would have been picked up otherwise. I think Perry opened up a Jumbo Arcana pack though. In that blind.
Perry just spending all their money to open packs instead of getting the jokers they need to even get out of these blinds.
Watch too much Zano TV. I blame that.
Looks like Circats is going to be playing a flush with the ace of spades at the end. Of course, you put it at the end because you want the plus mult from the Wrathful before the idol card at the end. So this should score quite a bit. Perry does have 2 of these jacks of spades, which is very strong for them because that's their idol card, so that's an X4, but they don't have that plus mult from the Wrathful, so I think Circats still takes it here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And the onus is on Perry to play first since they have the lower score. I believe that's still a rule for Minor League as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to tell them?
Maybe. I feel like they got through the entire first game that it would have been known.
Yeah, and both these players have played ranked like quite a bit, so I believe they should know the rule.
Maybe just debating some I don't know. I mean, I've definitely waited before.
Either way, they ended up playing it.
Yeah.
And Circats will beat that score.
Yeah.
So
not by a ton, because Perry did get the idol on something that she had a pair of, but the Wrathful's a huge difference. I think the issue maybe also be slightly Perry thinking that I have Cloud9, I already have an Econ Joker, but it's like you want it to be a little bit more than that. Now with
3 Econ Jokers, miles ahead in the shop. I think pick up as many as you possibly can, especially on that white stake.
Yeah. Perry is going to be able to have the halvesies here, so should one shot, I think, a foil halvesies at that. You get all your chips and mult all in one. You just
foil halvesies with the polychrome idol. I think you make it out with just like a pair.
Yeah. Now, does Perry wait to aura the red seal? Looks like it's not going to be that.
Nope. But it is holographic, so perhaps a future aura if.
Yeah.
If it's polychrome, then it could be the game-winning play.
It truly can.
As mentioned in the chat, both players did see different vouchers here because Circats was able to get the paintbrush that Perry wasn't, so the second level paintbrush did show up for Circat, whereas it didn't show up for Perry.
And there is I don't want to say this is a common misperception because I may be wrong, but if I'm not mistaken, when you buy a first level voucher, it changes the queue completely, even in the order. It's not like, because I see a lot of people saying like, oh, I saw the first level voucher again of something. That means if my opponent took it, they see the second level. You actually end up on like completely different paths for the vouchers. Hence why Perry is seeing a tarot merchant and Circats is seeing the second level voucher for Paintbrush.
Yes, that is correct. We are changing that with the order in the next update. It's already completed. It just hasn't been released. So
Okay.
with the order, it will be the way that you would intuit, where if the first level voucher would show up again, then you get the second level.
Yeah. Okay. Stupid. Oh, Tubid. Formerly so stupid. It's not always completely, but it can change.
Will happen soon.
Yeah. It's basically pulling from a secondary queue, similar, all the same as like Jokers, right? When you would see like a duplicate or something.
Yeah.
I can appreciate the consistency of PvP environment. Absolutely.
Circats will be able to make it out of the spine with another flush.
Have I made a
Or using
formal
full house to make it out as well.
Yeah. I think just a pair scores like 4,000, right? 3,000?
Yeah, they can make it with anything. Anything makes it out here.
Oh, another aura for Circuits. A foil swash. I mean, there's like a tiny chance if they both get a little bad luck on the idol here that Barry may just win by having more plus molten chips. I
think it just depends on what idol hits for both players.
Yeah, exactly. There is going to be a 2v2. I don't know if it's a tournament. It's more like just going to be a couple games, but more to come for that later.
Yeah, and I think so far the biggest difference I've seen is that I'm not sure exactly what happened in the beginning of this game, but Circats was able to get like this golden ticket as well as some other Econ Jokers, and that's just put them ahead overall.
Yeah. It could have been a skip on either part, either like a skip on Perry's part that didn't really lead to anything, or I do know that, I don't know if Circats is one of these players, but I do feel like quite a few of you ranked multiplayer Balatro folks love the coupon tag, where you end up being able to buy everything in a shop for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could have been a coupon tag on the part of Circats, or perhaps they took the Wrathful Joker, whereas the opponent didn't, which allowed them to get more money to be able to buy more things.
Oh, yeah.
Because like you said, early scoring Jokers, you can also consider them as Econ Jokers because they allow you to get out of that blind with extra hands.
I thought that was another Wrathful. I was like, did the game break? So with the polychrome, it's hard to tell the difference.
Invisible
really,
Stuntman where?
Yeah, very smart play here by Circats. Those were two great okay, well. Good game. That turned out to be, I mean, and that's why the econ difference matters.
Yeah, and that's what I said before, econ wins games.
Yep.
It allows you to find more Jokers than your opponent and see things they don't, and that's how you win games.
And again, this is what Phantom probably doesn't want to hear me say it because it's probably almost ridiculously difficult to do, but an ability to really see exactly how the game played out, like almost like a replay feature, would be super nice, because in the end, when you're playing someone like Circats, right, you're gonna see this and you don't know how they got there because you don't see all the Jokers they had prior. There is the log parser that can help deduce a little bit, but
yeah,
this is one aspect that I love about, not to toot our own horn, Minor League, Major League Balatros, because it's all creators and everyone's streaming. There's no secrets, both for the players and the audience. You can see exactly what led to everything. Yeah.
You can go watch your opponent's stream and see exactly what they did to get whatever they did. Win or lose.
It makes a big difference. Holy cow, says Coltrex. Yeah, idle moment. Just Circats never hits the idle the rest of the game and somehow loses.
And they're still on 4 lives, right?
They are on 4 lives. It would be very difficult, but
So they have a long time for idle to hit, if ever.
exactly.
Assuming they don't win right here.
It is on King of Clubs, so they are going to get times 8 on their score. Although it is the base score is not super high because Circats had to get rid of the Wrathful for the play.
Yes.
Oh, but they have the hologram and the Luckies, which is nice. Yeah, that hologram, that holographic aura is going to be a massive play here. Huh.
Especially because it is on the red seal. That's a plus 20 for the base.
Yeah. Yeah, so now this
It's
is
a huge
close.
difference.
I'm surprised that Circats didn't gold the card he was going to play, just because it's an extra $1. Like gold the King of Clubs, for example. But maybe he's playing towards Jacks. That's a lot of points.
Good amount of scoring for Circats.
Yeah, Perry actually, again, if it wasn't for that holographic showing up, to be fair, Perry also had her or their holographic show up, so would have taken this one.
Yeah, but it looks like it's not going to be enough, and that will put Perry down to 1 life.
Yeah, the chip's making a huge difference, though. It ended up only being a 1.5 difference because Perry's final, like, I think Circats' chips that round were like 100. Perry was at 220 chips on her score. Not gonna matter long term,
exactly.
but like that would have been an opportunity to take, maybe have a chance early.
Yes, and so this game, I believe at this point, will probably come down to will the idle hit for Circats, and if it ever does, that's their last life off of Perry, because 3 idols. But I do see a world where Perry is able to get more econ, because Circats did have to sell their golden ticket to make the play to get this triple idol.
That's what I was thinking. Almost in a weird way, one of the best scenarios for Perry is magically in those shops was a brainstorm. And I know that sounds crazy, but then they would both get it, and Circats would have 1 spot left for utility, versus Perry would have multiple, and then it's all about just getting ultra lucky that the idol never hits.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best thing that could show up for Perry at this point is a blueprint, because Circats can't see another blueprint. There's no show.
True. That would be the best. Well,
That's the best possible hit, and then the blueprint on Circats side rerolls into hit the road or something useless like that. That's the best possible scenario for them.
Well, if Perry opens that pack, which Perry has been opening a lot of the packs, they're going to get a second 4 red seal, which could be beneficial. Because like we said, you want to balance out your re-triggers in X-Molt. If Perry's able to find something to get, a blueprint like you said, all of a sudden 2 triggers of 2 idols is much better than 3 triggers of 1 idol.
Exactly.
A DNA.
But that would require Perry to be able to find something to retrigger that Circats somehow doesn't.
Yes. Oh, I was talking about having the extra red seals on those 4s.
Well, the extra red seals, yes.
Yeah, but it is Ghost deck. You assume you're gonna run into them, but I don't know. Going back to this, not to harp on it, Circats doesn't really have a way to make economy right now.
They have gold cards and his gold seal.
Yeah, I think they're gonna be good enough.
Yeah, I think if there was like a stronger econ joker that they would have to sell to make that play, like if there was a mail-in rebate they sold instead of this Cloud 9, then I think Perry has a lot better chance.
Yes. Or Perry had the golden ticket and a lot of gold cards.
Yeah, golden ticket, a lot of gold cards. That would have been another really good play. A really good position for Perry to be in. Maybe not a good position, but a more winnable position.
Yes. And have we really even spoken yet, Phantom? I think maybe we should take a moment. Circats as a cat playing without opposable thumbs just makes it a little bit more difficult, especially with the timer.
Yeah, very impressive.
Very distracted by lasers.
Very lucky there's no lasers in Balatro natively.
No.
So
Yeah.
otherwise it'd be almost impossible.
It would be, no fish-based jokers either.
Yeah. Otherwise they'd have to take them.
Very cool.
Also, were you able to see who won game 1? Or is this game 3? Or
I do not know who won game 1. We looked at it for a second, and they actually had the same exact jokers and almost put up identical scores for a round, although Circats was ahead on a life when we checked in. It seemed, I feel like based off their chat, it seemed like Circats won, but I don't know for sure. Xano
if
TV.
Circats did win game 1, then this could be tournament life. We do see a dusk on the side of Perry. That's huge.
That is really huge.
Circats didn't see that, I believe. I think they picked up a DNA instead.
They did.
So that might be the ticket that Perry needs to be able to win this game. Because like you mentioned, having triple idol is not as good without a re-triggered joker.
Unfortunately
So
for Perry, it
dusk,
looks like it hit the 5 of diamonds though.
Which they don't have enough of.
Yeah, they only.
And there's even lovers in the pack, but no 5. That's so unfortunate for Perry.
It's 3 of
That was
hearts for
$0.
Circats, but he'll be able to make a.
Make some copies. Make 2 copies of it, actually.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because of the blueprint, they can actually end up having 2 3 of hearts.
And there's the 3 of hearts right there. They also have a strength, so if they find the 2 of hearts, they can use that as well.
Perry got a death from Cardomancer. Okay, slightly. Okay, I think. I don't know if Perry realizes they need to make this play, but I definitely would be getting rid of Clown here and Judgmenting and just hoping. Also, Perry has to find the 5 of diamonds. They have added a few cards to the deck. It's not going to be a guaranteed thing at all.
Yes. So it'll be a similar amount of cards for each player. The blueprint on the side of Circats, and the I think Circats already used his first hand, so he's not going to get a blueprint for the 3 of hearts. I don't disagree with that play. You don't necessarily need to go for the kill shot right now.
No.
You just need to continue fixing your deck, and if you fill it with random 3 of hearts, then it makes it hard to find your better cards.
And again, we have perfect information. They don't.
Yes. So we'll see who wins this blind. I think it'll be closer than we might think.
A
Because
strength?
Circats, I believe,
No,
only has
Perry
the
got the
blueprint.
strength after discarding the 2 red seal 4 of diamonds. Otherwise, oh no, or maybe it was only 1. No, the other one's a 4 of hearts.
One was in red seal too.
Yeah, that's. Oh my gosh! And no draw on the 5 of diamonds. Dang. Well, here Circats is gonna be able to strength a couple 2s. That's just unlucky from Perry. Again, I think long-term Circats in the better spot, probably.
Yeah.
Though
I
that does
would've
make a
wanted to keep
difference.
going.
But there was a small chance here. I think Perry maybe could have played and discarded slightly differently than they did. I felt like it was a little. I think Perry's underestimating how much Circats can score, which, to be fair, there's been nothing to give away that Circats has the triple idol setup, because it's not like they scored a ton last game, or last round. So, in a weird way, I've had this actually happen to me multiple times playing multiplayer, where an accidental or even purposeful sandbag allows my opponent to not do what they needed to do in the next PvP.
It looks like Circats will take that game. And if they won game 1, then that is them moving on. Whereas if Perry won game 1, then they will be going to game 3.
All right. Well, that was. Yeah. I will see in a second. They both GGs. It doesn't look like there's any more talk of a next round, so I believe that will be Circats moving on.
And that's the top 8 for Circats as well, right?
Yes. And an upset to report is that Disco took out Ensu. Also,
Yeah,
Aces took
This
out
is the 1
Cats.
seed of this tournament.
So, I
We
mean,
got some upsets here. That's crazy.
yeah, we're gonna take a look really quick at our desktop and then get us to the next one. So, we were talking about earlier in the broadcast how Ensu and Cass were on a path that they were gonna have to play each other, and that was gonna be really rough. But
Neither
like
gonna
I said-
play anyone.
yeah, I did mention that I believe Disco is a really good player. I played against them. And then Orange Aces is a good player, probably a little underranked because we're using Season 2 MMR, if I'm not mistaken. They had higher Season 1. But of both of them, going through. So GG's to them. GG's to Cass and Ensu. So, wow. That's a game we're going to be wanting to watch. I do believe Corndog just lost to Able. Circats and Able will be playing. We got Melon and Alex in quotes. And then Andy is still waiting for the finish of CJIP and Assuming Mage.
So we almost have our full top 8. These will be 4 of these players are guaranteed to make it in, and then 2 more will have to fight for their spot.
I think
So you're looking
go
at some
ahead.
of your participants in Minor League Balatro right here.
I'm going to go ahead and open up the thread for Orange Aces and Disco. They're gonna start in 10 minutes actually, or in 4 minutes. Aces just went to go do something with the family really quick. Sorry, you guys probably can't see much. I gotta zoom in. There we go. There you go. Disco Aces. So again, from this point on, it gets, I don't want to say confusing, but if you win, you are in Minor League Balatro. If you lose, you will get a second opportunity to play the loser of the other game. And then the winner of that matchup will make it into Minor League Balatro because there's 6 spots. Yeah.
Very exciting. Do we have any games going on right now that you want to hop into and watch? Or
I am going to go check. Maybe.
personally,
Alex
I think
and Melon?
Melon and Alex are both. Yeah, that's the one that I would want to see. I think both of them are very strong players. So, and Melon is a big fan of Gold Stake. So if
Alex is
they get the opportunity,
also
I believe they will.
gonna be right
Gold
back. I think everyone's taking a very tiny, like 10-minute break. Totally valid. I think I may take a little break and go get some water. So I'll hit you guys with the be right back sign, and we'll be right back. Ah.
Right.
Well, there you go.
See you soon.
Phantom co-casting is also on the screen.
Let's go. All right, chat. Phantom Q&A. Ask me anything. Oh, how can you follow stream? Great question. It's twitch.tv/phantom_Balatro. Drop a follow. Great question to all the people asking in chat. It was indeed seeded by MMR. So that's why Ensu was the 1 seed. Phantom, what time is it? For me, it's 11:14 a.m. I'm in Mountain Time, so now you know. Unless that's a reference, and then I'm sorry I didn't respond correctly. Is Phantom rank 1 yet? Tournament-wise, yes. Ranking-wise, I think I'm just top 10 right now. People are just playing too many games, man. I got like half the games, the other people in the top 10. Except for I think Kozak and Sizak. I think Ian, maybe. those people I respect for being top 10 as well with a similar amount of games. What MMR do you need to qualify for this tourney? This tourney is an open tourney. The only requirement is that you needed to be a creator, like you're willing to stream the games, and that if you were to make it into Minor League Balatro, then you will be one to stream the games. Corndog, thanks for the raid. Sad day you weren't able to make it to that top 8, but good run, and good luck with your future streams. Right now we're just waiting for another game to start, and Zeno is off. You got cooked. I'm sorry, Corndog. To be fair, didn't you have to play Orange Aces, who was like your training partner, who beat you a lot? So that's kind of unfortunate that you got matched up with them. Abile Master, that's also a good player. They're pretty high on the rankings, if I believe so. Yeah, Perry got cooked. Hey, 3-2 against Aces? Okay. Well, Aces made a top 8, not you, so who's really better, you know? Yeah, no, Circats is a good player, so not a bad loss for you either, Perry. Well, since we're waiting, I'm gonna go grab something to eat real quick, refill my water, so now we'll both be right back.
Hello, chat. All right, let's see. If Melon and Alex have started. I believe they have. Grab the Discord. We get all right. Let's get this party started. Chat. All right, so we got player 1 is going to be Melon, and then player 2 is Alex in quotes. Both players pretty darn talented. Oops. Melon has given me fits multiple times while playing against them in multiplayer. To the point where one time I thought they were cheating. Oh wait, we gotta do Alex in quotes. My apologies. My apologies. There we go. Literally in quotes. They are going to be playing White Stake, a magic deck. Also, let me fix Melon's screen here really quick for you all. There we go. There we go. All right. Let me make sure Phantom. Okay, you can hear me. When Phantom is back, he'll join me. But we get to see a game starting right from the get-go. Again, winner is in Minor League Balatro. Loser will have to win we'll get another chance, but we'll have to win that game. Thank you, Unseen, for the raid. You played fantastic. It was an honor to be able to commentate your game. Circats is a very, very worthy opponent. So, not much divergence, at least right away. I do think you could try and take some early lives with that blackboard, but it is white stake and it's magic deck. I think both those things lead me to try and play the long game and know that you're gonna need a very good setup in the end. Now, the divergence is gonna start here a little bit. Similar to Melon, I often just take walkie-talkie. I think walkie-talkie is very good for two reasons. It helps you score right away in the early antes to one-shot things, and because the scoring happens on the card, steel cards, glass cards, and stuff like idle can actually work with walkie-talkie early. Alex is just going to get the flat ×3 by being able to play 2 of something, but that's really not going to help Alex actually one-shot anything, right? Because to get card sharp online, the essence is you have to play 2 hands. So all in all, I think I side weirdly with Melon on the walkie-talkie, despite card sharp seeming like the better card. Now, depending on what jokers show up here in this second ante, card sharp can be extraordinarily value. If you get a chips joker and something like raise fist, and all of a sudden you can play 4 high cards, Alex is going to be off and running. But yeah, there is walkie-talkie is actually probably my favorite joker to see. You know, if we're talking about mult or chips jokers, probably my favorite one to see in that first shop. Just because, again, it helps with my scoring, and it does have a little bit of longevity in the mid game. Thank you, Focus Shock, for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. So, both taking the business card, no surprise there. They are both going to be attempting to play as many face cards as possible. Thank you for the raid. Hello, Brainless. Alex also, though, has to be, again, a little bit more careful than Melon about scoring here, because they have to have 2 of whatever hand they want to play. Although I do believe if they just played like a bunch of pairs, it might have been enough. I don't know. But Alex did find the second flush. They'll be fine. But it does seem like Melon is in a little bit better financial position than Alex. And now comes the other side of this. What I just said, if a decent chips joker and some plus mult comes along, which Banana and Bull are, card sharp all of a sudden can help Alex steal some lives early. Thank you for organizing this, very, very fun. Glad I participated. Well, I'm glad you participate as well, Focus. I hope to see you again in other Zano TV events and more Balatro leagues in the future. Again, thank you for the raid. Melon drawing here a lot of jacks. Look, 5 of a kind jacks. Normally when I have a walkie-talkie, I am going to be playing jacks because eventually I'm going to take my 10s and strengthen them. The 10s I may be upgrading right away for the walkie-talkie. Is Phantom?
Hello, Zeno.
Yeah, hello.
I've returned.
Interesting.
Is this,
I don't know if Alex
is this game 1?
This is game 1. They just started.
Okay.
I don't know if Alex has a lucky card to see Lucky Cat. No, they do not, which that's a big knock. Thank you for your smells for fall, in my opinion, for Alex. That Lucky Cat is, I think, one of the preferred scaling X-Mult jokers by the multiplayer community, just because, again, we're always going for re-triggering. That works with the Lucky build. We also want Lucky cards because it's an econ. It's something that you can hold on for a while and has a lot of utility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree with you with Lucky Cat being one of the better X-Mult scaling jokers available in that PvP setting. I think in general it's not the best Joker overall. Like there are better ones. I think the biggest problem with it is that it works best in those retrigger builds, but there are things that work better with the retrigger builds.
Yeah, eventually you'll sell out of it. It's good. I think this is the perfect time to get it, is before everything pops off, and maybe it can help you a little bit in the middle.
Yes, it's like if you're gonna pick it up, this is the time to pick it up, is when you see it early, so then you can start scaling it. It can be relevant for the beginning, which is when Exmal is most relevant, and then once you find those really, really strong Jokers, then
yeah,
you've done your job, Lucky Cat.
I don't agree here with Alex selling his Bull for Golden. Although the Bull wasn't going to supply a lot of chips, it was going to be a ×2 on his chips for his pairs. And if his goal was to play 5 pairs with the card sharp, truly his score would be doubled right now, even with only the $22. And Golden Joker is just not that powerful.
And we do see that Melon did use both of the Fools that you start with on Magic deck to use the death. They deathed their Lucky Jack. They played all of them and none of them hit, so the Lucky Cat's still at X1. But even despite that, they are able to take this first PvP.
Yeah, no, and again, not going to call it a misplay. I think this is a perfect example where watching the game, to me, it was clear that I would want to... Oh my gosh.
Not a world you take 6 cents here, Melon, please. Thank you.
I just hope, because I believe without the order, the pack cues are a little differently. I'm hoping that Alex... Yeah, I hope that Alex opens it.
Yeah, unless there's things like, for example, like Lucky Cat could replace a different uncommon. Those are the only differences in the orderless environment.
Yeah.
So they'll see. You can see they see these exact same 4 Jokers.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to come off like a criticism for Alex for selling the Bull. I think it's one of those where I would have made the same play in the moment. Watching, it's really easy to be like, wait, if this is my plan going in.
You don't know what your opponent's running.
Yeah. A lot of times what you're thinking actually is you're just thinking like, oh, Golden maybe is going to give me the leg up on the econ. And that's really what you want early on, is leg up on econ, maybe even more over lives. Now Melon is it is a Chad, Sock, and Dusk waiting room.
Yes. They ordered to make more lucky cards. They did get 2 procs on that one, so their Lucky Cat finally doing something.
That's a lot of Arcana packs.
A hack that is retriggerable, but all the lucky cards are on face cards.
I think Melon's going to take it and then lucky some lower tier cards, at least in the short term, right? Just get some value out of it. Yeah.
Get some value out of the hack or the lucky cards. And it wouldn't be too bad of a play to, kind of be building towards both. So then, if a Sock shows up, then
Perry, thank you for the raid.
Sock's a little better than hack. We'll go with that. But then if an Ancient shows up or a Bloodstone, then that hack is more valuable than making random lucky face cards. I do see Melon deathing a random 4 of diamonds that didn't have lucky on it. I don't necessarily agree with that. I probably would have deathed the Lucky Jack.
Yeah, that's almost like I see what you're saying, especially on white stake. I think, again, this is one where I always like to put in perspective where if I was on purple stake maybe even, or above, maybe I do that and just say I'm going to commit probably to hack. But you are probably going to be able to roll enough. Yeah. Especially, like, it makes it even more clear that one was enhanced already. And
you get $20 hit.
Nice.
That's pretty relevant for Melon.
It's relevant in so many ways right now.
Buffs Lucky Cat and money is always good.
Maybe the argument here is also we have to remember this is vanilla, where glass is so important with the retriggers that. Well, okay, then in that case, still, like, who cares, because it's not glassed yet. The more I think about it, the more I'm just like,
I agree.
Yeah. I don't. I just.
Glass lucky or anything.
Yeah. And my thing is, you're gonna open up standard packs. You're probably gonna get a cool low tier card, and that will determine for me which number I'm gonna go for, if that makes sense.
Yep. Kind of just depends on, like, if you find a red seal, that's hackable or close enough.
Yeah,
you
like
take
imagine
that.
he
Or
gets
if
a
you find
red
Red
seal
Seal face
3
card,
now.
then maybe do it.
All these, like if anything, I would have maybe death the 2 because I can always strength it up. But if he gets a red seal 2-3 ace, they would be very upset at this point that they did. Well, now they even got out of the hack. Never mind. I'm not going to try and explain Melon's thought process.
We defed a bunch of random 4s and then we sold the hack.
He's mad about it, but I
Let's see what Alex is cooking. What are we cooking over here?
I would almost kind of just be like, Melon, that feels like if you're willing to sell it for a loyalty card, you weren't committed anyway, that you should have never made the 4s in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. Something interesting that is a divergence early is that Alex did get the extra hand voucher that Melon was not able to, so they have 5 hands.
Alex also got what I was explaining in the chat while you were still ways. They opened up the first shop. They opened up a Foom pack. It was Card Sharp or Walkie Talkie, and I actually liked Melon's play of going Walkie Talkie because, again, Econ early and Walkie Talkie actually works decently well with. He passed out the mail-in rebate with a blueprint.
You don't need 15 base mold, please.
I know you want.
Money's so good.
Oh no!
Yeah,
15 base mold.
I think that's the thing.
That much.
For a lot of newer players, like if you want to get good at Balatro Multiplayer, if you're like, hey, I'm stuck in stone rank, or even if you're not playing rank, you're playing with your friends, you're losing a lot, focus more on Econ early.
Mail-in rebate.
More Econ, you win games.
Here, not to spoil this for everybody, I am going to make a tier list for multiplayer jokers. Please don't steal my idea. On YouTube in this coming
I already did that with Vagabond. So.
Oh, okay. Mail-in rebates in the same tier as Blueprint, Brainstorm, and Idle. Chat. Like, it's the same tier as Joker. You checked this, right? I don't want to waste anyone's time. Oh, yeah, my bad, CJ. Second round was best of 1, right? CJ, the round of 16. So was best of 3. So what? Let me.
I think that's round 2 because we had less than.
So
32
round 2 is best
that,
of 3 now because we ended up not having the original round 1 we planned. So
that's
your
correct.
game against the assuming mage should have been a best of 3.
Here we are in the PvP. Alex is looking to play hand twice to be able to activate that card sharp. I wonder which hand he's going for. So far he's been playing pairs. And so multiple pairs will be really easy to activate that card sharp. So you can play all 5 hands with that strong hand. But perhaps it'd be better to play just 2 flushes, or maybe even, I don't believe you can get 2 flush houses, but you can get at least 1 with this moon. Melon still yet to play a hand. Perhaps want to grab water or something. Let's see what Alex continues to decide to do.
Phantom, would you mind reopening Assuming Mage in CJ's thread?
Yeah, I got you.
This way, Andy gets to wait even longer for his game.
And it was Assuming Mage and CJ Pep.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, this is tough for Alex. Because I do think Melon probably went to go do something really quick. And you're saying you're like, dude, it's your turn to play. You start getting antsy. You're like, do I just play my hand?
Oh, Melon's back. Melon's back.
Okay. I don't, and I just want to let all the competitors know, if you're ever in a space like this, first of all, when we play Minor Major League Balatro, we have our voice comms open for the PvP portion. So, but don't ever feel bad with something like this because it does matter to message an admin if like the other person's just not playing and you have the higher score and it's been like 4 minutes, because there's not really a way to get around it at that point.
Yep. Looks like Melon is back, and we'll be playing. Perhaps we're gonna go down for a 5 of a kind of these jacks, maybe even a flush 5. It doesn't look like they're
unable to
either.
draw any of them. is what he dealt with. Well, now we
maybe
look
if we
down.
copy
Look at
jacks
that.
instead of 4 diamonds.
That base mode all of a sudden looking real nice for Alex.
Yeah, and I think it was especially more relevant for Alex because they also picked up that card sharp early, so then
Yeah.
the baseball has an extra.
I would wait to play that pair because it's got lucky. Yeah, okay, he is waiting, or they are waiting.
Because you wanted to get that acrobat value.
Is that extra ×3 gonna be enough? There's just not a lot of chips. Like that's why.
You need some lucky hits.
No, they have it. They have it regardless of the lucky hits.
Oh, they have it,
barely, but they have it. And now the banana's gone. It said, you know what? Now you don't even get to enjoy me or the mail-in rebate, unless the Cavendish is right here.
Oh, mail in next shop. Trust. You ready?
Yeah, that's why I always tell myself when I have to sell it for some reason.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
Yeah.
Michelle will not come back, except for as Cavendish, which would be great. See a driver's license for Melon. He passes by it.
It's a trap. Here, Phantom. What are
There's
your
Baron.
thoughts about my thoughts about never taking Baron?
I think if it's early enough, you take it along for the ride in case Mime shows up,
Okay.
and then if it doesn't, you sell it.
I think
It's like
with
hedging
this-
your bets, but in general, you shouldn't go for it unless you also get Mime.
I think Alex has to take the reserved here. Yeah.
To help cover the wages for scouts in finding these
Especially
up-and-coming minor league
Because
prospects.
Alex was not able to get that mail-in rebate. They need some Form V generation,
Thank
and that
you,
blueprint for Form V
Gordo.
generation, like the reserve parking, is exactly what they were looking for.
Yeah. As long as they play one pair, yep, the next pair wins, so they can just get away with a high card. Wait, Alex, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Play the high card. You need money, brother.
Please. if anything, it's kind of annoying how many points. Okay, yeah, 36. That's beautiful. That's a nice low number. That's what you want to see.
Yeah, even with the X3 from Card Sharp, you still
Yeah, it's
Are
not
chilling.
many points.
36 times 3. It's still not
No,
enough.
no. Just play another high card. You got this. Min-max. Yeah, there we go. keeps faking me out. Oh my gosh. Calculating, it's gonna be like 50,000. Oh well, I mean, okay, if no lucky hits, it's 5, but still.
Yeah, and you're not copying any of your X mold, so I guess that's why you calculate it.
True. It's just with the acrobat and the you scored 27, so
And
you know the
baseball.
final one's
Card
gonna
sharp.
score at least times 9 of that.
Alex is considering this driver's license. I don't think it's very close. I think they're at 7 out of 16. Melon looking
It's
at
also
Seance.
a rare, so I wouldn't take it. You don't want to take it over card sharp or acrobat, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only thing you'd take it over is that baseball card if you think you can get it online pretty fast. Because right now, baseball card's only a 2.25x. And
Yes.
if the X is just better. One at 7 out of 16, I agree with the play that Alex made there.
Went over this. Well, now has another uncommon and smeared.
Something interesting on Melon's side is that he did see that Seance, but chose to use Scary Face instead.
I get that because if I have games where I wasn't thinking about Seance and it's just gonna be so difficult because you already made so many jacks. You got no like 10s or 9s left, for example, right? Like how it's very hard to get the Seance online.
Oh yeah, that is true. Melon sold Loyalty Card for that Scary Face. That's a very interesting play. I believe Loyalty Card is a much better card to keep around.
I know
If you can line
Mel's
it up
probably
and
thinking. Yeah, that's where you just have to sit down and be like, yes, I know Acrobat plus Loyalty is not fun, but you can do the math and do it. You can figure it out.
Yes, out to 4. I believe in you.
Yeah. I mean, yes, Scary Face is what, a ×2, but
Depends on the hand.
yeah, a base 5 of a kind would be a ×2.
Yeah.
It's not quite as high as ×4. That's your daily math lesson.
That's oh, photograph. Now can we go to Scary Face? Thank you, Melon. Alex also, something else I want to note is that Alex also passed by the Baron. Both players decided the Baron was not the move for this build, and seems like both of them are agreeing with you, Zeno.
Well, I'm glad. I don't want to see a Baron, you know? Look, we're not going to get into it during this. There's some talk about Idol. I find, yes, it's the meta. I find it very entertaining. I find it very fun to watch. Especially, again, on anything but white stake. I think it starts to become very intriguing to see how to get Idol online and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot harder on those higher stakes to get that deck manipulation online. Something else to note is that Melon did that mail-in rebate for this family. They're going full scoring, which is a very interesting play with both players on 3 lives left. Personally, I would have kept mail-in rebate over something like the Acrobat.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, if they're on 1 life, yeah, sure. Take that.
No!
Take the family over the...
Alex did one roll away from photo. Oh, man. Also, again, I am a little confused that they didn't decide to go erosion over smeared. Like, I know it's only 8 baseball in this moment, but it just...
I think it just depends on what hand they're trying to play. If they're able to play some strong
flush.
baseball hands, like this
Yeah,
flush is...
my bad, I didn't realize flush was level 4.
And it's not too hard to play 2 flushes, which is all you need to do for that card sharp value. See what Melon's looking to play. It's going to be a 5 of a kind, copying that family, the Acrobat, and the photograph value. So that should be a very strong hand for Melon. They do have the right to make Alex play first.
Yeah.
The Smear Joker also helps you to be able to play those flushes, so that perhaps is another reason why Alex decided to keep that Smear Joker.
That's what I was saying, yeah.
Yes.
I will say 2 million, slightly above.
2 million, that's a little bit more than 40k.
Yeah. Even with the times 3 we'll get with the final hand, we're a magnitude off.
Yeah, and it's the family with the blueprint is a time 16. So
yeah,
the fact that Alex missed out on that family, very relevant.
Maybe even more so than the photograph. At least, well, definitely for this PvP. But.
At least for this PvP. If a retrigger like a Chad shows up, then of course the photograph will be more relevant.
The Giga Chad. The ultimate Chad.
Yeah. Something else to note is that none of those lucky cards hit money for Melon, so they will not be able to have too much money for rerolling the next ante, which is quite relevant. Alex is losing a life, going down 2 lives to 3.
Update, the reason Melon left for a couple minutes was to feed their cats. So now that Circats was able to get lunch, I'm sure they're going to be able to play their game.
We've seen Immolate and Encrypted here for both players.
Both go with the Immolate. Both lose all the jacks.
Nice, both players.
Oh.
Won't even care. Team Chad is here. Melon with the photograph, Alex not with the photograph. That's huge. Because with photograph and the Chad, the photograph is an X. What is it, X8 now?
I think Alex committed too hard to the uncommons. If Alex would have kept the reserved parking over the smeared, would have had so much money, definitely rolls into everything. Now, photo is common. There is a chance that it will appear for Alex. It's not like missing a blueprint or a brainstorm where, you know,
it might just never show up again.
Yeah.
Alex has 2 antes to be able to find something like a photograph or something to retrigger with that Chad. But to be fair, especially since Justice is here, getting 1 glass in that first one does the exact same as a photograph.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So it's not all is lost for Alex. He just needs a little bit of help. I think right now Melon's definitely in the better spot, though.
Yeah. Alex making an extra purple seal. I mean, I think fair enough. Makes sense. He's going to build towards those kings anyway. can stone a 7
Getting
card.
more face cards. Just copying purple seals in general is just a very strong play.
Yes.
The more you copy purple seals, the more deaths you can get to copy more purple seals, and it just kind of snowballs from there until you just are getting so many Taros per round that
You don't know what to do with them.
you're such a strong, it's such a strong play, especially since we're on Magic deck where you start out with a Crystal Ball voucher. You have 3 slots, so you can get 3 Taros from every discard if you have the perfect deck.
Corn Dog, thank you for following Alex in quotes. Oh, that's so annoying. Alex used the stone, like he was saving the stone card because he had the death, and then finally just used it at the end, and then
Immediately punished by the fool. Like that's always how it is. You're like, I'm
It
gonna
was
save it on
kinda-
save at the instant you give up.
I was gonna make a comment. I was like,
Punished.
why doesn't he just stone the 7? And he didn't. And I was like, oh, that's really smart in case the fool comes up, and then he did it.
That's a red seal face card for Melon
Well,
with the death in hand. The Cavendish showed up for Alex.
Cavendish
That's
is
fun.
better than baseball
Fucking
card. I hope they realize this.
At this point, yes.
And you're not getting rid of chat for an uncommon. Okay, well,
All right, bye, Chad. I think that might be nail and coffin for Alex, at least in this
yeah,
game. Because even if photo shows up, that's over.
yeah, or even just like, we know that, but from his perspective or their perspective,
Yeah, I mean, of course,
we
you can never know what your opponent has. So
in the future,
we're speaking with full knowledge. Alex
you,
is not.
Chat for the suggestion of getting pronouns from everyone, so we can put them in chat. For now, I'll just use they for most, unless I know
Yes.
personally.
Yeah, well, I think we'll just use they for now, and then once we get the actual participants for minor league, then we can grab all the pronouns for everyone.
But Alex's perspective there. If I'm in Alex's shoes, I don't know photo if Melon has it, blah blah blah. But I'm thinking A could show up, and then B glass. Like the Chad glass copied is way more than any of these jokers.
Yes, a single glass card with Chad is an X8,
And
which is
okay.
better than Catfish.
Now that
There's
could
the red
be
seal
a
face card for Alex.
difference. Did
That's
Melon
much more relevant
see,
for Melon.
did Melon see the red seal?
Yeah, Melon picked up the red seal
Oh,
and has
okay,
a death in hand.
okay.
With
I missed it.
Yeah.
Well, personally here,
So it is a really good card, but it's more relevant for Melon than it is for Alex because
Oh
Melon
yeah,
has that
absolutely.
photograph.
I just thought for some reason Melon didn't open up the pack.
And I believe searching for that red seal face card. Corndog joining literally everyone, following all the streamers.
Thank you, Corndog, for following Melon.
And, you know, if you want to have some more streamers to watch that play Balatro, this is a good place to find them.
It's very
There's
true.
a lot of upcoming streamers that join this bracket.
Yeah, we have a ton of participants today that I think you should be giving a follow to.
Melon's still looking for that red seal face card, not able to find it yet.
There it is. And now there were 3.
Yep, Death and the Fool. Won't be able to get a flush 5 or flush house, but the red seal face card is just strong enough. The difficulty will be that Melon perhaps not able to get the value from the family if they're not able to find another jack or perhaps another queen.
True.
But the extra value from the photograph might just be worth it.
The yeah, I mean
Okay.
the high card there scored more than I think Alex is gonna score. I think Melon
700k from that pair for Alex. So they at least beat that high card.
They do. But Melon is going to realize here that they don't even have to copy photo. They can play the magic card in the front. I think this scores enough. Oh, no, it does not. Okay. Well. Well, Melon, you know that one. So you could just play that. I don't know if you need the calculator.
You can never be too safe. You gotta be.
Yeah, I guess so.
2.8 million from the side of Melon. Very strong score. Alex is gonna need something good to be able to take down Melon. Strength to get the kings, because they do have a good amount of kings as well.
Oh, I was thinking that maybe Melon just does a
that
couple jacks, but I think that's
strength of jacks to the queens. Yeah, either one. Strength of jacks or strength of kings. Strength of queens, I mean.
Again, well, not again. I don't know if we've talked about this in multiplayer. You know, in all Balatro, it's constantly talked about building towards kings because of Baron and Tribulette and then Sock, etc. Face cards are the most powerful, and kings are the most powerful. Yes. But if you're like me and you basically never take Baron, queens are really the best one, or arguably jacks, because you want to strength all your 10s into more face cards. I actually end up not playing kings very often. It's almost always queens or jacks now for me.
Yeah, I usually end up doing queens, and then if a Baron shows up and you end up needing to go Baron, then you can grab a couple strengths.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's jacks. It just kind of depends on what the red seal is.
You can put exclamation mark bracket if you want to know the bracket.
Alex did end up picking the erosion, which is good base mold and does provide X mold from that baseball card.
Yes.
So now the baseball card is worth slightly more than the Cavendish, so that is why they did sell the Cavendish. But I'm just not sure it's going to be enough to beat that photograph with all the red seal and the Chad, all the extra retriggers that Melon has going on.
I'm so mad about the Chad.
Your Lucky Cat is finally up to X4. Looks like Melon will be doing what you suggested, which is strengthen up those jacks. Which I think is definitely a good play on their part.
Yeah, Melon's just trying to get the jacks off.
Trying to get the 4 of a kind, the family online. There's a fool. It's not on death, but that's the main thing you would hope for, is you can find a fool for this death, and then you can have a full. You could have 5 of these red seal queens in your deck, and then you can play a flush 5 of them, which would be the best possible hand for Melon, I believe.
Alex, you have a
13 million on that hand without even copying the photograph.
To redeem. Could grab the Chad here. Could grab the Chad here. You could realize that this score is still not going to beat whatever Melon put up, so you probably have to pivot.
Are they going to do it?
They are.
They're thinking about it. There it is. Alex picked up the Chad, hoping for a photograph or something. They're on 1 life, so they need a Hail Mary. They need something to be able to beat whatever Melon is putting up.
Oh, a seltzer. Well, I don't know.
Seltzer for what photograph?
No, sorry. My again, glass. Again.
Oh, glass. Did they have any glass?
No, but I think if you're willing to take the Chad, you realize you're not going to score enough. This isn't the play. I sell baseball, grab that seltzer, and you're fishing all the purple seals.
Justice will hopefully,
And it's, you only need 1.
Yeah, only need 1, because getting that first one on that Chad, super relevant. A second one with that seltzer, also really relevant.
Yeah.
So we're just hoping here for Alex.
I guess the argument is seltzer's only at ×2 if you only get 1 glass, but there is a there's a fool to probably get multiple glasses. I don't know.
You have a fool, so you can probably get 2, so probably an X4.
Yeah.
If you find 1 justice, you can make 2. Like, you're not going to use a fool of anything besides justice at this point.
We had Melon roll all the way down.
Let's see what Alex gets.
Oh my god!
Photograph.
The seltzer. The seltzer.
If only they took the
Alex.
seltzer.
Oh my gosh! I don't know if this is gonna be.
I don't know if this is enough. Like, they need a Justice in this Arcana pack or something.
Yeah, like.
I don't think there is. I think Melon opened it. There's not a Justice.
Unless the full blocking or something of that matter.
Yeah, or this tower sitting in the shop.
They do, and
The
we do have
tower's
to
gonna
remember
block into a Justice.
they both have 4 purple seals, so there's 4 opportunities in round. But
yeah, they are both carrying the full end though.
yeah, you're right.
Depending on how many taros they've generated this ante.
Well, another purple seal. I guess is another opportunity.
One more chance for glass right there for Alex.
I'm really surprised that on one life, Alex is not rolling all the way down there.
Yeah, I think when you're on one life, you reroll down just to see if you can find anything to save you. Melon with Magician kind of popping off there. Yeah, apparently the timer was really low for Alex, so that's the reason he wasn't able to reroll down all the way to 0, which makes sense. That's just a slight misplay on the time management front, I guess. Now I'm looking to get this 5 of kind of queens. Leaving a Magician for those red seal queens, which is pretty relevant, especially with a Lucky Cat on the field. Alex, using the purple seals, still not able to find that Justice. Only 1 discard left and 2 purple seals in hand.
I would discard for both of them.
Yeah, you just gotta fish for something. Even with this photo Chad, you probably still don't beat what Melon put up last time.
Yeah. Oof.
Only discarding 1, getting a Magician. Looks like there will be no Justice for Alex in this game.
Or in real life, I mean. Who knows?
Who can
Oh,
say?
Melon's trying to point out to us how unlucky they got with the queens.
They do have, what, 5 queens left?
Yeah.
The bottom like 10 or something?
Yeah.
That's insane. Did they not get the 4 of a kind?
Nope. So it's
Not even the 4 of a kind? That is brutal.
slight better chance for.
I think they still beat this because of that
Yeah.
5 times Lucky Cat. Especially if a Lucky Proc hits one of these first ones.
3 million. It's gonna be close. Well, there's times 9 for Alex.
Because they're holographic.
Because of Card Sharp
3
and
million.
Acrobat.
Alex with the red seal. Only able to get a pair.
You know, I was
27,
questioning
does
Alex
that
a
beat
lot, but here we are.
I think that beats it. Alex, not dead yet. Staying alive.
If Melon got the times 4, 3 times 4 is still not enough. Although I don't know what the base of the chips were for the 5 versus the it actually maybe probably was enough. Because it's actually probably times 3 and times 4.
Mm-hmm.
Alex should find a
Because
death with this first
5 of a kind would have a lot more chips than the full house they were able to play.
Yeah. Wait, is the Arcana shop queue different than the Arcana queue for purple seals? I thought it was all the same.
By default, purple seals take from the 8-ball queue, which is a fun fact for you.
Okay, so they are separate queues.
Yes, but they're combined with 8-ball for some reason.
I mean, I
But not
guess
the other
it kind of makes sense. I feel like Cardomancer
Like
should probably
Cardomancer,
be...
different.
Yeah,
8-ball,
should...
that's it.
Fair. Yeah, which means Alex has to
I won't
hang on-
explain why, but that's just how it works.
Hey, it was locally thunked.
Yep.
I'm gonna do some quick shout outs to people who have followed and subscribed. Here we go to Stream Manager. Thank you, Perry, for gifting Kitty. Thank you, Ecleptomania, for the 5 months. Thank you, Gordo. Your comment was hilarious. 5 Castle, thank you for the follow. Also, now is the perfect time. We're going to give a big shout out to Phantom, who's co-commentating with me and will be running Minor League Balatro.
Yep. So
And
if you want to see more Minor League Balatro content once the season starts, I believe in 1 month is when the first games in Minor League Balatro will happen.
Yes, exactly. It's almost like
just drop me a
exactly a
follow.
month. Or it is.
I think it's exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 28th, I'm pretty. So there you go. Drop a follow if you want to see more of that. Until then, I'll probably just be playing multiplayer. So if you like multiplayer content, I'm your guy.
So while I did that, of course, tons of things happen. We see an Ancient, which Alex is actually in a better position because they have Wilds. Although All Glass is going to be Ancient Joker.
Yes.
Well, without full
have we even seen
re-triggers.
Justice this whole seed?
Sorry.
I feel like there's been
missed
like
it.
no Justice.
No, there hasn't been like any. Actually, technically, a Blueprint in an Ancient is better than Justice. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it would
If there's no re-triggers.
be. Unless you find like a Dusk, then.
Yeah. But I don't know if any of the red seals are wild, and the red seals are really all that matter right now.
I know at least for Melon, the red seals are lucky for them.
Yes. The thing is, Alex doesn't know the Ancient is on its way, so...
Yeah. But they do have Death Fool, so if they're able to find a Lovers, maybe for one of these purple seals or in the shop, then they can make the red seal wilds.
Yeah. A huge
in a really
question
good
is going
position.
to be, with 1 life, is Alex take the invis? I have a feeling they're going to pass up on it, and that's, despite it not being GG now, is probably GG long term. But I don't know. We'll see when we get there. We'll use that death. Well, actually, I mean, it would be very good if he didn't use the death now, but...
Yes. Like, it would be ideal to not use the Death Herald. but-
Oh, Ancient hit spades for Melon. It doesn't even matter. That's kind of absurdly lucky.
And that's why they skipped. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Because their queens are all in spades, and they have a Death
Yeah.
in hand, so... Unless it perhaps hits hearts for Alec.
I don't...
But
I
I
think
believe it doesn't desync unless... No, it would because Melon skipped. So it's on spades for Alex right now, and it'll change to something that's not spades.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
But if Melon didn't skip, then it would be the exact same.
Well, here's the
'Cause
flush.
if you don't know, the Ancient Joker does increment even when it's not in your Joker slots. So it does keep sync with your opponent if you're on the same seed.
Okay.
Which, of course, we always play on the same seed.
Yes, Phantom won the playoff tournament.
Yes, I did. Winner
Oh,
of
okay,
the Season
Tuka.
2 playoff.
So we said the purposes were added at the same time when 8-Ball got reworked to spawn planets, so probably Thunk copied 8-Ball code and didn't change the RNG seed. That's my guess.
Very well could be.
That's
Again,
super
That
interesting.
past local fun. Exactly why it happened.
The Balatro historian.
Okay, it's probably going to be a couple rerolls here, and then he'll find the Ancient Joker for Alex.
Well, you just take the family over card sharp because you're playing one big hand. That's a clear.
Yeah, as long as you
Oh,
can
wait,
easily
was
get
that
that forward
Ancient?
I believe they have enough.
I think that was Ancient. Oh no, no,
Was
no,
Melon
no,
holding the
no.
family there?
They were, but never mind. We're-
It was not.
Yeah, this is probably GG because it landed on diamonds. I mean, you can hope with the purple seals. Maybe you
Hit a
hit.
star card.
Yeah.
That's your only hope, really. But Melon I think
Unfortunately.
Melon might have a full flush 5 of Queens of
That are red
Spades
sealed
with the red
too,
seals. So if we're able to find that, yeah.
yeah.
If they can find that hand, which, you know, I mean, last time they did bottom deck 5 queens, so if those 5 happen to be the red seals.
Start off with 2 is probably a pretty good thing. You don't want to start off with too many
Yeah.
because then you can only discard 4 at a time. But
I mean, if you start with 5, then you're happy, you know.
yeah, that's the sweet spot.
No, it's the Invis Joker that turned into family. So that's slightly better for Alex for this PvP, but in the next PvP, Melon will have an extra Joker from that Invis.
Whoop. I think Melon played that really well. Ah, there's the lovers.
And there's the full 5. They're just gonna play it right now, showing Alex what they have to beat. How big will it go?
Should be copying the photo.
Melon scoring 2 billion.
With a B.
Correct.
It's actually better, I think, Alex to play the 4 of a kind, because it's higher, I think it has higher baseball. And it doesn't really matter to play that 5th Naked King.
Yeah, but either way, you want to get down to that last hand. I'm not sure why we're playing the steal.
Oof,
Maybe it just doesn't
yeah.
matter. I think it might just be over anyway.
Probably was, but I agree. Just tack on another 5 million to the 2 billion just in case.
Just for the lucky cards in case they live.
And we've seen it matter.
Yep. Alex sending off their final hand. Will it be 2 billion? 29 million. Yep. Alex
The
looking at that
Invis
ancient
got turned
Joker,
into the
knowing that
family
was their
for Alex.
downfall.
I see, I see.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is what happened.
I think this was a good example of the difference just straight up being Econ, Melon rebate. Melon just
Especially with
having
Blooper. Like, that's with so much money. And that was
Alright.
game 1, correct?
That was game 1, so we will be on to game 2.
I just refreshed my screen because I think I was a little delayed.
Sorry if you're experiencing any delay on my end. Here, wait, Phantom. I'll just I'll share my screen on
You
Discord.
sure you'll be answering them? Yeah, that'll probably be best.
There you go.
There we go. Hopefully that should be no more delay. At least for me.
No, just a clarifying thing for the YouTube side of things. This is to get into Minor League Balatro. So there's now 2 Balatro leagues. There's Major League Balatro, and there's Minor League Balatro. Minor League Balatro is comprised of 6 multiplayer creators who are a bit smaller in size. Phantom, Vagabond, Nightmare, Sizak, Pizza Power, and Owen. And then there was going to be 6 open spots, and these competitors are competing in the 6 open spots to make it into Minor League Balatro. Although Pizza Power keeps claiming he thinks Minor League is better than Major League Balatro, so we're going to have an all-star game.
We'll have a grudge match.
Yeah. But Minor League Balatro is going to be starting slightly before Major League Balatro. They'll have a very tiny overlap, but it'll be kind of your appetizer to Season 2 of Major League Balatro.
Yep. 1 month from today will be the first week of Minor League Balatro.
And again, I mean, to Pizza's point, you are going to see the same, if not even more skilled play in Minor League Balatro. It's going to be extremely entertaining. And my favorite part, again, is that it's creator-centric. You'll be able to watch all the games. I think this is going to be the best format to watch multiplayer.
Yes, I agree. I've loved watching. When you did the Major League, it was always fun to watch back both players' perspectives, see what the differences were. It's very entertaining stuff. So
See the
shout
crash
out to
outs in
Zeno
real
for-
time.
for doing Major League, and then also offering the opportunity for us smaller creators to also have our own. It's pretty awesome stuff. We do see that we're going to Black Stake Zodiac deck here for Game 2. Do we know who picked what?
I was about to provide that insight. We got... So, Alex hit him with the Black Stake Melons, Skull Face, Cry Face, I'll pick Zodiac deck. So...
if you know Melon, you know he's a big fan of that gold stake.
Well, interesting, because Melon, I believe, chose White Stake first game.
Maybe they've changed.
Yeah. No, yeah, because every time I've played Melon, it's been on Gold Stake. We've always had good Gold Stake seeds, so it hasn't been like a true Gold Stake experience where you're crying.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I did notice that, and then I thought I was maybe misremembering.
Yeah. No, Melon made it to the top of the leaderboard. Maybe not the very top, but made it to top 10. Made it to the playoffs last season. Mostly playing Black Deck Gold Stake, just like offering it as a meme, and people would accept. I did hear that since then that Melon and Black Gold have had a breakup of sorts.
That's good. It's probably
apparently
better for everybody.
Yeah. To be fair, I never would let him go there.
No.
Melon never said, "Hey, Black Gold." I'm like, nah, do the bans.
Yeah. That was
You got a
annoying.
Hermit and then a Fool for that movement on Alex's side, which is quite a good bit of money.
Yes.
Let's see if Melon will get the exact same thing. Looks like they will.
They will, yep.
Which is good, because if one player gets that extra $20 and the other does not, then that can be quite irrelevant.
Alex didn't
Another
re-roll,
Hermit
though, and missed a ton of tarot cards. They will see them right here next in the shop. It's not going to be the end of the world.
They'll be right there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We'll just get it one reroll later. Which isn't the end of the world.
Yeah, in the end, it didn't matter whatsoever.
It's equivalent. We do see Melon with that extra money is able to pick up the Rocket Bean and Certificate. How do you feel about Certificate in multiplayer?
Well, Vagabond won his playoff game because of it against me, so I've been taking it more. The thing is, I do hate, especially Black Stake and above. It's not like necessarily ultra easy to deck thin. So if you get useless ones out of it, it can hurt. I normally, if I get a purple seal out of it, there's a lot of times, sometimes I'm just selling it. It depends how I feel about my economy. Like in this game, both these players have a lot of money. I feel more comfortable to keep going until I get a red seal. But if I was playing a purple stake ranked play match the other day, and I only had like $5, and it gave me a purple seal, and then it gave me another purple seal, and I was like, all right, I'm selling it. I'm like, I'm not gonna wait for it to give me a red seal, because I'm not gonna be able to deck thin.
Yeah.
Enough.
No, and I think, like you said, it's a pretty relevant cutoff. Once you hit blue stake or above, which is right past the black stake,
Yes.
then you have -1 discard.
Minus
And
one
having
discard.
a bigger deck is that much worse because of that. I think especially since we're on Zodiac deck, you can feel a lot more comfortable keeping it around, because you have that Terror Merchant voucher inherently within the build. That it could be a lot easier for you to find those Hanged Mans or Deaths to be able to, when you do get a really good card, you can find it and copy it a lot easier.
Yeah. No Polychrome Supernova for Alex. Chose not to roll down too much in that shop, which, you know, fair. I will say I probably roll down to the interest cap, though. They don't have the interest voucher, do they?
I don't believe so.
I don't. This is something here. Sneak peek for all 250 people watching right now. We are working on. I'm getting a new stream overlay built by Gabe, who is also doing our wonderful trailer for Balatro, Major League Balatro. And there may or may not be some automatic features that include the vouchers automatically popping up on the screen, so you can see what vouchers each player has at all times. Anyway, apparently Alex has like insane foresight and got the freaking interest voucher just now. So maybe it was good they did it roll down. Yeah, super calculated.
Hashtag read the seed.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't have to take glass cards when they appear in standard packs in Vanilla Balatro. Although I think most people still will, but it's not as important, especially once again on Zodiac deck.
Yes, because you have more access to those tarots, and Justice can just show up at any time. You can make anything glass.
It was a
and
jack.
Speaking of, there's Justice.
Yeah, there you go. Probably.
And likewise, we see on Melon's screen, there's a hallucination, and on Zodiac deck, it's less important. Like normally, it's a really good Joker, but you see Melon rolling past it because on Zodiac, money equals tarots, so you don't necessarily need a Joker for Econ and a Joker for tarot generation. You can just have money and then you get your tarot in the shop.
The gameplay on Zodiac deck and Ghost deck specifically, these are my two of my bans out of my 5 now, because I don't I don't like making it easy to get tarots or spectral cards. I appreciate and I feel like you're definitely good at it, Phantom, of the game of trying to earn those with the Jokers available to you. It's just kind of like, I mean, to that point, Certificate in this standpoint, like you said, yes, you can deck thin a little bit easier Zodiac, but outside, I mean, they're looking for the red seal, let's be honest, that's what they're looking for. But outside of that, like, do you care about purple seals that much? Like, yeah, it definitely is nice to have them. I want lots of purple seals, but yeah.
I'm not mad if I see one.
I'm not mad, but it's like, is it worth getting your deck to now at 57 cards?
That's
and you still haven't seen them.
Yeah, no, and with your point, if you haven't heard me say this, you'll hear it now. I call Zodiac deck and Ghost deck fixing for babies.
Ooh.
Go in your tarots.
Ooh, yeah, I really hate, like, I hate Ghost deck even more. I don't like the randomness of like, oh boy.
Am I gonna pop this Wraith that's in the shop?
Yeah. Oh boy, I mean $150 and now I literally have to, because you have to play similar to your opponent. You can't let them get a blueprint.
Yeah, we do see a blueprint on the side of Melon. We'll see if Alex will decide to reroll down to get that. Perhaps they won't, because now the seed money voucher is there and Melon rerolled down to $10 left. So.
Yeah.
And we do see Melon is copying that certificate. So they're going to get 2. They're really wanting to find that red seal. They're making their deck even thicker.
I get it. And especially on Alex's side, where you're holding a glass right now. That's all you care about is certificate, just 1 red seal, and then I'm putting it on there.
Yep, put it on there.
Well,
they did use that Justice there. I need to pair will get them out. They do not need to play this class at this time.
I think I probably gold the blue seal. Okay, or not.
Yeah, blue gold is always a nice combo because it's 2 reasons to keep that in hand. But Alex deciding to put the gold seal on something else, maybe saving the blue seal for a steal.
I think honestly, I know this is gonna sound like a lot. Probably, this is my thought process. Way overthinking it and being like a 5 is more likely to have retrigger, and I want a golden ticket, so I'm putting it on the 5 instead of just being like, that's a lot of things that need to happen. Let me put on the blue seal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I
think I probably put on the blue seal there, but I agree that if you had to choose, put it on the 5.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. So now we're seeing some real divergence here. Melon's going to be getting 2 things out of certificate, while Alex sold certificate and gained 0.
Mm-hmm.
So what popped up?
Perhaps now that he has that gold card. We did get a red seal, but it is an 8.
An
8 is definitely possible to be strengthened up into a face card. The only problem will be that there's still 59 cards, 57 on the side of Melon, which is which might make it difficult for Melon to be able to find that red seal, even if they are able to get a strength card. Let's see, both players are copying that pair of pants right there.
The difference...
Alex is going to use his glass card, or looks like he's considering it.
Alex has to if he wants to win this one. I would probably calculate that score and see how far am I really getting with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be
there. And it broke.
Yeah. the polychrome on the supernova is a huge difference.
Making quite a bit of difference, especially with this pants being copied, so then it's twice as much of that mold being multiplied.
I guess arguably the glass breaking's not a big deal. We're on Zodiac deck.
We're on Zodiac.
Your deck's
You can get
too
more
fat
justice.
right now anyway.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world, but you are kind of sad to see it because more glass is always good in your deck. I think perhaps you don't play the glass this time as well, simply because most of your mold is coming from your jokers, and
Yes.
the glass triggers actually before the jokers.
That was exactly what I was thinking. I was like, it's only plus 10 molt right now. He had a couple molt cards. It ended up being, I think, like plus 18 when it was all said and done. So it was not nothing, but it definitely wasn't going to make a huge difference.
Overstock plus on the side there for Alex. I believe Melon will see the same one. Yeah. That'll make it even more easy to find those tarots as well as jokers.
Thank you for the raid bean.
We do see a Wraith here for Melon. We'll see if he takes it. $20 left. It's no real econ joker. Alex looking at the same decision. Alex thinking about the familiar, perhaps. Decides to use it. Gets a steel, a gold, and a mold card, I believe. Whereas Melon uses the Wraith and gets Bird Joker, which is not a very good hit for Melon. And they also still didn't buy the Overstock plus voucher.
Interesting. No, definitely was not a good hit. He got burnt plus 2 parry.
Yep. 2 parry levels getting up, but I think the biggest problem with that you don't really want 2 pair to be your final hand.
No, if anything, I actually just level up pair or high cards just so I can play
high
that
card.
hand.
I think I just level up high card. Yeah. So if we end up going a high card build, then you can at least get it up because
exactly.
Two pair's high enough. Like Pants does enough for you right now for the 2 pair. We're trying to transition into like a flush 5 or a high card build, something that will score more points. But it looks like Melon committed to this 2 pair strategy and is going to discard that 2 pair.
Oh. The Dusk. Talk about commitment. Alex is committed to the hallucination, which I respect. And it lets us down.
Especially with the brainstorm, it's twice as valuable.
Polychrome 6. Now with the Dusk.
Polychrome 6 with the Dusk.
The Polychrome is better than the Red Seal. At least in their current iteration of everything going on.
Yes, unless an Ancient Joker or if Melon's able to get some justice on that Red Seal.
I imagine by the end of the game you would prefer the Red Seal, probably, but we'll see.
I think I would. Because like we said, especially with the Overstock Plus on Zodiac deck, you can find a Justice card.
I think I would wild the Polychrome. I don't think that's a crazy decision by Alex, but maybe just I don't know.
Melon
I get
also able to get that Dusk.
Yeah.
It is Polychrome for them.
The other part here is like, yes, it's a 6, which is arguably the worst card to have Polychrome, but you have the Dusk, the thing that triggers it.
Yeah. The only difference would be if, let's say, a Sock shows up and then you can't do it because it's just a 6. Whereas Melon only 3 strengths away from that Red Seal. Not very, it's definitely possible for Melon to be able to access that Red Seal face card. There's a Red Seal 9 in the pack for Alex.
Yep, that's a
I
grab.
don't know if Melon's able to see it. Because they were just so low on econ that perhaps they didn't even see it. Alex, very interesting for taking the ice cream instead of the faceless Joker.
Yeah. I thought that's what he was doing.
Econ, especially with the. I was like, oh, very smart, taking some econ.
Okay,
no, 100 chips.
Golden ticket, golden ticket, golden ticket, golden ticket, golden ticket, golden
with the
ticket,
Dusk?
golden ticket.
No. Get some money, Alex, please.
Despite it's funny because Alex flipped the script, I feel like, thus far, being like, oh, I think Alex has been playing this better from an econ and utility standpoint. And then that happens. And I'm just like, I don't know anything anymore, I guess. The other person, Brainstorm. Oh my gosh. It's $16 on final hands.
Yeah, with a gold card.
Oh.
Yeah. But we do see that even despite not picking up the econ jokers, Alex is in a better spot econ-wise than Melon, because Melon took that Wraith.
Yeah. Why is
you see Melon has a lot of seals in their deck from those certificate cards.
I just noticed that Melon has a polychrome dust. Did they have Hone and Alex didn't have Hone? Or
I'm not
could be just this
sure.
Could be some other things at play.
Yeah, could have just desynced. But I believe they both came that way, where Alex's was holographic and Melon's was polychrome. But if one player picked up Hone, that would explain it.
It's definitely the dust to copy here.
Yes. Especially because you have the glass card in there. So it's an X4.
I'm unsure why Melon did that before Alex played. But
maybe you wanted to make sure that he was able to get the gold card value because he's so low on money.
Oh, you're right. Because
if Alex didn't score that much, then minus like $12, and that's super relevant for Melon because they were at 2.
I guess you're also okay with that glass specifically breaking.
Mm-hmm. You have a trio for both players.
It must be that Melon has Hone, because Melon has seen a lot of shiny stuff that Alex is not.
Okay, we have Dusk Bloodstone.
And that polychrome.
Alex getting top hallucination like, minus Terra.
Yeah, I feel like Alex has to start building into that. If you want to copy the Bloodstone, you could arguably move into the Red Seal. There's a lot of options.
Yeah. I think we either get that Red Seal, put some hearts on it, or we do the same thing with the polychrome. Perhaps even do both. Maybe even play a flush house of like 6s and 9s. For Alex.
Red Seal
Melon,
gold card right
just
now with golden ticket. Imagine.
Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe instead of an ice cream?
Maybe
right now we have
instead
the
of...
trio.
Well, I mean, I would have sold hallucination or even pants.
Or even pants. Like,
yeah, just figure it out. It's only 20k points.
There's another Dusk for Melon from the Showman that they kept from the beginning of the game.
Oh no!
That might be game. That might be game right there.
That's, I gotta admit,
Alex
a little crazy. That
with a double Dusk.
So, I will say this. Not that this is not a great, like, a big example of like someone kind of lucking into something, but what I will say is, if Melon had treated their econ slightly better, they would have saw the golden ticket. Melon would have sold the Showman for the golden ticket. So in a funny way, like, not having that econ helped Melon get the Dusk.
Get another Dusk.
Like, it's not really a skill thing. It's more of like a interesting note watching it as a caster.
You play with what you were given and what they were led them into this decision.
I think you just get rid of the pants. Just go pantsless, Alex. You don't need them. What is 46 base mult gonna do when you're doing, X20 in your hand, right?
Alex finally seen his Bloodstone. Has a lot of money to be able to reroll down. Will not find that second Dusk that Melon found, which is really unfortunate for Alex. But they do have this trio, which is an X3.
Sell the pants. Sell the pants. Maybe it's a sock, right, for Alex. Maybe that Showman was a sock.
Could be. It could be a sock and busted. And they do have Justice.
Trust yourself. Thank you.
It's a Lucky Cat. No, wait. Next reroll, I think.
Yeah,
it's a flash card.
Oh, boy.
Watch out. Flash card's about to take over the game.
Oh, that's really interesting. Do you keep the glass? I think I keep the glass. Probably
just Justice and Death.
Yeah, you want to make the polychrome a heart too. You want to make it a heart glass and use the death. I think he may pass up on the death. Yeah, I'm not actually completely surprised by that.
Yeah,
Because-
it's just sad to have to do so.
Yeah,
Like perhaps you would have wanted to maybe not reroll down, especially since we got you below that $50 interest level. If
yeah.
there
Once
are
I had
things-
Justice and Sun there, I 100%
You might just go
just
next.
enter. Yep, because you create the card that I now want a death in the future. It has been
Mhm.
bestowed.
Are we gonna do it on this polychrome card? Let's see. Or are we gonna
I
save it for
think
red
the
seal?
only chance Alex has is making it poly and then copying Dusk over Bloodstone.
Yeah, I think either that or we justice the red seal.
It's probably what.
Okay, there. So we can heart both of them and then justice probably the red seal.
Oh yeah, maybe go for a flush house type of thing.
I mean, you might as well heart both of them, right?
Yeah.
But just the red seal with the glass is just so valuable. Looks like maybe
You're
Alex is
gonna
gonna
score
save it
more
for
than
that
enough.
PvP. Depends on Bloodstone.
Well, I mean, it's gonna score enough.
Going for the red seal just in case.
I know Alex,
Go figure.
what Alex is doing here, but like, it, you gotta assume you're not getting that unlucky.
In Bloodstone we trust.
Yeah, I mean,
One, two,
honestly, I
three,
probably
four,
copied
five, yeah.
Dusk here
Yeah,
too
you're-
for money.
Bloodstone kind of popped off there, not gonna lie. Hopefully you didn't use all your Bloodstone procs. No. We have a Fool with the Justice here. Gonna hang down, finally getting down to 57 cards. Alex just searching for something to be able to win this game. They're very strong base level for that flush. Oh, they're gonna die to timer. That's so unfortunate. Alex did not pay attention.
I
chopping
wouldn't
too
have
long.
either.
Died to timer there. To be fair, they weren't gonna win that blind anyway. So it kind of just sped up
No.
what's gonna happen anyway. But really unfortunate for the game to end that way.
I maybe should have just asked to make the timer slightly longer, but good games to both. I think we'll move on, but Melon is in
Making it
Minor
to
League Balatro.
Alex will have one more chance to fight.
Yes. Phantom, would you mind messaging in Discord, making that clear that we'll have to custom set up the game. We'll just have them kind of talk it out through chat.
Yep.
Correct. So, let's take a quick look at the brackets. I'll bring over here. We'll go to desktop Xano. All right, so Orange Aces and Melon will both be in Minor League Balatro. We still have Circats in their game, and Andy is still waiting for Mage and CJ, which is a little brutal.
That's crazy.
Let me make sure this is refreshed. All right, I have a feeling that game is going the distance. This one, so hopefully it's over soon. But let's jump into probably Circats' game if that is still going on. Oh, looks like, yeah. Here it is, view and thread. Grab this. Go here. So this is Able. And this is Circats. It seems like Able is quite behind. Oh wait, I put them in reverse. Oh. And then we gotta do the YouTube formatting. And let me check what game they are on. All right.
And this looks like the start of a new game. Do we know if someone won game 1 or if this?
I am getting that info right now.
Okay, sounds good.
So if we view the thread, good luck. Then they had a GG, had a great economy, gift card temperance. Didn't find it. So Circats won game 1.
Okay.
And
Was there
Able
game 2?
won game 2. So this is game 3.
This is game 3 from all the marbles.
Able picked yellow deck, Circats went with white stake, and that is what we are playing on. Now, I will say,
That's right.
Able streaming is quite behind Circats is. So, in the PvPs, you're probably going to know what happens on Circats' ends before Able.
A little before.
But winner of
Such is
this
the nature of
enters Minor League Balatro. Let me just tell Alex. I actually think Alex and Disco are both ready to play their games.
I don't think they were set to fight each other. I could be wrong though. I think they were on the other sides of the bracket.
Oh, you were correct. You're correct.
Unless you wanted just to do whoever's first, they play each other.
No,
but
you're right. You're
I
right.
thought it made sense, dude, based on the bracket.
We should do it based on that.
We do see Circats probably onked that Shoot the Moon, so they have 2 of those. They're considering whether to take this rare skip, and it looks like they're probably waiting for Able.
Thank you, Orange Aces, for the raid, and welcome. Welcome to Minor League Balatro.
Able deciding between a gold seal and a purple seal card. Takes the purple seal. You see Circats on $15, Abilay's only on 6. Could be able to make another blind with that even Steven, as well as playing this flush. Perhaps going to put the Magician, make some cards lucky. It will
How
do
much
so on the 9
NIL
of the King.
money do they get for making the league? None. Barclays.
Circats making sure they haven't skipped yet. The answer is no.
YouTube chat's asking if that voice is my AI commentary. No, this is Phantom_Balatro.
I don't know. We don't sound too similar, do we, Zeno?
No, it would be pretty bad AI.
You saying I'm bad?
No, we do say a lot of the same exact commentary though, so there is that.
I mean, we both say the correct thing, of course. That's the only reason. Maybe they deciding what to do before entering in the standard pack. We see the Circats rolled down a little bit, picked up the Shoot the Moon, and onked it. We'll see if Abby decides to do the same thing.
I feel like... Okay, tell me if I'm crazy. You're gonna probably say I'm crazy. I'd rather onk Even Steven over Shoot the Moon. No, that is crazy. Well, there's some chips available. I don't know.
It just depends.
Onk
I think
superposition?
either one's fun.
Let's go crazy.
Go double super pause.
Oh, that stinks for Avalanche. They're gonna be like,
Yeah, now there's an onk here. Are they gonna onk something? Or are they just gonna hit Sigil? If Sigil does not unlock a flush house, which is unfortunate no matter what it hits here because all the cards are different. That's crazy. 8 cards and they're all completely different. None of them are paired up. Deciding not to onk anything, it goes for the Sigil and it hits diamonds. They may... I don't think they have a flush house available. They do not. But if they can find a wild card or a death, then they will do so. Abby decides also to not take that rare skip. Both players just going in, playing the blinds. Circats with the double Shoot the Moon. Abby with the Even Steven as well as the Shoot the Moon, but with the Tarot Generator in that superposition. So perhaps that extra value will help to have them win this PvP. Let's find out. Abby looking for that straight with the 10 through ace. They were able to get it. We're going to magician some of these along the way.
the card sharp now makes me think that yeah, you know, maybe the double
Maybe the double
should be
Steven.
pretty kind of nice. Looking kind of nice.
Yeah, especially because you have this Jolly Joker. You can play 2 pairs.
Mm-hmm.
Not 2 pairs, but two
pairs. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can get the card sharp online and get some pretty good amount of points. The only problem is that you're kind of lacking on chips here. But if you can play like a pair of aces or pair of face cards, you can get some amount of chips, and the X will be relevant.
I would have 100% grabbed abstract and card sharp there. I don't.
Yeah, I think those are pretty easy pickups. That looks like Abby deciding rerolling is more important.
Like, the only concern I can think of is I want to. No, yeah. Like, I only think Ablade's going to be able to play.
I don't know why you don't keep it up.
Yeah. And here's
It
where
looks like
being
they're in
quite a bit
PvP.
behind is going to be a little. Well, this is fun. We can guess what happens. What Ablade will look like. That stone is going to be huge for the second pair here. Just get the queens out, hit it with the stone. Should be quite a few points.
Yeah, especially because, like we were saying, the only thing that Circats is really lacking. They also got a polychrome ace. I don't remember seeing that, but that's pretty cool too. The only thing they were really lacking with this build is that chips. So
Yep, exactly.
a pair of anything with that stone card, very, very strong hand for Circats when they decide to play it.
Ablade's stream isn't lagging, it's just behind. I mean, I guess you could say that's lagging, but it's not like stuttering or anything.
Buffered.
It's just delayed. Yeah, interesting point there, Ian. The gold ace over the polychrome, or gold 8 over polychrome ace.
Gold 2 could be more money, but the polychrome, if you can get it online, could be very, very powerful. Especially if it's an ace. If you're able to shrink that up and find a hack, then that could be a ton of points. Or even a dusk, like dusk, Chad, hack. Anything but a sock would be relevant for that ace. Circats waiting for Abby to play their hand. The onus is on them to play. So we'll see what they're able to score. Interesting, Abby not deathing the purple seal, but they are able to get a fool from that death.
What did they want to death? I thought it was going to be that king for sure after not doing the purple seal.
Maybe this gold seal? Want some money?
The queen, maybe?
Will you death anything? No, they're discarding the gold seal. What are we deathing? This queen? Lucky queens?
What is happening?
What are we doing? What are we going for? We don't know what Abby's gonna do, but whatever they did, they lost the PvP.
Yeah, I mean, what they did was they were never gonna have enough points regardless.
Yeah, especially with that card sharp. I mean, the fact they've skipped on the card sharp and the abstract kind of just sealed the deal for them losing this PvP.
Oh, they have a red seal magic holographic 3?
Yeah.
Is that what it
or
is?
there's a purple seal king that perhaps they're gonna death.
But so going over this play, I'm with you because now I get wanting gold, but polychrome ace, 2 strengths, it's now a 3 with my red seal. Now, depending on my Joker lineup, if I have 1 extra retrigger, I can go copying the polychrome. If I have extra scoring, I can copy the red seal. Like, they were about to have a polychrome and a red seal version of a 3. I really don't know why you wouldn't take that. I mean, that's where my head goes at least.
Yeah, no, I think personally I would also
gosh,
pick
there's gonna be a
polychrome over the
tribulate,
gold
isn't
seal.
there?
I don't super love gold seal. Ooh, per KO. It's gonna be one of those games. Per KO, I feel similarly to how I feel about Zodiac deck. It's deck fixing for babies.
Okay, am I it almost
But
feels
you
like
have to pick
Adelaide knows the Perkeo's coming, holding on to this death in full. I just...
They know. It's not even in the pack.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
it's
where
next
if I'm watching, I'm crashing out 110%. I'm like, why are they keeping a death in a fool? This makes no sense.
I mean, to be fair, they might use it in the small blind because the per KO comes next blind.
Yeah.
Unless, again, they don't draw the thing they wanted to death like
Well,
they did in the PvP.
Okay, Adelaide's like 10 minutes behind, so...
Yeah.
They know what's
Well,
coming.
They use the Fool on the
no.
man to be able to have a better chance to find whatever they want to death.
Make it
Circats
make
also
sense,
copies the
Chad.
man.
They're
with
building
their
towards low
Perkeo.
cards. They're building towards the low cards. Why not take the ace? Is it a little frustrated by Ab's delay? Yeah, I mean, you know, there's only so much the person can do. It's not, no worries.
And to be fair, like Ian said, the Perkeo does favor the player with the polychrome ace because now you can basically make 5 copies of it pretty easily. Now, especially since we've seen Dusk, that polychrome so much more relevant. If Circats is able to find death,
This is
you
what
can
what
copy
I-
that a bunch, make 5 polychrome aces, use the Dusk, and that's a ton of points.
So no, exactly, Phantom, right? And this is my whole point of like get your red seal and get your polychrome 3, and then you can decide based off the jokers you have which one you want to play. Like, do you need the score, the extra 1.5, or do you need the extra trigger?
It does look like Abby's going to use the death before the Perkeo comes, but they might keep Fool.
I don't think so. I think they're gonna hermit here. Well, they don't need to.
They're holding it. They're holding it.
Yeah. Okay, so this is I'm gonna try and put my mind into what happened here, because you know I think when you're playing you didn't see that as that big of a deal. I think what's happening is because we're playing vanilla Balatro, they're thinking that absolutely you'd rather have a red seal over polychrome because you can glass it and it re-triggers. But the thing is, there's so many more re-trigger jokers than there are scoring jokers. So in my opinion, I actually always rather have the polychrome.
Here's the soul. I don't think there's any world where you don't take it.
No. Exactly.
Probably Jolly, yeah. Pop it first, see what it is. There's the Perkeo, so you definitely hold the Fool here.
Well, this deck about to be thin as heck.
Yeah. Circats with
you-
a triple hangman.
Yeah, I probably pop it for the hangman. You could pop it for the. I think you have enough economy where I don't need the hermits copied. I'd rather have the hangman copied.
You could also just use the Hermit here and then just copy Fool. And then whenever you find a death, then now they're all deaths. There's the Dusk. If Abby's able to find a Justice, they still have a big blind to play. They're very behind.
There,
Time is on 30
Perry
seconds
said
for
it's
Circats,
exactly 75 seconds. So, I don't believe Ablay's doing this, but it maybe possibly is like a.
There's a death in the
Oh.
Emperor.
Oh.
Abby with the death in the Fool with the Perkeo. Again, slightly less relevant since they don't have the polychrome, but
Do you know how
having
many
death in the Perkeo
times
is huge.
Phantom might accidentally use all 3 of these?
With the Perkeo?
Yeah, no, it's definitely happened. You get excited.
You're like, let's go, Death Fool, Death.
I mean, honestly, I made Death the purple seals here because I need a Justice for the red seal, and then I start Death.
Yeah, I think I Death the King.
Yep.
Like, I double Death it. Like, right now they just discarded a purple seal.
And
Got
they
zero
did
value.
again.
They discarded 2 purple seals and got no value off it.
Could have. I mean, you have a full sitting there. I mean, you don't have to use it with Perkeo at this point. You could. You waited this long, right? Like, you might as well just hold them, because you're gonna hold one regardless.
Yep, it looks like they're gonna use them on these lucky 3s. Which is
Oh
what they
wait,
wanted to do.
never mind. They had to
make
do
out
that
the
to
blind.
score
They're on one
enough.
hand. Yeah, they're on one hand.
They gotta hope this lucky hits. Oh, they got the one. They got the one. All right. Now watching Circats in the future.
Bloodstone.
Oh wow.
Bloodstone with the Dusk. I think Abby's got a chance now, even without the polychrome.
Abby really. Oh my god.
Seltzer. What is happening? Got entering in on 1 second left for Abby.
It weirdly worked out. Like, just it really just came down to how the taros fell when the Perkeo happened. Like, the death ended up blocking some taros that allowed for an extra hermit for Ablay, because Circats actually found a death in that shop, and it was a hermit for Ablay, but that economy actually helped more. Like, it could be an hour-long video explaining what just happened in this blind and how, like, I don't think there's any skill involved, but it definitely favored Ablay, as we can see.
Yep.
No hearts, though. So the Bloodstone's probably not going to do anything here.
I mean, I think here for Abby, you just go for a heart flush, but it looks like they're going to think about discarding these hearts, so it seems like that's not what they're going for. Very interesting play.
Yeah, I definitely just use the deaths on the purples because you're just gonna keep getting more deaths, like with Perkeo. You're gonna hold that for a while, and again, you need sun cards, you need glass cards.
And I think if you want to win this PvP, you're gonna need to play some hearts here. But Abby's only playing a bunch of lucky.
It looks like based off of Circat's screen, Abby got away with
Yeah, I think
just
the lucky holographic was able to take him out.
Yeah.
But having that Bloodstone is going to be really huge for Abby going in the future. Circat's thinking about the duo here. Gonna sell the card sharp for it, perhaps. Since with the Dusk, you kind of want to play just your one big hand, so it's kind of hard to line up the card sharp with the Dusk.
Well, after this game, I will ask Abby if they can remove the delay if they have it. Yeah, Circats definitely does need a death soon.
That would be ideal.
It is true. We did state in the rules not. Well, I don't know if I added everybody, but I did ask that people don't use the delay.
Perhaps it stops stream sniping, but again, that's also against the rules. But I believe this is game 3, like we mentioned, so
yes.
It would be, if Abby loses this, then for the next game we will ask them to do so. But if they win, then they're in.
It's going well, Mage.
could use this death and use the Fool to get another one. Might be what's happening here. But we don't necessarily have what you want a death, so just Hermit Fool for more money. DNA is interesting, but you do have infinite deaths with Perkeo,
Yep.
so perhaps you don't need it. The Sixth Sense is really relevant with Perkeo because if it gives you a really good tarot, you can now copy that. Like a Wraith and Immolate.
Oh my god.
A Cryptid.
A cryptid Baron Mime
Cryptid
Nanif. I just
We're going
realized.
Nanif.
How is Zayna both casting and replying the chat messages as soon as they show up?
Skill? I don't know that. I don't
Yeah,
think that's
no
part
comment.
of the question.
I'm also helping Phantom run the tournament.
Yeah. Well, let's see what this Sixth Sense gives. I think that'll be pretty important for what happens in the rest of this match. But we do see that Circats does discard the Polychrome card, even though they have these deaths. Perhaps they are looking for the glass, but they also discarded those. Ankh. You don't need to copy Ankh with Perkeo.
Well, no, because we're on white stake.
You don't. Yeah. It's not black stake.
Not
Calm
black
down.
stake. Where I mean, maybe 5 idle time, but
Not today. Not today.
it is. I definitely. So here's an interesting thing though about that Ankh. I don't use the death to hopefully make sure Perkeo hits deaths because I probably still want to hold the Ankh though. You know, once you get your build online, if an idol comes along, you want to death that Dusk and then get the idol.
Yeah. Or if you do find a Baron and then a Cryptid comes up, then you want you want infinite scoring. There's the Ankh. Abby's seeing the same thing. I think here the Ankh is a lot more useful for Circats than it is for Abby because they have Dusk and Bloodstone.
Exactly. It might even be borderline
can't
worth
really-
selling it because of how many tarots Abby can make.
Yeah. Or to make room for
Well-
whatever the Sixth Sense gives, but perhaps you want to duplicate block the Sixth Sense to be able to find the better card. Find some better spectrals to be able to copy with Perkeo.
Yeah, Abby not finding the other 2 red seals to make hearts, which is a little brutal. I don't think they're going to take a loss of life, though. Maybe?
I think 4 of a kind with the holographic with the Bloodstone Dusk should get you out of here.
Yes, it should. And you can play the 3 diamonds first. If you get a lucky hit there, you're really in good shape.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, if you do the score
Circats thinking about the
calculating,
DNA now.
you're going to be like, ooh, that's not good, but you'll probably
Yeah.
be fine.
7 hits on Bloodstone. There's a chance.
Oh, never mind. It literally
You need a
they
single hit.
win without anything.
need anything.
Forget it.
You need 1 hit. If Bloodstone misses 7 times, you die.
And all the lucky triggers. Don't forget that.
Oh, Circats did keep the Ankh, and it did copy, so they have 2 Ankhs now. So, what, $4, right?
Yeah, I would sell that right away.
Yeah.
Like you said, you literally cannot use 2 Onks. It's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, you can, it's just a waste of everything.
Okay, yeah.
The game
I
lets
guess
you.
You're right, you're right, you're right. Technically. Technically.
No reason to, but you could.
It's like a victory lap. It feels like something Dr. Spectre would do. To stunt
double
on
on.
his chat.
Yeah. We could Ankh stencil.
Golden
there in-
tickets and I mean, I'd probably get rid of the DNA and just go with the freaking golden ticket.
Yeah,
Like you
especially
said.
when you have Perkeo, you don't need DNA.
You have 3 lives, so you have 9 more deaths coming down the pipeline.
Yeah, you have infinite red
Hopefully.
seals. And
Actually,
you have the sun, so you can get two more.
yeah.
And you want your first hand to be that 6 for that 6th sense. So I guess DNA 6 is a spectral generator, so that's cool, I guess.
The thing is, what are you hoping for with the 6th sense? Ecto?
Like
Because you
Ecto,
have the red
Cryptid,
seal, purple seals are like nice.
Immolate.
Immolate, you're true.
Deja would
And
be cool.
Immolate would be incredible. Well,
Deja
now,
vu.
Immolate doesn't have to wait for the other red seals.
Yeah. Or you can now pivot to face cards.
I was
Off
about
those
to
up.
say that's what I would do, just to kind of
It
like.
looks like they're thinking about it. Put the face card, or put the Deja Vu on that king.
Yeah, I would have sunned it and then deja vu'd it.
No, I think you save the sun for the other two. You have two more red seals that aren't hearts. I think you save the sun for that.
Well,
You
they,
two
they have
suns.
two suns. They have two suns. That's
Yeah,
why.
that's correct. Two suns, I agree with you there.
Yeah. Now, if you have daughters, whole different ballgame. This
Radiant
polychrome
Summers.
ace is gonna come back to bite Abby. I just have.
The sun's
An
finally
int.
used.
Yeah.
The Deja Vu perhaps going to be used as well.
Well, it's
See if they wanna
actually
copy that.
used 2 minutes ago, but we're just
Oh.
getting word of it now. Why did Phantom not laugh at your joke, Zano? I don't know. You're gonna have to ask Phantom that on his own time.
What was the joke?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll
That's a
assume it was funny.
whole lot of points. Though, I will say, a way for Circats to steal a PvP blind is if Abby continues to not glass these threes, and then Circats just glasses them. Because the glass is going to far out paste the
I'll paste the
bloodstone.
bloodstone. Yeah. Oh, there's Justice. Definitely take that.
Well-
I wouldn't even be mad if the KO copied it, but of course Death is the better hit.
Yes. I'm going to put money based off of what we just saw in this shop that we're going to see a very large score pop up in the top left of Circats' screen in like 20 seconds.
I believe so. Do you use the, if this is used, Zano, do you use the Death here on Abby's side?
No. I use two, hopefully,
Justice.
hopefully I draw all my things. I use two of the Justices, and then I still have a red seal if somehow those both broke, but I definitely just keep the Death.
Yeah, I think same here, but it could be tempting to use the Death.
If it was Zodiac deck, maybe. But
Yeah.
or if I have, you know,
Yeah.
actually to be fair, if I had Tarot Merchant, right, it doesn't have to be Zodiac deck. There are
Yeah,
instances,
and
but-
there's also a world where you can use one Justice, use a Death, and then hold the Justice to copy. But I think Death's more valuable, so I agree with you here.
Nandre said using per KO on my Chili's gift card. Now that is what I call
That's technology,
smart
right?
play. Yeah, that's honestly we've been doing this wrong the whole time. Chili's is cheaper than fast food. Sorry, had to make that. Okay, the big score came in.
526 million.
It's a crime. Don't use the Death. Trust me, Abby. Don't use the Death. You don't need to use the Death.
2 Justice.
You have 2 extra red seals. I mean,
Circats look like they're gonna probably just concede this one. Just go for some lucky card value.
you sell one of those onks.
So the
Yeah,
Ankh keeps -1.
Yeah. And I will get. I really want to give Circats credit for that play. Very smart not to use the Death. And again, you want. If I'm Circats, I actually allow for like 4 or 5 deaths to stack up here because you saw that score. You're not going to beat it anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine to use all the deaths at once. The only issue would be, oh, you're blocking it, but you would always keep one in hand regardless. So it doesn't matter if you have 7 or 1. It's the same thing.
Something very relevant on Abby's side, if you haven't noticed, they did in fact use the Death, so they have nothing for KO right now. Perhaps they
They
thought they
did
needed
not
to win that
need
PvP.
to at all.
But you don't know. They don't know. Circats
Wow.
going to Ankh the Dusk, then pick up Chad. They are very
Huh.
much in need of a Justice. They do have one Glass King. They're going to use the Death on it. Perhaps the second Death, since they don't have for KO
Did
anymore.
they have a
They're
red
gonna do.
seal? But Circats has the red seal. Why not? I feel like I'm patient with Chad. Like I understand it's an opportunity to use that Ankh. I don't know if I completely agree with that
So
play.
valuable.
With 1 life, I can see it more, but 6 rounds is a lot of shot value.
Yeah, I think if there was something like that re-triggers with the Dusks, so So like if it's a Bloodstone or an Ancient Joker, then I think I agree with that. But
Yes,
just
yes,
Chad,
yes,
I'm not
yes.
sure you take it.
And more so, again, I thought that Circats was holding everything on to like do a big play with the red seal and to then concede and just do it with kings.
I mean, to be fair, you might need the glass to even get out of the blind.
Yeah.
Because now you're only scoring his Dusk.
I mean, that's a whole nother issue. Oh.
Yep, they have to use one of the glass to even make it out of here. We'll see if it survives.
I think it does. I think the third score is gonna break. The third glass played and scored, based off of what we saw with Abby. So it's one down. We now know the TikTok for Circats to break a glass. That's definitely
egg.
not a bad judgment hit.
Yep. And Abby here with the Hanging Chat in the Dusk with that golden ticket, that's going to be a lot of money for them.
No money for Circats. Not allowed to feel any sort of happiness. Just brutal.
And it looks like this Polychrome Ace is not going to be relevant.
Nope.
Because Circats is going full glass as well as Abby.
That was another thing. You know, strength that ace into the 2 or again the 3 and copy that. I don't want to say this for sure because I don't know if this is really the reasoning, because it'd be better to actually ask Circats the thought process and everything, but it could be a little bit of ranked multiplayer brain. Or standard. Yeah, standard brain. Actually, I don't know. I just don't know if I fully...
I mean, if anything, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. It's like overestimating the glass.
Yeah, because you know glass exists, you're like, Dusk is so good. Now that I have Justice and gets an X2 glass, then...
So that second
We're
glass
on the
breaks,
move.
yep.
Yeah,
There
yep.
we go.
There's the glass that broke. Abby still doesn't have anything to copy with this for KO. Perhaps, like you said, a misplay.
Well, that's
using
really
that final
surprising because
death.
they literally had an Emperor. So like I know sometimes it's like, do I really want to copy like this random tarot? Well, yes, it's $4. It's $4.
Yeah, worst case,
Might
the
as
negative
well.
tarot is $4.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with this golden ticket value, like, they should have at least some money to be able to find somebody to copy.
A Jack Red Seal. Oh my gosh.
Worst case, it's a really expensive golden joker. Two Eris cards on the side of Abby that will really strengthen the score. We do have a Devil that's probably going to be copied unless they reroll one more time. Find something good. Eris card, they're not going to copy that. Just the Devil card, which will help them get a lot of money with that golden ticket along the way. Definitely don't hate the play. Circats going to look for their big hand with a lot of glass. Perhaps it'll be enough, but the Red Seal glass and the Bloodstone will be very strong, so we'll see who is going to win here in this PvP. Looks like Abby Lay's prioritizing playing this golden, golden queen instead of discarding it for the purple seal.
Yeah.
It is $12 extra, but there is the chance of death, and death, of course, is the most valuable thing you can get here because you have a red seal glass.
If I'm Circats, I see that score is like magnitudes off, and I'm just playing.
It's less than
nothing.
what you had before. I mean, to be fair, Abby has to play first right now. They're still at 0 on Circats' room.
Very true.
So of course you wait, but if they force you to play first, you just decide not to play the glass because it's not going to be whatever. If it doesn't beat what they put up last time, then it probably won't be what they put up this time. $28
Meanwhile, we're
from the
watching
golden
Abby's
card.
big blind hand and being like, oh, good play.
It's a good amount of money right there.
Yeah, that's what I was literally thinking. That I was like, all right, now back to what's happening right now. I imagine a lot of
$100. That's a lot of money to reroll
Abby
with.
hasn't even spent, or they haven't.
Oh,
even
apparently Circats is in the blind already, and Abby's still shopping. So it says playing your nemesis. It's not just delayed.
Oh.
They're just in the blind. So that's what's happening here. So perhaps Abby will have to hit the unstuck button, but we'll see when they get there. DNA's back. That's super relevant for that red seal glass. So perhaps they will take that. Is it time for Perkeo to go? Maybe. But of course, if you get that death, then it does the same thing with DNA.
This game would actually, I mean, I think Circats has a huge uphill battle, but it may have already been over if Abby kept the death. Because I mean, they'd have 4 more red seal glass.
Red seal glass cards at this point. Another Justice card, probably put it on a random 3. Just so you can have a flush 5 of glass. Which is your strongest hand, of course.
In their chat to let them know.
There's a Fool for another Justice, which would be nice, but perhaps you just take the Fool and copy it, unless you find a Death. If you can Death Fool, then that'll be the strongest thing you can play. Ancient Joker. Is it on Hearts?
What?
Please hover it. Ancient Joker's in the shop. Oh, it's on Spades? Okay, that is... If it was on Hearts, Snap Pick, of course. But since it's on Spades, a little harder. I know you have some wild 3s, but those aren't the Red Seal ones. It's an interesting decision here for Abile. There's also a world where you pick it up now, and then if it ever hits Hearts, you skip, and then you get those Red Seal glass with the Bloodstone and the Ancient on the Dusk, and then you probably get rid of the Circat's Last Life. But let's see what they decide to do.
Sorry, chat. It's gonna take a second because remember the stream's 75 seconds behind, and they just messaged me.
You tell them to unstuck?
Yes. So we'll hopefully see it in
Okay.
like a couple minutes. Oh my gosh.
Will they take this Ancient Joker? This is the question.
I added you and Nightmare in the thing. Okay, they're in. Abby didn't realize they needed to click like you have to click that you're ready for PvP,
Oh, yeah,
then hit stock.
Yeah, they're not even in the PvP.
Yeah.
Why, you can stick outside when you're in the shop, bro. So we're gonna watch them figure it out.
Yeah.
It looks like they did take the Ancient Joker.
They
and
did.
they're thinking about this mail-in, probably not. Let's see if they finally show up on Circats stream.
Well, this is a good reminder to just let everybody know. Minor League and Major League Balatro is sponsored by nobody. We're looking for sponsors. If you know any companies that you trust and are good people, you should send them our way. Or send them C-Dubs11's way, who's helping head our search for a sponsor. For now, it's sponsored by people like you. Thank you. Stop.
PBS kids out here? No.
Exactly. Look, I'm aiming for Taco Bell. I'm gonna start hammering them with emails. They're gonna have to block so many.
Taco Bell.
Remember, Liv Moss.
I need
All
Taco
right,
Bell MLB. And I need to say the word Taco Bell before all of them. That'd be hype.
Literally, I will.
Looks
get
like
the
Abby finally in the blind. Circats been waiting for a while.
every time someone loses a life, the Taco Bell sound effect.
The bell will toll.
Yeah. Literally. Has Taco Bell ever worked with this kind of event? There's a first for everything, Third Waylay. There's a first for everything.
I believe in you, C-Dubs. Make it happen.
Small blind Balatro and big blind Balatro? That's pretty good, assuming. Well, we could have figured that out 5 minutes ago, but I'm gonna assume they're... I probably stone the 2, right? And then use the
And then discard purple seal.
yeah.
Yeah, probably. And you just play that 3 for some money. 248 million from Abby. Circat's down to 1 life. If this ancient hits hard, I think you skip and then you win the game.
Yeah.
I know. Depending on if these glass break, I guess. We already know that Abby will win this blind, but the question is, will the glass break?
Idle. Okay.
That's relevant.
Again, we're playing
Now, there's
vanilla
3
Balatro,
different
so
things.
idle is
Just random.
again, in both cases it's random, but it's less the person with more deck fixing can't get screwed over. Well, can in very specific scenarios with wild cards, but it's not going to apply here.
But it's better. Oh,
Yeah.
Circats. Idols on King of Hearts. They double skipped. Looks like Abby did the exact same thing.
Double skip too. Now, granted, Circats does
We're
have
about
the
to
double
see.
dusk, but I have to imagine.
If it's on 3 of Hearts for Abby.
Oh
I'm not
yeah,
sure.
duh, the red seals. Forgot about that. Yeah, it's over.
If it's on the red seals, then it's even. But we'll have to see. That whatever
Well,
it was, they decided it was good enough to skip.
Did Abby maybe not? I mean, there's a chance here Abby doesn't take the seltzer. We'll see.
Maybe. They have $138. I think they can find it.
No. I mean, just like didn't take it because it showed up before the idol, right? Or am I wrong? You know what I mean by? Oh, never mind.
think it was
came out
after. It was after.
Yeah, it was after.
Yeah. So perhaps they'll sell the ticket since the opponent's on 1, or maybe the ancients it's not on Hearts. If that one's on good, that's Ace of Spades. They're just gonna skip for Ace of Spades.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Yeah. For those in chat wondering, the way the idol fix works is instead of sorting it by deck order, it sorts it by the amount of copies of cards in the hand. So
Are you reading?
it will hit your most common card for both players, or if it'll hit the least copy card for both players, it won't be different. But yeah, there's a video on my channel if you want to watch it. It's Phantom Balatro on YouTube. But I think it is interesting with Abby.
I'm so confused. Maybe the preserved seltzer? Maybe that's the play by Abby?
Maybe they didn't double skip and they got the same unstuck. So Circats just entered the blind immediately, and Abby is
Oh, you're so right. That's exactly what happened. You're so right. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. Like I said, they're gonna get down to their last
I
hand.
think it's been 75
I'll be
seconds.
ready.
So we're close. We're close. Say no haste to see idle play. Don't get me started. I don't think it.
Yeah. If the unstuck things happens once, then it's likely to happen multiple times, as said in the chat. Yep, looks like Abby's gonna sell that golden ticket for the seltzer, hoping the idol hits something relevant. Rainstorm that Circats didn't get to see. Bye bye to Chad. That's so relevant, especially if idol ever hits. If it hits that 3 of hearts ever, then I think it's GG. Dice for the
Oops.
bloodstone
Instead of idle seems a little
instead of what?
Yeah.
Didn't take the oops. Gonna hope that the idol hits eventually, which hopefully it does for them.
Campfire Precaro would be crazy. While very good, it just
It's
can
outscaled
never
by
equal.
what we see here.
Yeah, it can never equal like the re-triggering X mult.
Yeah, I'm gonna be copying the 3 of hearts to make the idol
True.
have more
Yeah,
chance to
space.
hit that, and then their death copy another one. Should someone tell Circats that they're waiting? Now here, if you're Abby, you definitely want to win in 1 to reserve that seltzer, because you want that seltzer to be able to be played on Dusk. You need at least 5 hits on that to be able to use it on your final hand. So we'll see what they decide to do here. Looks like they're not trying to win in 1. Unless this does more than I think. With the Bloodstone, maybe. It does win in 1, that's beautiful. 3 of hearts. Idol's on 3 of hearts. It's got to be a skip here for Abby. And that might be GG, since those have the red seals on it. And they're able to have the glass as well. I think that's the game, if I had to bet. And another justice. Just the nail in the coffin right there. There's the skip. Finally in the blind. Gonna have to
Definitely.
do
Someone
unstuck
got the stop. He's already dead. Simpsons meme, please.
again.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Circats.
especially because now we have this other red seal that doesn't have the justice. Like I think that's it.
Let me go
Even with the extra
full,
dusk,
full cheese mode here. And
the
be
brainstorm as well as the red seals is more than enough to make up that difference, especially since there's glass on it.
Like, Circats wishes they were a real cat with the 9 lives because they're not getting out of here.
One
Had to do it.
life left. Yep.
Bars. Thank you. Oh my
You see
gosh,
Circats
it
playing
just
their
keeps
final
getting worse. Oh my gosh.
E14 is the final score for them. We'll see what Abby's able to put up. But my guess is much more than that. They have 1 or even 2 more red seal 3s. And it looks like they have enough hands to be able to seal their entire deck. So we will see the
Yes.
maximum scoring hand for Abby Lay.
And we'll see it on Circats' stream first. So
E23.
E23. Oh boy.
That's a lot of points right there. Just a couple.
Take a Red Seal 3 mics away. Oh man.
And I think there's one more. They could guarantee it if they play the regular Class 3, but I guess they're going to risk it. But it doesn't matter either way. They did get it. They're going to play the regular glass instead of the Red Seal. I think the Red Seal's more points. But they want $6.
If they are
$6 for next
copying
game.
Idle, you are correct.
$6 for next game.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, no, no. There it is.
Yeah, but
All right.
in the Red Seal, there it is.
We
Yep.
do have to set up the, well, Abby, welcome to Minor League.
Welcome to Minor League Balatro. Can we get a bracket check and see
Yes.
who is in and who will have their last chance to fight?
So we have to now set up the game between Disco and Circats. They two will
Correct.
be playing for the winner is in, the loser is out. Aces and Abby are both in. Melon is in, and Alex is waiting to play the loser of Andy and CJ. That game just got started like 20 minutes ago, so that one may not be on stream if it lasts too long.
I'm going to ask Circats that they were going to play.
Yeah,
That's
we
his plan,
can,
right?
if you want, I can just make a separate channel for them both. Circats.
Okay, yeah, just make a channel and I'll pick them both in that.
Let's go text channel. Great. And then add a channel permissions. Add members. Circuits.
Oh.
Nightmare. Done. I have to play the loser of that one, so I want to see what I'm up against. Yeah. Let me get that squared away. Let's check in on that game between Andy.
And the 5th to 8's best of 3 as well, right?
Yes. Okay, neither of them put their, Okay, we got Andy Balatro, and then I believe this is CJ. CJ Pep. Does anyone know CJ's stream?
Did you make the channel for them? Oh, there, I found it.
Yes.
And it's just Twitch TV/CJ Pep.
Okay.
So they're saying in chat.
That's weird. It didn't pop up when I searched it. Oh, there we go. Thank you, chat. All right. I gotta fix this because we are now back onto Twitch. Professional stream, professional stream. There we go. And for what is happening in this game, this looks like it is still game 1.
Okay, and do you want to change the names on?
Yep.
Because this is Abby Circats.
So we have on the
Looks like it's Andy from the overlay
yep.
on the right.
This one is CJ. Alright, so what is happening in this game? A lot of money is happening in this game.
We have
Oh.
a egg swash on Andy's side and mail-in rebate trio
And then a gift card on CJ's
gift card. Yeah, now they pick up a seltzer as well.
Interesting.
So
getting
perhaps there was
rid
a
of,
wraith or a rare skip that allowed them to get the trio that Andy did not see.
Yeah. Sorry, Alex. It's gonna be a while.
Okay, apparently Circats and Disco can't access the channel for their match.
Okay. That's not completely surprising. Let's see. Maybe if I
Be considering opening this spectral pack, but perhaps they want to open it before re-rolling anymore, because if there's an Onk, then perhaps they want to Onk something and then pick up that Chad, whereas if there's a Wraith, then it would be more beneficial to re-roll more. I'm going to sell the rebate, pick up the Chad, and then open it up. If there's no Onk or Wraith in the pack, we have a Cryptid. They're going to Cryptid that Red Seal Jack. Don't hate that play.
Hello, Melon.
Series level.
Thank you for the raid.
Alright, Andy with that Cryptid Red Seal Jack is going to have a +5 on line, I believe.
Oh, and there's no red seal for CJ. That's
Yep. So the Cryptid, much less valuable for them. They're going to use the Familiar. They get 2 gold cards and a lucky card. Especially in Zodiac deck, it's not the worst thing in the world to do something like that. Because you have the ability to thin your deck so much. I think they're only at 46 cards now, and that's even after using Familiar.
yeah.
There's Andy's at 54 cards. So perhaps CJ with a little bit of an econ advantage. Maybe that's how they were able to find that trio. Maybe they sold that egg. Whereas Andy holding on to that egg, it's at $41. There's a blueprint. That is great. for
Oh,
Andy.
wow. CJ has a lot of red seals. I was pretty unlucky not to draw them. I didn't realize that they had all of them.
Yeah, and one of them's even glass too.
Yeah,
So if they were able to
that's...
find that, that would be really relevant.
I would be pretty annoyed. I honestly, if I had that already set up, I don't know if I familiar there. I think...
Yeah. Personally, I don't familiar there. I'd probably just throw a purple seal on something.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You couldn't ecto... You have nothing that's good enough to ectoplasm... Like, even if I just had a chat, if I was CJ, maybe I ectoplasm it, but...
Yeah. But definitely agree. Nothing with the,
Yeah.
nothing worth ectoplasming there. It looks like perhaps maybe there was a DNA early, and that's why Andy has such a large deck. Because when he opened his deck, he has a ton of gold queens of hearts. I know he's a similar amount of jacks because of that cryptid. But the jacks are on red seal. Flush house here for CJ. Able to get that trio value. Andy's up 3 lives to 2, and this is game 1, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, after this game, we'll move over to Circats and Disco, who are playing to make it into Minor League Balatro.
So this game's to make it in as well.
True. But the
Every game
loser
we
will have
watch
another
at this
chance.
point. Yeah, every game we watch at this point is the winner makes it in.
Yes.
So pretty hype. And so far, what we have, Orange Aces and Melon are the two that are already in, or is there one more? Oh yeah, who just beat Circats?
Orange, Aces, Melon, and Ab.
And Abile. Okay.
Abile.
Those are the three that are already in, and the winner of this will be the fourth one, and then Circats v Disco, winner of that, and then Alex will play loser of this, and those will be our 6 participants.
Sorry, Chai, I haven't commentated much. I'm still catching up on where they're all at. I don't know, this is interesting on Andy's standpoint. Because CJ has any kind of glass here, I guess he would win the hand if he draws it.
Yeah, if he decides to play it.
Yeah, if he did, true. He could choose not to. I think I take...
He has multiple of the red seal glass. The only reason, in my opinion, you wouldn't play it is because, oh, that's my only red seal glass. Maybe you decide not to. But since you have 2 of them, especially with Justice existing, you have other copies that aren't glass of the red seals, then I feel super comfortable playing the glass here to win this PvP, especially when you're down 2 lives to 3.
Yeah, you took
TJ
the
should
word
win
for
it.
MMS.
Something that's interesting is that Andy was able to find a blueprint in this ante that CJ was not able to find. So
That's huge.
could be very relevant. If Andy had glass, it probably could win the PvP with that copied seltzer. But since they don't, maybe they have 1 glass. Since they don't have as many as CJ, then the blueprint will have to be the difference maker in the coming antes.
CJ was really debating there on whether he could get away just playing the 4 of a kind and then not use any more seltzer, which I don't know if I agree with, even though it would have been technically it would have worked out.
Yeah, but of course they don't know that.
Yeah. No, and I'm just kind of shocked that that CJ was even debating doing it in the first place.
Will they find another glass?
Well, that's kind of brutal.
Not. So they only have a 4 of a kind anyway, or a 5 of a kind if they want it. Yep, 2 of their glass in the bottom, 4 cards?
Yep.
That's brutal.
Let's see.
And he's still deciding what to play here. Gonna wait to see that final hand to see if they need to dig for that glass or just go for money. We'll see how high this scores on CJ's side. $800K.
800K.
If Andy's able to find that glass and play a flush house with jacks and 6s, I think he can win this one.
Oh, absolutely. He's got the sun card wins it here. Yep. I wouldn't even, if I'm Andy, I'm not throwing away this. I'm keeping my seltzer. I'm using the sun on the 6 and the jack, and then just put the 6 at the front.
Put the 6 first with the Chad.
If anything, that's even nicer because now you're only risking the 6 red seal and not the jack red seals.
Risk 1 glass. And Chad is more score here, I believe, because it retriggers the first one twice. And seltzer only retriggers once. Yep, that wins it. Andy able to win even with less glass because CJ bottom decking 2 of his 3 glass in the bottom 4 cards. Very brutal. And able to make it out. The glass does break, but it's better that the 6 broke than that your jacks.
I'm so surprised that well, I guess there's only 2 seltzer left, but I was kind of surprised that Andy just threw away a hand like that. But I mean, you probably just sell seltzer here for something.
You sell seltzer. There's also a consideration. Maybe you keep seltzer because you have a lot of lucky cards. That can also be money.
It's fair.
The only reason you would sell it is because if you really wanted to show up again, right now you're blocking it.
That's maybe my.
But
thought
a random
process.
uncommon, pretty rare. Like if you've ever gone for like Naninf runs, you know the vibe when you're sitting there with Baron and
Oh, I know. Yes.
Mime doesn't show up, with a couple $100. So a specific
Or
uncommon
Burglar
show
doesn't
up.
come up with 1,000.
Yeah, no, it's happened to all of us, I'm sure, or at least all of us that have done those kind of runs. But Andy, up 3 lives to 1 and has a blueprint over CJ. CJ has slightly more money. CJ is over $100 right now. Andy with a $44 egg, if any temperances show up, easily could be back on the money.
Well, I mean, but as all Balatro players know, if you have an egg, it makes it so temperances can't show up.
Yeah, no,
So
that
cool
was coded
mechanic.
in a recent
Yeah.
patch, so yeah.
I'm also
And
very
it's-
close
This
to.
card's going to get the money from
Yeah.
that faceless. But CJ, with the Death Fool, able to get more of these Red Seal Glass Jacks. That'll be a very strong hand for that next PvP. We'll see if Andy's able to match that. Right now, only holding on to 1 Red Seal Glass Jack.
So does the Pep in CJ Pep stand for pepperoni? That is gonna be an interview question we would have to ask CJ.
Of most importance, actually.
Yeah. Could also stand for things such as words that start with pep. Could
Andy's able to get a lot of money here from this Faceless Joker. I think every discard so far has been $10, which is quite relevant.
those are all the combinations that the pep could stand for. Just let you know. Pep is
Able to make it out of
chicken.
there, but does not get as much money from Lucky Card. There's a death. That's really relevant with those Red Seal glasses. Especially having this Chad. The
Well,
difference
the
right now
chat
is
and the
scoring-
blueprint. It's
Yeah.
the chat and the
Blueprint
blueprint's
Chad.
4 extra triggers, so CJ has to be ahead by more than 2 red seal glasses.
Mm-hmm. Which is hard to do. To be fair, they do also have the extra helping on the scoring from this loyalty card, as well as the trio and the baseball card.
Fair.
So that's
fair.
a good
I
extra
guess
roll-up
when you
over the
add
top.
those up, it's
It's a little closer.
it's decently close actually.
But what we've seen so far, CJ, I think it might even have access to a full flush 5 of Red Seal Glass at this point, since they were able to use Death Fool last blind. Whereas Andy is only going to have 2. Well, now they have Death Fool, so they can hit 3.
That's
Best case scenario is if the Red Seal Glass is in the pack, they can Death Fool it here. Nope.
no,
If that were the
because
case,
that'd
then
be too
perhaps they could even
straightforward.
find. Yeah. If they were able to do so, then they could find more Deaths and Fools in the shop with this $100. But now, it's not going to be possible.
That's what happens when your deck gets too big. Pep schmear. Yeah.
Yep. And again, I didn't see the beginning, but I believe it was DNA, considering what the deck ended up looking like. So perhaps
Yeah.
DNAing a random Gold Queen, not the best play.
No. No. You know, when you're going around using your DNA too much and getting your deck too big, you need to reel it
Mhm.
in. You want to shape your deck.
As for,
I can't do this
as for the
anymore.
question, how so many taros in the shop? Zodiac deck, you're welcome.
Yes.
Tarot Merchant, an innate part of that Zodiac deck.
It is. There's been a. Excuse my language, chat. Excuse it. There's been a shit ton of Zodiac deck today. I am surprised. A lot of Doc Spectred fans in the chat.
I mean, justice is here. People want to play with it.
It's fair. That's actually so funny. That might be a big part of it. It's just like they don't have to work. We haven't seen 8-ball plays. We're not seeing as much hallucination because of this. The superposition's not mattering as much. It's like I want these cards to really matter. Also, why
Yeah,
you're not playing
even
that
more
glass, right? Yeah. Oh,
This
okay.
value
Fixes.
from it.
Yeah.
Able to get these lucky cards as well for a 4 of a kind. Might have to copy the swash. We'll see.
Where's my green deck enjoyers? That's where the skill's at.
You're the only one, Zeno. Sorry.
I know. I know. Green deck black stake is so fun.
You know, that was the good thing. You know, I wanted you to win in the playoffs, but I'm glad you lost, so I didn't have to play green deck black stake. Oh, brainstorm on Andy's side. Will CJ roll enough to find it? They're running out of dollars.
I don't think he's like. Oh
But
wait,
you are gonna
the
be rolling
price
down
is
zero.
going up.
You are
The
on one
price.
life.
Yeah.
Spinning the wheel. Well, that costed.
No,
You
come
have to
on,
reroll
You
here,
gotta
CJ. You're on
reroll. Come
$1.
on, CJ, please.
You have
please,
one life.
please.
And
Don't think about hallucination right now. Well, I mean, sure, you can think about
ice
your-
cream. That's what they're thinking about, I guess. They got the mold sorted from the glass.
No.
They go next. I think that's it.
That's another 2 triggers of
I think
times 2.
a single glass card wins it for Andy.
No, I actually don't. You have to remember, because this isn't like it's only a times 2. If there was even an ancient, a bloodstone, a polychrome, if you had 2 types of multiplication happening, then I agree with you. But I think, again, the brainstorm, a chat is only a times 4. It's a loyalty card right now. So he has 3 loyalty cards to CJ's loyalty card in trio. And Indy is gonna have a slightly tougher time drawing 5 glass.
Yes, indeed. But they do have another death, so they're probably gonna take that into the PvP, which will
Yeah.
help them to be able to. If they find 1, now they have 2.
Andy has more money, he wins. I mean, that does tend to be how these things can work. Now hack, a little strength action.
Hack with the glass. I'm gonna need 4 strengths ASAP.
Bulls on parade.
Another justice. With all the red seals, I think Andy now has access to a full flush 5 of glass, just like CJ has. I think that's what you go for here.
Well, it'd only be fair if Andy bottom decked like CJ did.
I mean, fair enough. They do have a large enough deck where that is a possibility here. But they did find Arlie, at least one of them. With that death in hand, they should be able to find...
They only gotta find 3.
They have at least 2. They have at least 2. If they find even a regular red seal, that justice means that that's a 3rd one. They're just counting them up. That's a lot. How many do they have? 10? 10 left? CJ has access to that final hand. They have a death and 4 of these glass. So they will be able to find their final hand. Maybe they're going to play it now, but... of course, you go play random cards to get
Why,
them.
Andy? Don't use the death yet. That's not how that works, Andy. You should wait till
need
the
to.
very last second. I've done this before, and it's definitely costed me.
Yeah, and if you're unaware, the reason you don't use the death here is because you want to be able to use all 5 of your cards to discard so that you have access to see more of your deck, and then use that death right before the last hand.
Yes.
Only reason you use it before is if you had a purple seal and you want to discard it, so then you wouldn't block yourself from the death.
Yeah, especially in PvP. There's an argument to do it in non-PvP.
Yeah, and then just discard the glass.
Yeah.
Oh, he used it.
Okay, well...
Maybe he's
I
going to get rid
don't
of this
know
one.
why
and
you
hope
would
all
do
the red seal
that.
comes. Well, he already used the justice, so I don't...
Wait,
and I guess... Doesn't he have more glass? Or he just wants to see maybe this wins anyway, and then we're done.
Does not win.
It doesn't win yet, no. Get some more glass. You got more in your deck, go for it.
No, definitely punished. Definitely punished.
Would holding the steel in hand. Like if he's able to find another jack, would that win? X 2.25?
Well, it's not better than times 4.
Yeah, of
I
course
see what
not.
you're saying, though. So you'd... Okay,
Okay,
well,
5 black.
now
That should
never
win.
punished. Now I'm upset. I kind of needed... I wanted to make my point, Andy. Thanks a lot. Wait, is that enough? That's not enough.
Might not be.
What level Flush 5 is CJ on? I think it was like 5 or 6. I didn't think it would make that big of a difference. But
No, E9 is billions, right?
oh no, yeah. My bad. I thought it said E8. It's a little tiny on the OBS.
Yeah. I was like, wait. No,
I didn't. I thought it said E8.
There it is. That's billion. Yeah.
All right. Well, Andy,
CJ, look at
not
it.
welcome to Major League Balatro quite yet. E9 is 10 digits, correct? Is that correct?
Okay. I'm gonna go take a call real quick. Be right back.
Of course. All right. I'm here to entertain you, chat. Thank you. That was mime. What is your favorite way to enjoy eggs? In the trash can. Next question. Actually, I guess I don't mind eggs when they're baked into baked goods. But eggs give me tummy aches. It hurts my tummy. Andy's econ was better. Let's see what they kind of decide on the second one. White steak. Tummy aches. Yeah, exactly. We're definitely playing white steak. We're waiting on a deck from CJ. Does the moon work on green deck? No. None of the interest jokers or interest vouchers work on green deck. Alright, they're changing it up. This time we're doing white steak Zodiac deck. You sure haven't seen that today during the open tournament.
Greetings, Zeno.
Phantom, they decided to treat us with something really intriguing. This new
Black deck,
thing
gold
called
steak.
Zodiac deck white steak.
Oh, okay. So not black deck gold steak.
No. Oh, why again? Sizak,
It's the run it back. You're
I
like,
guess.
it wasn't the deck. It was the skill. It was the gameplay. Run it back. All right. I do unfortunately have to go.
Okay. Alright.
So if like Nightmare wants to hop in and commentate, that'd be cool too. Or someone else. Or you can run it on your own.
Alright, well, if anyone wants to join me, let me know. Thank you, Phantom, for hanging out. That made it a lot easier to get through.
Zach looks like Nandre.
I mean, Nandre, it isn't plasma, but you are allowed to.
Yep. Well, thank you all for having me. I'm excited to see who will win. I'm definitely gonna check the bracket once I have the availability. Excited to see who's gonna end up being there for Minor League, and like I said, GG's to all those who made it so far. Good luck to the people who are still fighting, and follow Phantom_Balatro if you want to see future Minor League Balatro content.
Yahoo!
Okay.
Thank
GG's.
you, Phantom.
Yep.
See you. Alright. I'm all alone. Professional streamer time. An Ankh from the first Sixth Sense is very intriguing. That's something that I would hold on to. Now I gotta pick my next co-caster. This isn't gonna be easy. Also very interesting that Andy took shortcut. I could see taking that for maybe hoping the Sans comes along. Could be valuable. I'm extraordinarily confused why Andy would sell the Wild instead of playing it on a King. I guess maybe for money. I quit my Elden Ring, man. Alright, Nandre, get in here. Where's Nandre? I have to scroll really far because Nandre never DMs me. Doesn't like me. I'm just kidding. There we go, Nandre. Yeah. Wait, I'm on my. It's not even the right computer. There it is. Hello?
Hello, chat.
Oh, God.
Will you? How do I get it? Live feed? Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Oh, I love that you have CJ Pep click too, so I get a nice OBS window.
Here. Click Major League Balatro for you.
Just click off on the side, you dingus. All right, what we got going on here?
We got 2 people who don't want to use their death cards, but want to hold on to their Ankhs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, familiar.
Not as insane in vanilla as it is in ranked, where it's one of your only ways to get glass, but still, I think a pretty good card. You want face cards, you want enhanced cards.
How you feel about Pareidolia in PvP?
I don't mind it. I definitely think there's some value to holding on to it. If you get a faceless, it's just so much money too.
Yeah. I think it's a really interesting card in PvP because it's a card I really like if I have a lot of lives, and it's a card I'm passing on often if I don't. And it's really early in this run, so I kind of like the pickup, but they're really stressed on econ too. Oh,
yeah.
hack finds.
I think holding a Pareidolia is a way to also diverge a bit, where it's like exactly this. You get a hack, you get a Pareidolia, and now a photo. What the hell is this seed?
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Okay, what do we think it is?
Under. It's gonna be Yorick. It's a Yorick. I can smell it.
You could. I don't.
It's a Yori. I had a win in an MLB where we both went Yoricks, but I bought a plus discard before.
You.
And I won by a little bit more. See.
That's so funny.
Yeah, that would. You're about to be more rattled, Mr. Pepperonis.
Oh no. With the Sixth Sense, this could be crazy.
Oh, with 4 lives too, you got time.
This deck's gonna be so fixed, so thin.
I hate to see it. Down.
Wait, why did Andy sell familiar instead of going into the pack and using it? Well, I guess he just didn't want to use it.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to open the pack first.
I think
there's so many little like margins of error in these.
Yeah,
I forget shit like that all the time.
If anything, I'd argue maybe even just keep it to hopefully get like a negative copy, because, well, anyway, I sell the normal Ankh here to keep to have a bunch of spaces open for my my consumables.
Yeah, I agree.
There we go.
Yep, there it is. So, Andy is in a very very big lead here with the per KO.
Correct.
And probably is going to win this round as well.
Well, the Onyx is gonna help quite a bit on this flush.
Yeah,
and
never mind.
The steal.
Never mind to be like.
Oh, that was close. I thought CJ had it by like 1,000. That was like 50 points.
Yeah, the flashbacks to yesterday when I died by like 7 on like ante 6. Pulled my hair out. There's your death.
Some tough seeds. Unfortunately, though, CJ doesn't know that the Perkeo is coming. Otherwise, we'd love to keep that. It's another Onk. I think if I'm Andy here, honestly, I just sell the Onk. It's so early. I sell the Onk and I make sure that the Perkeo's handing to death.
Yeah, I think I agree. Honestly, getting your deck right early is just so powerful in PvP. Yo, thanks for the follow.
Or yeah, Chad's saying you double Perkeo. You're totally correct. That is very valid.
Perkeo actually is super cool.
Yeah, you may need to wait until you have a tiny bit more money so you can get Scoring Joker, but
oh, sacking round 1 and just triple onking Perkeo with a death in hand would have been actually really silly.
Unfortunately you can't triple Onk unless it was Eternal. But
yeah, true.
I made the exact same comment earlier.
It'd be like
really
this.
hoping.
Don't worry, I know. I've been watching. I wanted to throw you a bone.
Thank you. Yeah. Again. Oh, and also for Nandre and Nandre fans, again, it's not gonna say balanced on the screen every single time. It's still Balatro.
Balancing all things. Oh,
Yeah, literally, I'm just saying, like, CJ's passed on like 6 Arcana packs because they don't know that there's a freaking legendary in there, and I think they're actually. It's so sad to watch.
It's hard. Yeah, Shadow Gaming. I've been there. I literally was there just now. Seltzer in the shop as well.
I guess Seltzer doesn't do well. Actually, it would help CJ more, but CJ's not gonna see it with his little money.
Yeah, there's some gold seals, some magic.
That's true.
Lucky cards.
This could be the time. Just like
Seltzer's the econ card ain't too terrible.
Andy's doing it. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, because also with the judgment, that's smart. Oh my gosh.
Getting a swashbuckler with legendaries? Oh man. Value. A value swash? Oh. Come on. Triple death. That is a Mike Tyson undercut right there. Or uppercut, sorry.
Undercut, uppercut, I don't know. Either way, they're getting. This is Andy is taking a massive lead now, and it's gonna be a life lead, I think.
Yeah. CJ also using the Onk here on the Onyx.
Yep. So much money. No lucky hits though. Never lucky.
Never lucky. I don't really understand the order versus no order arguments ever because I've only played one way.
The argument is shot-based queues mean that I could roll down an ante 2 and see a blueprint that you will never see. And some people don't want that multiplayer. But I think it's pretty core to the roguelike experience to make it a Balatro multiplayer game.
And the managing econ is so important.
Yeah.
I feel like that if you remove the element of econ management as a win con, or you minimize it more, is interesting.
I think it minimizes it personally, even though there's arguments to both sides. But in my opinion, this incentivizes early econ more. It's like, oh, okay, if I take a lead and I can go into the shops, it's like it snowballs in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Tossa, you should sell your blueprint and your brainstorm to make room for Green Joker.
Canyo X1 Mall, I have sock and bus, so would it be good to sell Canyo? Yes, I would sell Canyo and buy sock. Or, as Nandre said, just sell all of it and vibes, man.
Vibes. PvP rounds. Gotta feel bad for CJ here. This is gonna be a curb stomp of a round.
Well, if Andy just gets insanely unlucky on no lucky hits at all. Okay, there's 1. Okay, there's 2. There's 3.
Oh, that was a
4,
double
5.
proc too.
Okay, now yeah, I don't think I don't think CJ's gonna be able
That
to match
Perkler
up.
smile looking really Jared Leto Suicide Squad Joker core.
Oh man. Do Seeds prioritize certain jokers, like they show up in the reroll or soul cards, come back after a skip?
Yeah, I, Phantom Balatro, am a huge fan of not having the order.
Oh no. Mingo, that.
Yeah, how do you feel about the full copy?
I'm just gonna. I think maybe I understand it in the way that now that we have so many jacks, we maybe want a justice, but I still would want to be copying the deaths regardless. So as long like if I'm Andy, I'm popping one of those fools to make sure it's a death.
It's 122 gold to 12.
Yeah,
that hurts.
I mean, and heck, you could sell the seltzer. For
Oh God, you don't need that.
You don't even need DNA. It's crazy. It's useless.
Life finds a way.
Shadow, I get that point, but no, that's true. Maybe you wait.
Oh. Oh my
Ruh-roh,
God.
Scooby Doo.
Yeah, let's everybody make your way over to the Chase Club. This flight is leaving.
Okay.
That is a absolutely brutal card to see in the shop right now. With death in hand.
CJ still has a chance once he catches up in the queue. Kind of, maybe. I don't know quite. They both are gonna see also spectral cards.
Value. Oh my God.
Literally, the whole deck's gonna be jacks by the time Indy would be on one life. So
Still didn't play small blind. Oh
yeah, it's good.
God.
Game's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
Boop.
And you're
Another
gonna
one.
preserve your seltzer value because you're gonna be one-shotting all this shit.
Honestly, at this point, if I'm Andy, I do consider. First of all, I want to make sure that I'm copying a death, not a fool. But he's kind of stuck in the blender in that way. But
Yeah.
I just hold like 7 deaths until I finally get my 1 justice.
Yeah. So Zach, we're poking fun at you because I'm not Phantom Balatro.
We're all Phantom.
A little bit. Oh my God. I just love a lucky proc. Maybe my favorite proc in the game.
The double per KO too, tons of temperance value. It's just like $30 every time. It's this game's really snowballing out of control. Has CJ not seen the idol? I'm surprised.
Mm-mm. Considering the Wraith here, hovering over it, 27 card rare. Listen, one of those things I'm a huge advocate for is when you know you're getting absolutely penis buttered, is that you have to make a crazy play.
True.
That's something that I would have considered maybe, because maybe you pull some kind of rare that can pull you out of this or give you some kind of advantage, but the legendaries per KO, the double per KO, is just a really hard thing to mount.
It would have to be a blueprint brainstorm, especially with the idol around the corner.
Yeah.
But it's actually a really good thing CJ didn't Wraith, because then they wouldn't have seen the idol, and then it's already not looking good, but then it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Ecto isn't terrible. I'm gonna laugh so hard when Andy continues to not hit the idol.
You have don't give the caster curse like that, man.
I've been there. So there you go.
You've been there?
Did you see what happened to me during the event on Thursday?
I've never been there.
Oh yeah, I know. Because you have to have idol in the first place.
Twice you've been. You know what? You're just not reverent enough. You know. We can't have you be so monotheistic. We need to get you into the more pagan arts, and then the idol will respect you more.
I haven't dressed up for Halloween in so long, so you haven't.
You immolate here. I immolate here.
You have so many deaths. Like, even if your deck doesn't get fixed right away,
yeah. I'm with you. There's
the glass. There's the glass. Glass of Jack. Andy. I mean, I'm not gonna give him tips, but he also can't hear me, so it's always immolate. It really is always immolate.
There are so few times where I don't pop an immolate.
I don't think
there was somebody. Do I want to do this? Somebody yesterday was like, man, I went down the Ouija path, and I hate Ouija. That's my least favorite card in the whole goddamn game.
You gotta just sell the seltzer. It's gonna go away. Just sell the seltzer. It can come back and you can sell per KO for the seltzer. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Can I just call it? No, we're getting ready for the greatest comeback in Balatro history.
Oh my god! Roll back into seltzer with 10? That might be the craziest triple reroll I've ever seen in a PvP game.
And the craziest part is he's not even gonna take it. He's just gonna keep per KO.
I mean, you could get rid of Chad if you think you have that big a lead.
Oh, that's actually a great point. No, that's a really good point.
I would have taken the seltzer. I would have taken a seltzer. Yeah, a measly 5 deaths in hand here for your
oh my god,
your glass jacks. Yeah.
Well,
is this the final or the semi?
So the winner of this makes it in the minor league Balatro, but the loser gets one more opportunity. They will have another game to try and make it.
Oh hell yeah.
So CJ will have a chance. I kind of just want to see how high Andy can score now. Wait, this is hilarious. He's not even gonna. Wait, why not death the ace? Why are you doing a jack? Okay, I was quite confused.
That's the kind of play that I would make. And never get punished.
Never get punished.
I've never been punished.
Okay, alright. Yeah, that's...
Also, this idol just really doesn't want to cooperate either.
CJ's gonna play all 5 of his hands before this even finishes scoring.
Here's something interesting that I would have considered is I maybe would have waited and not even started playing those glass cards yet. Because who knows if Andy can even score high enough to beat the magic cards or the lucky cards.
It's true. I think that's a good point. But I think literally part of chat part of it is legitimately like with Perkeo and Brainstorm, it doesn't even matter. Are they even playing the same seed? Yeah, they are.
Bring back the CJ Pep. Chat, I'm so tilted.
Oh.
Alright, hold on one second. I gotta sandwich it.
Alright. As Andre enjoys his sandwich, oh yes, a nice dusk. Yeah, I really thought CJ was gonna open up one of the Arcanas to find the Perkeo. It was quite sad. Too bad. I feel like Andy might be able to guarantee it hits Jack of Hearts by the time we get to the final blind. That's probably part of it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, it's not good.
Why playing those glass cards was kind of sussy baka. You want to really block that idol if you want, but
that's a
it
good
feels
point.
insurmountable.
Yeah.
I can't believe you don't like eggs.
I'm allergic to them. It gives me.
So?
I don't need to shit myself. They're not good enough to shit myself over. That's my argument.
Eggs might be one of the ones that I'm willing to defecate a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I do love myself an egg.
Only in like huevos friendships. That's pretty much it.
Chilaquiles.
Okay, fair. That too. That's one to shit myself over. I'm also
Oh my
allergic to
god.
citrus. There you go. 3, 6, 6, 6, 6. Wait, there's 4 6s though. So is that 12 total 6s? Never even thought about it. I like the Joker, the egg Joker. Oh my god, the seltzer is back for like an 18th time.
Call him LaCroix the way he's serving up these bubbles.
Oh my god. Hangman is large? Yeah, I guess if it
nice
copies
pickup.
Hangman, you wouldn't care.
Accelerates your idle setup.
Exactly. Well, looks like Andy cares.
Big fan of the neon green font choice over there for CJ as well.
Yeah, it pops on the stale green.
Mm-hmm. Got pizzazz.
Okay, so a little cheeky death with the purple seal for CJ. You know, I mean, if CJ gets enough purple seals, it's basically like Perkeo.
Mm-hmm. No
It
deaths
just-
are better as he has glass cards for insurance. I think the hangmans are still better because you have enough glass cards already. You want to lock in that Jack of Hearts proc.
Yeah, I think, I mean, truly, like, Andy has so much glass at this point, it would be almost impossible for him to break them all. Like, I get what Chad's saying, but I mean, just this is a piece of like, he's gonna start running into an issue where he has to play one because he keeps drawing too many.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Almost impossible. Was Nandre the one who Raffle cosplayed? Yes. Well, actually, no.
Other way around.
Yeah, it was actually Raffle. That was Raffle on Nandre's stream cosplaying as Nandre.
Is that YouTube chat?
Yes.
Yo, YouTube!
How you do?
TikTok, how we doing?
How's it feel to be able to rewind in real time unlike Twitch? It'd be such a difficult feature to implement.
It's not like they promised it for years.
Yeah. It's not like they have like 20 trillion engineer jobs open, and I'm pretty sure it would only take like a couple.
It's not like Dan Clancy stole my queso when we went out to dinner one time and literally picked it up and brought it over to a table with blood. I remember Dan. I'll never forget Dan.
That's insane.
Being like, fucking queso, Dan.
You should invoice. You should send an invoice to the headquarters.
I brought it up to him the next time I saw him. I was like, did you like the queso at that restaurant? Was it good? I didn't really get a chance to try it.
This is just this. I don't.
Grim Reaper. It's the meme of the Grim Reaper going down the doors right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Only Baron and Mime. You ain't got time to Baron Mime. With 2 lives. I think even if you high rolled perfectly, you're still not beating an idle, sock and bus and dusk, glass, face cards.
No, I mean the only thing that CJ could hope for, like, he's not gonna see a Joker that Indy's not gonna see, so that's why it's pretty much over.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a judgment into something.
You're hoping for a misclick.
Yeah, there you go. We need Andy to exit out the game by accident. That's definitely a path to victory.
Spectrum, do your thing.
Shout out Sonic, the local internet company.
Where this Perkeo was found? Arcane Pack.
Yeah, Arcana
Like,
Pack Anti-2.
Yeah.
Wait, Andy's not even gonna use Dusk? That feels like BM.
I love it.
That's crazy.
I'm a huge proponent of PvP BM.
Also, he's
because
not
it's
even
really-
copying. He's not copying Idol either.
I fucking love it.
Oh my gosh.
That's how you pop off, baby.
That.
This isn't even my final form.
Well, Spectrum isn't sponsoring now.
That's fine. That's probably on the no sponsor list. I don't need to hear how Major League Balatro was responsible.
We've got a
for
pitch
it.
meeting with the NRA next week, Chad, so we'll see how it goes. Because right now, CJ Pep's getting sniped. guy.
Oh my god. Actually, it's gonna be with BlackRock because Andy's bought CJ's home, and then is not gonna rent it out to anybody and just use it as an investment firm.
Andy definitely has like a full duplex set up in CJ's house right now.
Yeah.
It's not even the kind where you like live in the upper unit as a landlord and charge the lower unit enough to cover both and the mortgage. This is just a side gig. This is an Instagram reel side hustle post. Zeno, lean away from the mic so he doesn't cough into it. You're such a cough guy.
I got the COVID thing. I've had mucus ever since.
You're really big into coughing these days.
Yeah. Didn't get I was not blessed with great lungs.
Me neither, but that's from all the ganja. Which, honestly, Andy might be smoking some of those big W Vicky packs after this round because I think this is a GG coming up at this PvP.
There's no way for CJ to come back. It's already over. I'm just about positive.
Dead men walking.
Yeah, that's why, chat, again, like I've said many of times, if you are partaking, don't hurt your lungs. Go with the edibles. It's much better for you. Know your limits.
Hermit here maybe could save.
It could save some money.
I used to take like 10 bong rips a day. Is that why you spelled out 3 and then typed out 6 in your name? Well, the combo. Andy can still lose if Idol doesn't cooperate?
I mean, sure. Actually, I don't know. I think the glass would be enough considering CJ doesn't have glass.
Yeah, this is a triple proc.
Yeah, no.
Versus...
Andy still wins if it doesn't proc. I think, Andy, you could just take the seltzer. Just take the seltzer and end it. Just skip. We don't need to watch it any longer.
My first edible, I took 100 milligrams. I'm eating a Cubano.
Andy, they're on one life. It's over. Even if it wasn't over, you've done enough deck fixing. Look at the deck.
To make some kind of discussion about this, I think there's a lot of merit when you have somebody down to 1 life to going for a knockout punch.
Yeah.
Like, obviously keeping the per KO is the better long-term play until you're down to 1 life. But
I actually, yeah, no, I think it's better to try and get the person out. I don't think, you don't want to give your opponent time. Like, I've actually had a game where I feel like someone was doing this where they could have knocked me out, but they didn't to set themselves up more. Guess what showed up the next shop? It was a tribule, and I had kings and they had 9s. It was brutal.
Dang.
Like, it's very rare, but it's like when you're this far ahead as Andy is, and everything's fixed, the only thing Andy could really do for score here is that seltzer.
Yeah, I feel like in general, people underrate a little bit the ability to go for a knockout punch and end a round over getting that perfect deck. It's like the classic Balatro PvP foil.
It happened to me in my first 2 league games last year, and I realized like I gotta just use my glass. I can't like be messing around, be like, well, I'll use some of these in case blah blah. It's like just if someone's down to 1 life, you try and end it. That's it.
It's one of the big mindset shifts you have from single player to PvP.
Mm-hmm. Not the negative photograph. Are we serious right now? Actually, I guess technically that benefits CJ slightly. 'Cause he's got the... No, it doesn't benefit him. What am I saying?
CJ ain't seeing that shit.
Now Andy's discussing in his head if it's better to have seltzer or bloodstone. Well, I guess 1, 10, 15, 7.5. No, it's not worth it.
Maybe with red seals.
Yes, with red seals, I do believe it becomes worth it then. Maybe.
What would it be? It would be 3 procs? 3 chances? I mean, I don't miss on my bloodstone procs, so I'm taking it.
Yeah, that's valid. Well, it's 50-50. Either it hits or it doesn't. I mean, literally in this scenario.
Zeno leans away from the mic to cough.
I'm not coughing. I'm breathing.
You know that's a reference to? You remember the chocolate rain?
Oh.
At the beginning where he's like, I lean away from the mic so I can breathe without interrupting.
Would you guys like to hear my breath?
Oh. You
My
should
favorite
do one
thing
ASMR cast.
My favorite thing to do now is play Don Palombi music and then pretend I'm a 80s jazz radio host.
I gotta do my Banana for Skill drum bit, but with Dom music.
There you go. Yeah, chat, there's not much to commentate about the game. If you're just joining us, Andy is going to score about E25 and CJ is going to score maybe E11. To put that in perspective, Andy is scoring like the amount of atoms in the universe and CJ is scoring like the amount of atoms on Earth.
Here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you ever hit the timer button?
Yeah, of course.
I only hit it against stock.
Well, we are going to introduce the timer, although it'll be decently long for next year. What the hell did CJ just do? He moved the screen. That was... Whoa,
Yeah, whoa.
That was trippy. That's a lot of atoms. Plus
Do
2 bear.
not move your screen while you're playing Balatro and Zeno's coughing. You will.
Oh, CJ's idle didn't even hit. I know. I like how like he's complaining about it, but I almost want to message him and be like, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter."
Bear, what's good?
How many green names are in the chat? There is a lot of green names. We got Ribbit, we got Bear, we got Stoofy. I assume
I'm
timer's that much-
colorblind.
No, the timer for MLB is gonna be probably like what's
6,000.
like 240.
Only person I use it on in the entirety of the tournament is I did it on Doc every time. Just to troll him.
Yeah, of course.
And then I accidentally did it to C-dubs on the first ante.
I do remember the DMs being like, "Why is Andre so mean? He hates." Now that you can pause the timer, I'm just gonna press it every time, get down to 69 seconds, and unpause it. That's all
Real.
I care about. Yeah.
Real.
Okay, Andy. Now we're not gonna get to see the big score because you had to decide to do this and not use your dusk.
That is
Brutal.
so awesome. I love that. I
Why
love that.
Why does Andy hate us? Why? Also, it's so rude. Andy's like giving CJ hope, being like, "Oh, E16, maybe I could do that." Well, not with the idol not hitting, but
Taking
And
a
he's like-
Bloodstone over dust. I don't know
like-
if that's better.
well,
CJ.
CJ will have another chance.
CJ, you are on the stone oven in the Gosney right now getting cooked. Today, it's not CJ Prep, it's CJ Pepperoni, and you're getting eaten, man.
Okay.
Like
Mambo
CJ prepped.
Italiano.
Got prepped
Oh,
by
yeah.
Andy.
Yeah.
Well, you can see the Jokers and be like, what the All right. Well, I have to quickly set up the game between CJ and
The Agape making it to the end is awesome.
CJ versus Alex in quotes.
All right, mods, run a prediction. Will we get a Zodiac deck?
Oh my god, please. Alright, create thread.
I'm gonna run and fill my water bottles.
Yeah. Congratulations, Andy, on joining us in Minor League Balatro. You are now, that means the website you're working on can benefit you. If you don't know, Andy is helping design Major League Balatro's website. Alright, let's get the streams up for Circats and Disco. Circats, Disco. Does anyone have Disco's Twitch name? Or am I gonna have to go through, maybe I could check this. CJ, you have another game against Alex to make it in. All right. It's not over. All right, this is Disco versus Circat. Winner makes it into Minor League Balatro.
An eternal ancient.
So Circats
We'll see these
won.
decks, don't we?
Oh, they're on black deck, black state. Something different.
You should flip flop the names.
Why?
You have them on the wrong names.
No, I don't.
Yeah, Circats is on Disco and Disco is on Circats.
Nandre's messing with me. It's fine.
On your overlay.
No, they're playing each other in the PvP. That's why it says the other name in the top left.
Bro. Do not eat a Cubano while you're watching PvP Balatro. It will fuck with your mind.
It absolutely. All right. Well, Disco is ahead 1 game to none and does have the life advantage right now. Although Circats has the sock and photo, which is a massive advantage.
Eternal Egg, my favorite card in the game.
Of course. Doc would take it.
I think it's underrated.
Oh no, now you got YouTube chat saying they got the name swapped. Thank you. Thank you, Andre. There's no turning back YouTube chat either. Once they've decided something, that's it.
I'm actually a huge Blue Joker fan. That's one of my favorite
disgusting.
cards in the game.
Well, yeah, I guess if you only play Plasma, but
I think it's just a really cool card too. There's not a lot of cards that like have a mechanic where it's like it changes so much in the middle of a hand its value.
yeah, like decreases in values. I get what you mean. I feel like weirdly the only other one that kind of works like that way is Banner, which is funny enough also a chip Joker. Like there's no molt Jokers that kind of do that.
That would be a cool mechanic to see introduced. I'll keep an eye on this Polychrome 9 as well.
Oh no. Looks like Disco forgot they had 6 Joker slots is what chat's saying because they sold something for photo. Oh, that's it's a classic black stake or black deck.
A BDB, if you will. A Black Deck Blunder.
Mm-hmm. We'll have a counter.
Recover. Oh.
Yeah. It wasn't the craziest Joker. And they do have blue Joker right now. So if they just realize at some point.
How do you feel about Constellation in PvP?
Definitely useful in higher stakes. Because it's just nice to have that X-Mult to survive. And you know it helps in PvP.
Kind of expensive in the early game.
In the early game, true. I would prefer Lucky Cat for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not
You
something
say
I want to
screwed
play.
by... Not at all. You say screwed by order mod, and I say somebody got outplayed.
Look, we're playing Balatro as God themselves, also known as Local Thunk intended.
Mm-hmm. I do think there's something special in that, preserving as much of it through as possible.
Exactly. No, I mean, I really, again, I will, maybe in future seasons 3 or 4, we change some things just to maybe change up the meta if it becomes stale or something like that. But for the most part, I just want to play a truly, like, vanilla multiplayer is, at the end of the day, it's just Balatro against somebody, which I like. There's no extra things about it. And I think the whole, go ahead.
I think it would be fun to do a tournament where on the PvP run you can delete one of the other person's jokers.
That's maybe we do that for the final tournament. I love that idea.
The sabotage round.
Yes. Or okay. It's like Go Fish though, where like you don't get to see the person's jokers, you have to guess that they have that joker.
Or you just pick a number and you delete whatever one's in that slot.
That works too.
Sniping a negative by going outside of the regular range.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 6.
Steal a Joker? Steal a Joker is kind of silly too. I think there's opportunities for really cool custom PvP Jokers in rule sets. Though vanilla on vanilla, despite being a garbage ice cream combo, is the quintessential PvP Balatro experience.
I think with the sock, pretty clearly, and the loyalty card, Circats has this one.
Look at that thing jiggling.
Yeah, it's got the jiggle to it. That Polychrome Jack is also quite helpful.
Can you
But
drop
really-
this chariot?
Because they don't know how much Disco's gonna score. Yeah, I think that's definitely the play.
At least Circats will get the value out of these gold cards here. A great big lean back. Oh! Going for it.
I love the vibes. Send it anyway.
Me when I don't want $6 in my pocket.
Thank you, Bach, for the raid. Welcome. Yeah,
Bloodstone showing up. What do you think? What do you swap out for Bloodstone here? I think loyalty is probably your best.
I think if I'm Circats, it's 1 life remaining. I'm tempted to do wait, the smiley face. The +5. I don't know.
Nice with all the re-triggering. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, but it's really only nice for like the first one before the first photograph, and then it's not going to matter as much.
You rock your bloodstones. Your ancients.
True.
So, it's not great. What did he swap for? The loyalty card? I guess it's just... I'm playing around loyalty card is just so annoying. I'm down to get rid of it just 'cause it's so goddamn annoying.
If I got an actual free sandwich, especially a Cubano every 6 hands, yeah, I'd do it. But for ×4 molt in a video game, it's a lot of work.
There should be a way to mod in some kind of connection to the loyalty card where when you get it to proc, it automatically orders you a sandwich from the closest Subway.
There you go.
Sure.
Hey, sponsorship idea, hit us up. Or Quiznos, or Togos.
Togo's drop is crazy. Togo's still being alive is insane.
To me, it was like the same as Quiznos.
Yeah. I just learned that Potbelly started in Chicago.
With a name like Potbelly, that tracks.
No.
Look, C-Dub, chat, we're looking for sponsors. C-Dubs is on the phone 24 hours a day, cold calling everybody. I can't hear Nandre. You got too far away from the computer. But
United Healthcare is sponsoring the next tournament.
Oh my god, stop.
Winner gets one payment towards their premium. What we got going on here? I think Card Shark can be a difference maker here. I don't think so.
Not enough to, with Sock being Wait, I just realized.
I guess your out is finding some kind of re-trigger, like a seltzer or sock or...
The thing is, Circats has 35, so I don't know if Disco's even going to have more money to find something that Circats wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Cobel Baja Blast Seltzer, you almost just said my dog's name.
That would be pretty sick, a Baja Blast Seltzer.
I just learned that Baja Blast is tropical lime.
It's just sugar.
Never knew.
Yeah, I don't...
I thought it was just like a made up flavor. I didn't know it had like real world origins.
Yeah, I thought I was just blasting my Baja, you know?
Yeah. So here I am sitting blasting my Baja.
Oh no, this is not good for Disco. I think we're gonna be headed to a game 3, which means I have to commentate for longer.
You love these long commentating days.
I do. I mean, I did
the 10-hour commentary days.
Yeah, we're gonna do more of them.
Good old days.
Best of 7s next Major League Balatro playoff all in one day.
There's an infamous Dota tournament that was a best of 7, and it lasted, I think, like 14 hours.
I mean, I do have the championship as a best of 7 right now, but it's the only thing on that day.
If you make it its own day, I think it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. The playoffs are their own week this time, with games throughout the week. Hey, wait, you're not supposed to know that, chat. No spoilers. All right. Well, I don't believe that.
I mean, Circats doesn't have that many spades.
That's true, but I think
Does Disco have a lot of
Circats' way out is just harding the jacks that are polychrome to at least get like the 1 in 2 chance. And with the sock, I think it's gonna be enough.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We'll see though. You know, Disco does have some of those wilds, which are extremely beneficial. Circats has one.
The inverse synergy of the Ancient Joker and the club. Well, actually, it would work if you use one of your wilds. To get that extra ×3. I don't know. I feel like it's closer than I think.
I feel like I'm thinking that, but it's actually farther away than I think. Wait, why did Circats do that? Now he doesn't get card chart value. I don't think he realized.
Oh no!
No! Oh no! That ×3 was a huge deal too.
I think the realization is set in.
Oh no! Oh, wait, I almost gotta unmute.
I mean, in all honesty, I think whatever, it's game over.
Wait, what? Did they both crash? What? What the heck just happened?
What the hell, y'all? Rage quit?
Did he? I think IDC. That's super weird. I think Disco conceded and just quit. I think that's what happened.
Hmm.
But I'm not positive.
The coke looked really good, I'm not gonna lie.
It does. Server crash, I think? Oh, did the entire server go down?
No.
Oh my god, it did! Right before the final hand of that game. That's insane.
Oh my fucking...
And we don't know who would have won because there was a bloodstone involved. God. Now I gotta deal with this.
Only in Minor League Balatro, baby.
Only in Minor League Balatro.
Never
That's
crashed,
crazy.
never
The
lost.
final hand of... What are the chances? Oh wait, now Circats is wait, oh no, it's gonna go infinite.
Me when I find the serpent with burglar and a bunch of brainstorms and blueprints.
I don't even know how to rule that.
Unfortunately, I think you have to replay. That sucks.
Yeah, that's because I didn't take poly from these. Yeah, exactly.
You could calculate it minus any bloodstone procs and see
You could.
if it makes a difference or not. But
Yikes.
Is the server back up or is it like continued to crash? Chat. Did Disco calculate their hand score? I think without the Bloodstone procs, like I don't think Circats like is for sure winning that.
No, it's close.
Yeah. You get a times 4. Is it back up?
We have some calculations happening. We have some numbers being crunched.
Someone got a clip over here. So, okay. Can someone calculate Disco's score for us?
Without the card sharp, right?
Without, yeah, card sharp's at times 1. The card sharp didn't work. I can actually maybe do it in my middle monitor. 1 sec. Okay. Balatro calculator.
If you want to get really crazy, Zano, you
Tell me.
can do the 50-50 calculations for every single Bloodstone proc manually.
Oh my god, I forgot
flip a
Disco had
coin.
Bloodstone too. Oh my god.
Bring it down to coin flips.
Photograph. Ancient. And then card sharp doesn't matter. We have club. The club. How do you foil this baby? Okay. And then cards. Oh my god, don't. He had lucky 4s. Oh my gosh, why? Wild queens. And then just a spade queen.
This is why we need the order mod, man.
You're right. You're right. 47,000 to 289,000 would be the score. Oh wait, there's 3 steel cards in hand. 999. 160 and 975. Circats, what did you calculate to? Oh, you're right. 1's gold. 106 to 650. Okay, Circats won then. He would have won They would have won regardless.
The rare non-Dre voice of reason? What the hell does that mean?
Yeah, wait. Who said that? Who said that? You're gonna get in
What the
trouble.
hell does that mean? What
That's
the hell?
hilarious coming from Dragon Ballers.
What the hell, y'all?
Alright. So that one, at least that happened. I was able to reconnect. The server went. I don't think I made a lunch break.
That's kind of my, I'll be honest, that's like my favorite way to see games end. Dissension, chaos. My ancient's wrong. Oh no. Oh no. Say now the
What?
ancient was wrong.
Oh my god. You're right. 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 Let me check.
Balatro calculator, you son of a gun.
339 to 487. Oh man,
We're in the gray.
we're in the gray area.
I think you just go wash and run it back is really the best way to do it. Unless you want to decide it on coin flips for procs, but like I don't know, that just like feels lame as hell.
Yeah, I mean, if we did coin flips again, like the EV for Circats is basically probably. Wait, Circats, make it spades. It was on spades. How? Oh, the suit ID. The suit ID. It's right there. Suit ID above the cell, above the ancient Joker, above there's a big text box that says suit ID. Oh my gosh. Oh no. All right, and then CJ and Alex are just restarting. There you go, spades. Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
all right. We're making a rolling. We're making a rolling. Thank you everyone for your patience. This is the drama that you come to know and love in Minor League Balatro.
Unprecedented.
You all notice how as soon as Nandre joined, things went a little south?
Well, you know, it's like an old saying we used to have on the farm. If you want to get a glass of milk, go and pull those udders yourself.
Yeah. You lived on the farm?
Right now, my hands are cold. I did.
Oh. My aunt has a farm up in Northern California.
To live with my friend Zeno's aunt up in California.
Oh, yeah.
Hard work out there.
It is.
Being a farmhand. Let's just say I got some tough hands.
That's a great stream
Cows.
idea. Stream from a farm with just the cows around you.
I do
Playing
think the
Balatro?
idea of doing PvP Balatro on a farm is kind of awesome.
All right. Well, if I win the lottery / we get that Taco Bell sponsorship, we know what we're doing.
T-Bell, call me.
This is longer than FL replay. Well, it's decided. It's decided. All right, so Circats and Disco will play game 3 in a moment. They're gonna get
There's
started.
some good news though. There is some good news, and that is I have to leave.
Okay. Thank gosh.
I have to go. I have to appear in the Riz Olympics. I'm representing Team America in the Riz Olympics today.
Oh, that's That tracks, I guess. Yeah, you're about you're like the average. No, you're above average. I feel like American.
Oh, I'm definitely above. I'm above average American.
That's fair.
I'm above average American.
All right.
What other
Nonverbal.
thing? What other-
Oh, go ahead.
That didn't come through on the mic, but I did have to fart. Good luck.
Thank you. Alright, chat, it's just me. It's just me to deal with all of it. Alright, I'm going to try and get really quickly while we wait. We got CJ and Alex playing. The Riznover, thank you. I had fun though. Disco still has the giant text on their screen. Or not Disco, I mean CJ. I'm crying. Interesting. Really huge divergence between these two. To start. Am I crazy? Wait, why is it pause? Also, wait, why isn't... am I on the right stream? Is CJ just super behind? We are gonna do there might be Fantasy Major League Balatro. Seems like CJ's thing keeps like crashing. Oh, did Alex's thing crash?
Will I think just do this because I absolutely need to survive.
I think Alex's stream is like not working. And then this one keeps pausing. What is happening? Alright, you know what? We're just gonna wait for Circats and Disco. Alright. Yeah, without the non-J Riz, we're having all sort of... actually, I guess non-J is the one holding this all together. Alright, we're gonna get Nightmare and Sizak, two other minor league Balatro players, on the call to help explain what's going on and everything.
Hello.
Hello, Sizak. Nightmare, you there?
Stream. I'm here.
All right. Well, what an exciting final 2 games we have here. We got one where the stream's broken, and then this one. To disconnect, to have the servers crash as both hands are scoring on the final hand of
That is
one life
very
is
comedic
pretty-
timing.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
really felt like somebody virtualized wanted to mess with my league, but it's fine.
I mean, hey, virtualized. Maybe he's setting up his own and he's trying to compete, trying to take yours down.
The National Balatro Association. Yep. And he's saying up the B League, the Balatro League, for underneath it. Vanilla is cool, Ian. Thank you for agreeing.
Are they deciding what to play right now?
I
On the left
assume
side?
so. I don't know.
All right. Let me go see. I can't see.
So Circats went back into the game to figure out how they lost the first one, and the tribe, because Disco had tribe, it rare blocked the tribe later, and he got a blueprint. They got a blueprint.
Oh
Circats
my
did.
gosh.
Wow.
Circats was crashing out for a while there, saying it's not possible.
I sound like an audiobook reader. That's crazy.
Is it? Do you read audiobooks? I'm pretty sure you listen to audiobooks, right? You don't read.
You listen, and then someone tell. He's saying like I'm the audio reader.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's do introductions as this game gets started on Erratic Deck White Stake. Very interesting looking deck. Not a lot of spades and not a lot of face cards. Plenty of 10s, 8s, 8-ball. Give me 8-ball. Nightmare, tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right. Well, I'm a very, very minor streamer. I have about no viewers, but I did take a break for a long time. I'm starting to come back now. I'm on, if we know the Balatro team tournaments, I'm on the Lemon Legends. I'm a co-captain for the Lemon Legends. One of my greatest accomplishments, I would say I've beaten Doc at his own game, which is higher stakes, and I believe it was green deck.
Well, that's definitely not Doc's own game. That's the 1/15th of Balatro.
You're right.
I'll own, but
well,
the oops, we're so set up for a sick 8-ball game. Please.
It could be awesome.
All right, Sizak, introduce yourself.
Hi, well, I'm also a streamer. I haven't been doing it for very long, but I've kind of been blessed with like an okay amount of viewers for being so new to it. Yeah, I've done Completionist plus, and then I switched over. I've took a break from Balatro for a while, and then I found this switch over and only play multiplayer now. I don't play vanilla or base game anymore. I've won one tournament. That was cool. I was in the playoffs. I didn't make it past top 8, but I was in the playoffs.
It's farther than I got.
That's true. I mean, a lot of it just comes down to luck and matchups and stuff, I feel like. But yeah. Yeah, that's about. I create a podcast with Phantom. We've only done 2 episodes, and it hasn't gotten a ton of views. But I do that. That is another thing I do.
Oh.
Yeah.
You guys discuss geopolitics?
No. It is a multiplayer Balatro focused podcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was really hoping to hear both of your guys' take on Taiwan.
I mean, if people really want to hear that, I guess we could always do an episode about geopolitics, but I don't think I have much to say on that subject. So
I'd listen to it if that means anything.
Good to know.
He's going against the hook here.
Yes.
For Circats. Disco's already made it past.
Yeah. Interesting. Did Disco already strength some 10s into jacks? Because not the double lucky hit. Nice.
Ooh, I wasn't looking at what Disco was doing. I was more listening to Sizak.
Oh my god,
I was not looking
Sizak?
It's pronounce it how you want. Sizak is generally what I go for. That's not what I originally
Okay.
planned for it, but that's what most people said, and I kind of just grew to like it. So
We'll just call you Ack.
sure, that works.
Yeah.
Disco played Face Cards Full House. No, I saw what they played. It seems like they have a lot of jacks already. I have a feeling they may have strengthened because they only started with 3 jacks and like 6 tens. I thought. That's all I was pointing out, Shadow. But anyway, yeah, Bloodstone / 8-ball waiting room. Oh yeah, we gotta update the co-casting. Sizak and Nightmare.
Yeah, the oops is really good here. It's like a better speculative oops than usual because of the fact that things are set up pretty well for those already.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
There's a-
Hallucination.
Hallucination is an underrated Joker in the way it works with oops. Where, I mean, that guaranteed tarot is
So,
such
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
big get.
Definitely. I mean, at that point, it's like having 2 hallucinations, but then oops is also doing other things too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, on average, not like actually like that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hung man here. I think also when you get an early oops, you do tend to truly, like, you're always kind of building towards hearts, but I think the effort becomes more in that, like, I am not touching that moon card.
Right.
I see no use of any other suit because I already have 1/2 of an insane build.
Mm-hmm.
I know
no, the
this
winning.
interesting take here. I'm curious. I know both of you play more ranked and you're used to the order, but there, Circats, you used the Hermit with $12 and then rolled one more time. I've been lately, especially if I can't make tarots in round, if I have like $12, I kind of just hold on to the Hermit until after the PvP. If I lose, I'm gonna get much more value. But even if you win, it's like you're getting an extra $8, and I just don't need that money beforehand. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I probably would have kept it there. I think, and you're not like you're both at 4 lives. You're early on. You want to get your econ in a better position. The long game is more important.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if we just look at the Joker setup, it's, well, if Circats doesn't move his smiley face to the left, this is definitely going to benefit Disco, but I was going to say that extra 15 molt feels like it's going to end up being the difference. We'll see, though.
I think it looks like Circats is going for the flush house, which, I mean, they do lose a couple hearts, but I personally think it's worth it because that should probably secure this PvP.
Yeah.
I get it. It's definitely worth winning a PvP, and it is going to secure this PvP. And Circats fixed the Joker setup.
You listened. Here.
Yeah, too bad. I think they were gambling on that extra roll. I just don't think it's worth it. We tend to think of the 1 in 60 times you re-roll like that and it matters, instead of like the expected value of like I should just hold the Hermit. Especially since I feel like Circats, I don't know how to explain this. It seems like Circats very much rates themselves as a very good multiplayer player. So it's like it's not a move that's necessary for them.
It's also like you're probably sacrificing seeing another roll later, which your opponent could also get something that you don't have there.
That's a great way to think about it. And yeah, I mean, the econ difference here early is I was trying to do sizable and Sizak as like a pun, but I don't think it's sizzable. It's sizzable.
Sizzable. There you go.
It's gonna be a nightmare for Circats if he can't get some procs. Yeah.
Nice. Does anyone have the bracket?
Well, the bracket's kind of done, so Just announcing. So we have Melon, Andy, Orange Aces, and Avali are all in minor league with you. And then the winner of this game, since it's tied 1-1, will also join Disco or Circats. And then we also have Alex in quotes and CJ Pep duking it out right now. And the winner will be the final slot there. So these games aren't on the bracket because it's the losers of the or the quarterfinals are playing each other for the final 2 slots.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think you're missing the point. This doesn't impact my Wait, what? Oh,
What are we missing?
no, I thought Kirsten was making a joke, but they're actually having a serious conversation.
Some sort of debate going on there.
Yeah. Well, the money procs are starting to come through, and now Econ's really flowing. I guess again, so maybe devil's advocate is you have the oops area, you have a lot of lucky, you know there's going to be plenty of Econ. But when you are playing PvP, going back to your point, Zach, of like that's a reroll your opponent's gonna have later. It does like the amount of money you has matters, but it's really how much more do you have versus your opponent. It's not like total. Like if I have 1,000 and my opponent has 500, it's like I'm significantly in the lead despite us both being in a good situation. Though it does matter less the higher you go because rerolls become more expensive.
Yeah, and I guess another thing for Circat's point of view there too is if you, like, I think there was, I don't remember what the 5th Joker was before, but I think there was probably something that was very unimportant. So if they find like an Econ Joker or something, suddenly they're the one that's up on Econ from that extra reroll.
It was Mystic Summit.
Yeah.
I know Shadow. I know that. But again, the point is, Disco's now going to be able to reroll more later in the game, and it's the same thing. It's just like early versus later. And I guess you rather have that early, but it's more impactful early, like losing that money. Circat's really thinking about the DNA. I'm kind of on Team Disco here with passing on it. But almost like an oops, it's kind of speculative. Like if you grab a Justice card or if something even better comes up, it's good to have that DNA. But this might be Disco's opportunity to even the lives up.
I think it's worth it. I feel like the smiley face isn't doing that much for you. Smiley face is, I feel like, overrated a lot. Like once you've got the photo, especially with the sock in there as well, the smiley face is doing very little. I mean, to be fair, they're not hitting their big hands yet. So
yeah, it's a *2 at the moment for Disco because he doesn't have the flush house. For Circats, it's a times like 0.25, so it's really not a big deal. Times 1.25. Very fair, very fair. Well, the interesting part is Disco also got rid of hallucination for the scary face, which is going to be, I think, the difference maker here.
I think I disagree with that play, though. I think that hallucination with oops is so
It's hard though. Like, I mean, you're down to life. At some point, your life is a resource. If you keep going down in lives, that allows Circats to play a very utility-heavy game where he just kind of snowballs. So there is some merit in like taking that life back, is giving yourself more runway later in the game to just replace Scary Face after this. They're all hoping for 8-ball, as are we, the audience.
Yeah.
Disco's also got that flush house.
There we go.
So.
The flush house going, and it's hearts. The arguably much more important flush house.
So Disco is going to even the playing field here. If he plays it.
It seemed like they were considering just going third.
Yeah.
I think he simply just almost misclicked. Like, money problem.
$20.
Did Circats have a flush house too? I don't know. All of a sudden, the scary. Okay, so I mean that's the difference.
Scary Face is I definitely think Scary Face is way more important than Smiley Face here. That's for sure.
There's justice from a hallucination that
It was-
Disco's not gonna see.
That's such a good point. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Okay.
The justice is a wait. What? So Circats, I think what has happened with some of the ranked players. I don't think Circats is gonna pass up on this at all. But I do think they've not that justice is not extraordinarily important, but it's like it's controlled their entire game to the point where Circats here is thinking, well, if I have to keep oops for Bloodstone, then it's gonna break all my glass, and it's like, yeah, but you figure it out. Like you have to have to play your highest possible hand in those PvPs.
Yeah. And DNA
Plus-
really helps with getting.
Yeah.
You're gonna get that.
Say
Like,
that.
to be fair though, with only one it's like every other time it's just replacing itself. Like that.
Oh.
But I agree. I mean, if you had a blueprint here, that's where. But then I guess, what do you replace? Like a photograph? Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, that's rough, but you probably would have to replace the photograph because I think with how hard glass is to come by, I mean, it's not like with how hard it is to come by having enough with oops in the mix, the DNA becomes even more important. If you get a blueprint or brainstorm, then it can like, yeah.
If there's an
It's looking scary.
ectoplasm in the spectral packs, I think that's huge for Circats much more than Disco.
I think it'd be worth taking for either player because especially because Disco's got that holographic on the smiley face, which helps.
Oh, he's shaking his head no. I'm curious to see if Circats does the Wraith. Well, Circats is also going to have a lot less money, so it's going to make a lot more sense for him to do it.
Circats, though, also doesn't have a good slot for it, because Disco could have easily sold Smiley Face for it, but Circats has 5 very important jokers.
That's a great point as well. Oh, man. There's too much to think about.
Always is.
Always is, yeah. You know... Yeah, it's just with the oops and the whole justice stuff. Now, you know, I said all that stuff about multi-ranked players maybe overthinking it, but there's just not a lot of space on this board. Like, it feels claustrophobic. It's like I have an oops that, of course, is helping me with Bloodstone, but it's also hurting me with glass.
Yeah, it's hard because they're both, like, really important, but they're, like, anti-synergistic with each other.
Wraith.
It's why not a Wraith though? And if you sell something, it'll be more.
I mean, yeah, but $20
Wraith
for a
here.
Wii Joker's,
Yeah. You probably should have rolled down a little bit before opening that.
Well, it's like Sizek said. I guess you probably want to go in there knowing, am I going to sell any of these for Wraith? And probably no. You probably can't.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that's I don't know if Circats is going to see that chat. Because Disco is quite a bit more money.
Circats is a little bit behind, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think he's like 4 rolls behind going into this.
Yeah.
Does Circats even have a space for the chat, though? Would you sell Photograph for it?
I think you debate selling DNA for it. You debate selling. I think there's.
I think you just cry in that situation.
You maybe even sell the oops. I don't know.
I was gonna say I think you can debate selling oops really, but I think it's not gonna matter because I don't believe Circats is gonna see it.
Mm-hmm. And there's a family. He's gonna roll past it though.
Yeah, Disco not a big family person. You know, they're on the road a lot. Prefer the bachelor lifestyle.
Right.
Does this even win for Circats? You hit the $20. Oh,
Unfortunate.
No.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
they'll probably see the chat now, but
That's
a
true.
good point. But yeah, do you take it? I get. What? Wait, how?
Baron.
Oh, DNA?
Yeah.
Wait.
Oh no, I think they both just roll passive probably.
Yeah, there's no way this turns into a Baron seed. Especially
Mhm.
Baron's like much less often gonna be the thing in vanilla, anyways.
Yep.
Yeah. He is far behind in the rolling queue. He's not even gonna see it.
Wait, this is past. Yeah, I'm curious why you didn't see it. Did a smiley face pop back up? Maybe smiley face blocked the chat.
Sure, I didn't see.
I feel maybe you just didn't get there. It was close, but maybe you just didn't.
Yeah. Shadow Gaming, Baron still definitely can be extremely good in multiplayer. It's just there's a lot of games where it's not. But the games where it is, it just wins the game by large margins.
The thing is, in the games that it is, if your opponent doesn't go Baron, they still highly likely can beat you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially in vanilla.
Yeah. I think, as a great man once said, this ain't looking good for Circats. Well, the 2 glass here, without the Chad though, it only is a ×2 more. But he's got 5 jacks, and Disco played with some hearts there.
15 million.
That is almost the exact same score. Like you can't even
Oh,
tell
wait,
if it's
you're right.
higher or lower.
You're right.
Because because it only shows the first 3 digits.
Oh, and Circats had the stone. Well, I think Circats will be able to pass him. No, maybe with the 2 pair.
There's a low chance that Circats beats him since it's the 6 after the 3.
Right.
You know. If the 10,000th place was like a 4, like anything less than a 5, there's a better chance that he wins. If that
Correct.
makes sense.
Yeah. I have never seen the limited amount of digits that Phantoms gives matter. And okay, yep.
Wait, why is Circats going into the calculator?
They
I
need
think
more
he might be
digits.
trying to figure out what exactly he scores.
But why?
Phantoms only shows the most significant 3 digits when you've got an E in there.
Oh no! Oh, I mean, fair. Is this legal?
Circus doesn't
it's-
want to waste the glass.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes sense now. I was like,
Yeah, but no matter what, Disco wins with that next hand that he's gonna play. Calculate scoring to make things boring.
We got the copy pasta coming back.
so
Any
it
Owen
doesn't. It
fans
wasn't
in
enough.
chat?
How much was it?
I wasn't looking.
I wasn't looking either, but
Not enough.
apparently not enough.
$10K off. That's crazy.
Oof.
That is insane. Well, 1 life power spike.
2K off?
All gonna come down to like how much extra glass can Circats get over Disco with that DNA.
There's too many numbers in chat. I can't look at this.
Circats is gonna risk not getting another heart. That's crazy.
How many hearts are left in their deck? There can't be very many.
Yeah, I think that's the better
This-
play. Yep.
This is the decider.
Oh,
right?
they can
Who gets
discard.
in?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, looking like Disco might take it, but it is kind of early.
Well, a huge thing is that Chad is allowing for a lot more econ. It's also allowing for Disco to not need the hearts to win, so he has a lot more ability to manipulate whatever he wants.
Yep.
Oh, there's a deja
Deja
vu though,
vu.
and Circats has the DNA with that card. If they can find it though.
Well,
And with
they
only
found
one, wow. I mean, with only one blind left, if this breaks, it won't do a whole lot, but we can hope. And
Wow.
save.
Okay.
He had the chance. But Disco's also fine.
No,
Not getting it on the glass though.
We'll put it on the 10. You'll get there
Oh.
eventually, but
Yeah.
that's gonna be Circats. So Circats is alive for sure.
And there's no hearts except for that too.
No, you can't put on the. You gotta put on the 10. You gotta put on the 10. And
Yeah, it's
strength
always the
there.
10.
You rather strength that 110 versus strength what, like 8 jacks in the queens?
Yeah, but if you could just shrink like one jack, you could also do a flush house.
Say no, read Andy. I read it. We will absolutely do that in the future.
What did we read?
Andy wanted me to read his message.
Mm.
But what Andy doesn't know is I read every message he's ever sent.
Oh.
So I know about the incident with Maria, but I'm not going to tell Chad about that.
Whoa.
You think WhatsApp is secure?
Man, selling the judgment to go down to 0 to open the standard pack.
I don't. Yeah, like.
Yeah, Circats certainly wins here, but how much glass do they have to lose to do that? And without, they're running out of hearts.
And they also have to find those 2 red seal glass as well.
I mean, the benefit here for Circats is, as a cat, they do have 9 lives. So
That's true,
starting
that's
off
true.
with that extra, the extra 5 is huge. Now Disco does have the ability
Does help.
to dance on them, but. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no, it's over.
That's no. Well, I think I replaced photo with that. Maybe not.
Well, now it's
I
giving
guess how much
X
glass is in
to-
Disco stack? I haven't
None.
I haven't noticed
It's
that.
almost none.
None.
You gotta glass that jack.
I see that
Yeah.
that play then of keeping photo over. I don't know. It is hard. It is hard.
Okay, he sees it.
Oh, interesting. Why not just death? I think I definitely just death that jack.
Yeah, I would def it there. But maybe he's not confident enough in being able to draw all of them.
Fair.
Circats didn't get to copy one of the red seal jacks. Are they not gonna use their copy?
I wouldn't use the copy here on one life. You gotta find them.
You got
Yeah, that's probably
you got
true.
guaranteed to win.
It's just hard because they've also got 2 more lives to push through, and they're gonna be losing glass.
Yeah. You gotta take them one step at a time.
He was looking scary for Circats.
No, fuck.
Oh gosh.
Unfortunate.
Damn.
It's not gonna be enough.
Is it though? I mean, it might if
Oh, wait. He also didn't draw.
yeah, I don't think it will be enough though. 2 glass with the added, seltzer in there. and a flush house
Oh,
over
yeah,
4 of a kind, that's probably
Yeah.
gonna be enough.
With a salute
Use the-
from Disco.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over.
That's so unfortunate. Like, it is unfortunate for Circats, but again, I like if you put things in perspective, it's Disco had more jacks of hearts and didn't draw it in the spectral pack, so it felt like Circats got lucky to even have the jack of hearts so set up anyway.
Yeah,
But
Circats
to
was
not draw
definitely-
one seems insane.
Yeah.
It's sad to go like that.
All right, well, that means Disco is our 5th member of Minor League Balatro.
Yeah.
Nice, congrats to Disco.
Can't wait to beat him.
Damn. All right, and our
Kidding.
final games going on are, hopefully their streams are fixed, CJ and Alex. It seems like they're fixed at least.
Ooh, 2 to 3.
We have Alex in quotes though, chat. Do not forget that.
It's not just Alex. That'd be a different person.
And we got CJ Pep in their step. Also, please go give a follow to all the competitors. It'd be very much appreciated. Paused again. I don't know why CJ keeps pausing. I think I'm just gonna say clicked on it. It's really weird that that's happening. Actually, let me just refresh the stream. Maybe it'll fix itself. Seems like it
Mayhaps.
did. So, jumping into this game mid-game.
How many games in is this in their matchup?
I believe CJ is ahead 1 game to none.
Oh,
And CJ has the brainstorm here. It based off of their chat, it seems like this exact same thing happened in game 1 too, where CJ found a brainstorm from a wraith that Alex didn't go for.
didn't learn.
So it
Wraith?
yeah. I don't know if that's how CJ got this brainstorm. It could have been economy, but
Staring each
Waiting
other
on the
down
rare
over the rare skip.
Hopefully it doesn't last too long.
all right, you guys gotta kiss each other or not. Are we skipping?
No, get to it.
Just message them in chat. I'm just gonna speed up the process. Let's skip for it. I mean, honestly, it's more beneficial for Alex. They don't know this, but for Alex to skip. So
It looks like they're skipping.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Actually, if I was CJ, given that I've already got Ancient and Brainstorm,
yeah, there's one.
I feel
that
like I
will-
would just not skip and just hope that Alex mirrors what I do.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
I mean, well, I guess if you're CJ, you're assuming Alex also has brainstorm, but
Fair.
yeah, I'm with you. Like either scenario, there's now a 1 in 14 chance to get a Joker that matters.
Exactly. Well, I guess Invisible also is really good. But still.
True. Okay, so there's a 1 in 7 chance. What if there's a great Joker that copied the other player's most expensive Joker?
What a
Great
fascinating
game
concept. Surely that won't lead to stalling and other issues.
Well, I mean, you know, we'll continue to have penny pincher in the game, which means if I get it, I can't leave blind 1 until the person hits the timer. And then I have to strategically, if the other person has penny pincher, decide not to ever roll down on the big blind because I know they're waiting for me. That's a good emperor for both players. Golden ticket for Alex. What was the rare? It wasn't useful. We know that.
I didn't see it. Did anyone else see it?
Oh my god, it's a
baseball card. It was baseball card.
So, good play by Alex there, in my opinion. But CJ, I assume, is going to make the same.
Didn't find the dusk.
How did CJ have so much more money? Did he just have a lot more money going into it? Yeah, this game is I don't know what you're doing this for. Why not just pick the hearts? Huh.
There wasn't a hearts, was there? Wasn't it a diamonds and a club?
Oh, I thought it was a heart. Oh, you're right. That is a diamond. Man, I need to get my eyes checked.
I have returned.
They are kind of hard to see a little bit with the, smaller.
Not to be anticlimactic, but there's gotta be some crazy good fortune coming Alex's way to get out of this.
Yeah. There's not even that much that I can imagine going Alex's way because there's not a lot of divergence in their builds. Like, CJ's is kind of just what Alex has, but better, sort of.
Yeah. I guess the one benefit this round is Alex has Ancient, but it's not going to matter with a Dusk and a Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Well, what will matter is if CJ decides not to copy Dusk and is copying Photo instead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Wow. Interesting.
I still don't know if it matters.
Is that right, though? I don't think it's right, but also, like, with Chad being in the mix...
I think it's Dusk.
It's
always
right. It probably is.
Photo is 3 triggers of times 2, or 4 triggers of times 2. Dusk is
oh yeah, it's definitely Dusk.
5 triggers of times 2, plus I don't know how much they had there, like 4 triggers of 1.5. It was a lot more, actually, like substantially more points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking.
No, you're fine. Okay, well, Bloodstone.
Where's the oops?
Maybe
from
an
last
oops
game.
and then Ancient lining up over and over again. Like, if you're CJ, do you even sell anything for this? I guess the photo?
I wouldn't take it, personally.
It could be the photo, but... I don't know, with Chad... It's also a lot easier to get out of the blinds with having Photo Chad, not having to get, like, Bloodstone or... I mean, it's probably fine either way. They can probably just get an Ancient Joker hand and be fine. But...
Oh, those are all diamonds. I keep thinking they're hearts. Chat keeps correcting me. on CJ's side.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this could benefit Alex. He needs it all to line up. And then again...
Gotta line up twice, too.
Yeah. And still probably find a sock or something. There's a lot of tarot cards.
Alex was one Bloodstone hit away from not surviving that blind.
Oh. Wow. Yeah, lucky.
Okay, it's better to be lucky than good.
Amen.
Yeah. That should be Turtle Bean's next video. I gave my opponent 5 idols and 5 blueprints. But they're a 3-year-old. Can I beat them?
Content.
No, he'd have some trouble, but I think he'd.
You just gotta be able to click.
Yeah.
Oh, it's mime. No.
Mime.
Bloodstone and Ancient are lined up now.
Sock for Alex.
Sock.
So, I mean, they... Wait, I am so confused. CJ didn't see Sock... Oh. Wait! No! He realized it. He realized it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no.
He's doing like the same motion you were, Zato, at the same time. He's just both hands to the head. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Wow.
I mean,
That's
the
unfortunate.
reason that's bad is not the bloodstone part of it. It is the fact that it's almost all hearts for his important cards. That's the terrible part. That was his way out. That he tied the game up in terms of everything. Well,
Because I think there's a... I mean, it's hard to say for sure, but I think there's a good chance that Alex won there with that.
I do think
I don't
CJ
know.
is gonna find the sock. I think CJ must have tarot tycoon, because I think he's seen a lot more tarot cards and is like not seeing the jokers. He should have skipped. I mean, I think he should have skipped, chat.
Alex's cat.
Especially because the way that
True.
Ancient works, it can't hit hearts now.
Yes.
Oh, and he got the red seal online. If he strengthens here. Yeah.
Yeah, CJ's about to see the sock now.
This wins. Good calc.
Is it sell photo or is it sell Chad for the sock?
Hmm.
Photo because you have glass. I think in ranked multiplayer
True.
might be the other way around. But
Yeah.
am I
Probably,
crazy
yeah.
or did CJ just not see the
Especially
sock?
with that tool right there to get enough glass.
Maybe.
What did? Oh, the acrobat blocked it. Because CJ did see an acrobat. The blocking in this scene must be like it's been happening a lot.
To be fair, I don't think CJ really needs it, but
No, but
Unfortunate.
can't afford the death. Oh my gosh.
You can't even sell anything for it. Maybe
Yeah.
Bloodstone, maybe not.
Oof. That is rough.
I don't think the death matters.
Mm.
No.
Yeah, CJ
Still feels rough,
may
though.
have had this if he skipped. Maybe the consolation is CJ probably still wins.
Yeah, I guess we can calculate it out because if they're playing hearts, basically they're down. Let's see, it's like 10, 1.5,
Mm-hmm.
and then another 2 from another 2. So it's like 1.5 to the 12th is how much their score would be.
Why are we doing math in Balatro? Gabby?
I'm sorry,
Sure,
I like
sure.
the math.
Soccer would be
So like
pissing.
they're losing times 129 by not having them be lined up.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, he doesn't want the flush 5. Interesting. On CJ's part. I was like, wait, why wouldn't you use it on...
Bummer.
It wouldn't have made the
Night
difference
Eaten.
anyways. That's well, unless Bloodstone is very good to Alex, it won't matter.
Let's see his reaction. Wait, was that the final match?
This is the final match.
Hate to see it. He turned his camera on. CJ turned his camera on.
I don't know. Now I was just gonna have to go back and calculate if he would have won.
It wouldn't have. It wouldn't
Okay,
have.
okay.
Because times 129 is still a little bit less. Would have been really close, but it's still a little bit less. If my calculations are correct, which I could be wrong, but
All right. Well, that's it, chat. CJ Pep is your final minor league Balatro player. Congratulations to CJ. We will go over the list really quick.
You're not trash, Alice. Come on. Don't say that. You're almost there.
Let's just do like a little text box. Let's just do a text box.
Like an old text box.
All right. So we have Phantom.
Woo!
We have Sizak. Did I spell your name right, Sizak?
yeah.
We got Nightmare. We got Vagabond.
Woohoo!
We got Pizza Power.
Yeah!
Oh my god, who am I missing? We have Owen.
Owen!
Yeah. Orange Aces, who had
Oh.
a huge upset against Cass. We have Abele.
Abele. Yeah!
Who's next? Oh wait, now it's too big.
New text box.
New text. Oh, just keep going. Disco took down. Disco had two huge upsets. Disco took down Ensu, who's currently #1 ranked.
Oh,
he's in the chat too. GG's, and took down Circats. I think two of the favorites.
Wow.
In here.
Yep.
Then we have Melon. We have Andy. And finally, to round things out, CJ Pep in his step. Or in their step.
Let's go.
And those are your
CJ.
12 minor league. Well, not rank anyone, but thanks. Well, #1 in my heart, Insu. These are your 12 minor league Balatro players. Again,
Let's
Phantom,
go.
Sizak, Nightmare, Vagabond, Pizza Power, Owen, Orange Aces, Abele, Disco Melon, Andy, CJ Pep. I will make a video about all of this, but the first week of minor league Balatro will be happening exactly a month from now on July 28th.
A little bit impatient.
I also am impatient. I want it to happen now. Make it happen now.
Yeah.
Start it. Right now.
Alright, so our first game.
First minor league Balatro between me and Nightmare, and let's go.
Thank you, Nightmare Sizak, for joining me in the commentary booth. Thank you,
Thanks for having us.
Nandre, for
Thank
stopping
you.
by. Thank you for Phantom for stopping by. Thank you, everybody who participated today. Thank you, Nightmare, for also helping get everything in order. Lava for helping out a little bit. Everybody who came through and watched. I think we averaged like 200 viewers for like, I don't know, it's been too many hours of streaming. Can't wait to go eat food now. And thank you. That's
And
it.
thank you for watching.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
What
Now
is
we
an
find
ad?
someone to raid. You're still alive. You're still alive. No.
Heron is live.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let's see. Who's
CJ's
live?
also live. CJ who won.
I
Yeah,
mean,
Hey, it
I
fits.
know.
Raid. Following. Yeah, sure. Why not? There you go. Is CJ gonna be playing anymore though? That's my only thing.
I mean, if not, you can just raid someone else now.
True. I don't even think they're there.
Here's AFK on
Yeah.
the win screen.
walking around shouting for joy.
All right, well, we're gonna raid Perry, who participated today. Did a really good job. Almost took down Circats early on, but was able to get a win. They have been practicing their butt off, so go give some love. All right, thank you, everyone. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye.